And we're live. Painkiller Ready, episode 289. Kyle?
Yeah, today's episode is being sponsored by the USA Network's Mr. Robot as well as Tracker. So we'll talk more about each of those things later on in the show. But
right. Our guest, JD2020.
Hello.
Dude, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm good.
It's been a few years since we've talked, right? It's a few years since the last PKA.
So yeah, you were about to come out with a mobile game, I think, last time we talked.
No,
or it was about to be released or something like that.
I don't think
right?
it was mobile.
What year was that?
No, it was some sort of fantasy game.
Oh, it was. You're right. You're absolutely right.
Oh, that was probably before Lichtenstein Battle Mage, right?
I think that was it. Yeah.
That was it.
Yeah. That was right after I moved out of California. I moved here to Atlanta, and that was this first game out of an indie studio here. Yeah, that has been a little while. Then it's been a couple years.
Yeah, it has been.
I honestly still thought you were the Call of Duty guy. I am way out of the loop.
Yeah.
I want to be Taylor. I want to be so blissfully unaware of like every piece of drama everywhere. He has no idea. He actually lives in like real world all the time.
Yeah. But
well, you're not alone. A lot of people still are. A lot of people are still confused by that. I don't know. I don't understand why.
For people to know, Josh, aka JD2020, was the community manager for the Treyarch series, the Black Ops, etc., for a long time.
Yep. Yeah, that stopped in 2012. Well, end of 2011 was when that all stopped. So it's been a while. It's been 5 years.
Why did that wrap up?
My run was really just done there. The company was going in a little bit of a different direction, and you've probably seen that now, where like they don't really have community leaders anymore. They don't really have a community department. And honestly, the way community should have been growing, and the way I wanted it to grow, was even a more central and bigger business unit, right? I thought that it should move out of the studios and into the publisher, into Activision. The fact that the communities were split up and segregated between the different studio branches felt wrong to me.
Aren't you glad you don't have that job now, though? Wasn't that the shittiest job ever? Because hear me out here. Because you're supposed to be the guy with his ground to the ear. You're supposed to be the guy out there who's getting feedback from people like me. I'm supposed to be coming to you and saying, hey man, there's this exploit where everybody's doing this thing and it kind of ruins my games. And then you're supposed to be going to the dev team, presumably, or somebody, and be like, hey, we need a patch pronto. And then it's supposed to actually happen. Like that's what the people out there who are like blowing your Twitter up were thinking. That's what a lot of people were thinking, but that's not what happened in practice. So you're sitting there, everyone thinks that that's what's up, and the patches aren't coming. So they're like, well, all I can imagine is that Josh guy is a real motherfucker.
Right.
He's sitting on his hands over there, just laughing at my tweets, laughing at my tweets like I'm not crying my heart out over here.
The most stressful jobs are the ones where you don't have full control, right? Like if it's just your job to do a thing, then that you sort of own your own destiny. When it's your job to influence someone to do a thing, and it's a nightmare. So JD, is that how it went? Did you say, hey, the community needs this fixed? People have an issue with this, or people love that. Let's do more of it. And then what happens? Like.
It used to be that, and here's the thing. I think that the pain for a lot of the reasons why that became such a pain point for people to understand and keep up with is because it has changed a lot. So it used to be at the beginning when I was kind of getting my start, that was a lot of what it was. It was me with my ear, my ear to the ground, listening to the feedback, understanding where the pain points were, and then helping the dev team to prioritize those bug fixes and those patches and updates. But the role as a discipline really began to evolve more into you look at Ubisoft, they have roles they call their roles community developers. And it evolved into, you look at Riot Games and Blizzard as well, it evolved into your role became more specialized. And so you started to develop programs and initiatives that would help the overall community health and the overall opportunity, creating this opportunity for community to flourish and for community to spread, and for brand to grow, and for brand awareness to reach a critical mass. So an example of that would be at Riot Games after I left Treyarch. I built their cosplay program. And so you'd think, okay, well, what exact value does that bring to the community? Well, so much of what League of Legends was and what Riot Games was all about were their live events, were their in-person events at PAX. Now it's all about their esport events. And cosplaying was this visceral way for fans and players to connect with the League of Legends brand in a way that they've never been able to do with any other brand, really. They could go up and have a conversation with their favorite champions, their favorite players, the favorite characters from their games. And that's this personification of an IP that is really hard to get and hard to do. And so building out a program to understand how to make that experience the best it can be for League of Legends fans was a part of the community discipline. And that has nothing to do with what patches or what weapons are overpowered.
And nothing to do with our question. So why the fuck wasn't COD patched again? Like, I got lost in that big stream of what the fuck you're talking about. Cosplay? Yeah, I don't know.
We learned a lot about cosplay. I don't know where that was going.
What the fuck is this guy on about? Politics? So,
real quick, though, I want to know, how old were you when you started at Treyarch as basically the public Twitter beating bag? Like, how old were you?
I was 20 years old back then.
Oh,
20
God.
years old. See, I didn't think about this.
you?
Yeah, I didn't think about this back then, but looking at you now, I'm like, okay, this guy he's clearly a young guy still, so that means he was even younger getting... God, people were so fucking mean to you on Twitter, and you're 20 years old with no control over it. You're having to go deal with people who are doing things that you can't change, so it's not like you can talk to a programmer and be like, hey, these noob tubes are out of control, and they go, fuck you, and you go, well, I guess I'm breaking out the programming gloves, it's going to be a late night. Like, no, you can't.
Well, so to go back to your question more specifically then, yes, that actually was a big part of the job, especially at the beginning, was specifically going back to the team and saying, this is what needs to happen. You know, I don't care about your numbers and your statistics. Perception a lot of times is everything. And if this is the way that, even if it's a vocal minority perception, if this is the way that perception is driving, then it's our job to make sure we're correcting that perception in whatever ways, whatever means we need to. Now, that's where you start to have this, the problem gets a lot more complex. So when you ask, why wasn't this patched or why wasn't this fixed? Now you start to get into this really interesting nuance where a lot of times the players, the community can't really truly understand what the problem is, or a lot of times they won't even, there's nowhere to have that conversation online where people would genuinely understand why the decision's the right decision to be made. I'll use hit detection.
Here, I'll even help you with one. Right. Why was the MP40 so goddamn powerful in the first Black Ops?
Yeah, so the MP40 was a fun story.
World at War, yeah.
It had I think it had the slowest fire rate of any gun in the game, short of a bolt action. The slowest fire rate even of the heavier assault rifles. And so when you talk about overall damage per second, in order to if you decrease something's fire rate, you have to increase its power, right? And if you're going to increase something's power, you decrease its fire rate, or what you can tweak all sorts of numbers to affect damage per second. You can tweak accuracy, and so with that gun, it was also a lot of kick to the gun. Mm-hmm. But here's the catch: particularly sophisticated players with that gun could have their sensitivity set high enough, especially with a controller. When you talk about Xboxes, could have their sensitivity set high enough where they could counteract that kick to the point where their 1, 2, and even third shot, if it ever came to that, if people were using Juggernaut, for example, they could actually be really, really effective with that. But then again, when you look at the data and you look at the vast majority of players, that sometimes can be very deceiving. And so you also have to, the problem is compounded by this massive skill gap. And if your matchmaking system is working the right way, you're matching lower skilled players with lower skilled, higher skilled players with higher skilled. And I know I'm opening up this Pandora's box of things to bitch about when it comes to how accurate the matchmaking is. But the problems become really complex for the team to solve, and that's where it comes back to me, where it's like, I can't just go out in the world. We can't design a game by committee. So I was never able to just go out on the forums or on Twitter and lay out all of these problems. And there's this common phrase, right? Too many cooks in the kitchen. Mm-hmm. That's bad enough if you have a room full of 12 developers. That's probably too many cooks in the kitchen. But if you add in 200,000 voices on social media, it suddenly becomes this almost impossible problem to work through with that many voices.
That was an interesting answer on the MP40 though. Like, oh yes, the damage per minute, the accuracy, like the other stats made it worse, and strong players can overcome it.
The hit detection's the example I like to use the most, though, because it embodies the lack of, a lot of times, perspective people have. It's just a human trait. It has nothing to do with gamers or COD fans. It's just people. Call of Duty, after Call of Duty 1 came Call of Duty 2, and that's where they introduced this technology called anti-lag. And any dedicated PC gamers for Call of Duty will remember when we were configuring our dedicated servers, we had this new console command called anti-lag, and we were trying to figure out what that meant. Well, what it is it's the server, whoever the host is, or in the case of when there's dedicated servers, it's the dedicated server, it knows what everyone's ping is in the match, right? Mm-hmm. So let's say Kyle's ping is 50, and let's say Woody's ping is 100 milliseconds. What the server will do is when the two of you get into a gunfight, it will actually artificially delay Kyle's shots from registering by an extra 25 milliseconds, bringing him artificially to a ping of 75. Now, the server can't accelerate your shots any, Woody, so yours are still going to register at 100 milliseconds, but at least now you're at a slightly closer playing field. Kyle doesn't have a 50 millisecond advantage over you. He only has a 25 millisecond advantage over you. But to him, it feels like his shots might be registering a little bit later because, well, they technically were. And now when you're talking about a 25 millisecond gap, that's really hard to perceive. But a lot of times what you'll have people with 180 milliseconds playing against somebody with 40 milliseconds. And then that system tries to find a middle ground between those two latencies, and the guy with the lower ping will think that that his shots are broken. But the reality is it's actually more fair for more amount of people. And it's frustrating to have that conversation publicly, and I couldn't have that when I was the guy, because it's like, well, it's just never going to be a popular conversation to have, because now you're going to have people with really, really strong internet connections, or people who are really close geographically to the data center, who are going to be going, why am I getting punished because other guys live out in the middle of nowhere, or because they have bad internet?
Because they bought their connection from Walmart. That's what they'll tell you, right? That's the thing.
The reality is, in that context, the hit detection system, the anti-lag system, is creating a better experience for more people, but for the ones that it's slightly deteriorating the experience for, they are so loud about it and makes it sound like and seem like there's this broken system. But the truth is, hit detection's working exactly as it was designed. Also, theater mode didn't help with that, because theater mode is a local recording of your local game state. And so in theater mode, when people were uploading their YouTube clips and you're seeing a bullet hit from around the corner or from 5 feet away, that's because the local client isn't taking into account what the server was delaying in terms of that shot from registering. So it looks like a more exacerbated problem when you record it in local theater mode and put it online. And so again, it even further pour gasoline on the conspiracy theory that there was something broken with hit detection.
So did the hate bother you? Tell the truth.
There was times when it bothered me. Yeah, I mean, you read about it now. It's really big now. When I had to go into protective custody for like a weekend when I got a death threat. Yeah, me and my girlfriend got threatened once when I was at the studio. It was right before I had to go to like some big GameStop show and do a public thing. These guys, they called like my private phone that's not listed anywhere. It was like an old flip phone that I would wear on my hip that only my family knew the number to for emergencies. And someone called that, and they read out my actual home address, which was also protected and obscured because we don't want people knowing where I live. And this was after like weeks and weeks of these guys who were calling and harassing our receptionist and giving her death threats and rape threats, and because she wasn't telling them my phone number and how to reach me, because she knows better than to give that information out. But they were getting mad at her. And then so finally these people found it out, and they read out my home address to me, and they were telling me they were waiting for me to come home, and they were going to rape my girlfriend and kill me and all this horrible shit. And so, they took that one really seriously, because that seemed to be like really corroborated. And so we had to go and go into, protection for a couple days while they vetted the actual threat. Now, the threat ended up being not as serious as we were all feared it to be, which is great. But nevertheless, like, that shit was happening, way back then. And
they found the guy?
Yeah, it was some kid in I think it was like Jersey, some 16-year-old kid, and he was using his dad's credit card to try to PayPal like gangs in the LA area to intimidate me and shit.
Really?
Yeah.
But
that's a little serious.
You can just hit up.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, nothing came of it. He was really just getting scammed, right? Like no one's gonna fucking like stick their neck out for some stupid kid.
Or his
and
father
the funny thing, what he was pissed off about was, do you remember back then, Nazi zombies was the big thing with leaderboards, and
Right.
And everybody wanted to get the highest score. So what people would do is, short of even people who weren't finding exploits, people would leave their consoles on for like a week at a time, and they would find little spots where the zombies couldn't get them, and when they had to go to sleep or get something to eat, they would all just walk away from their controllers, and then they'd come back and pick up their high score run.
Yep, I did that so many times.
So
Is that bad?
fucking surprise when your
so.
Xbox crashes after being on for 4 days straight, right? And they blame it on us that like, oh, your game crashed and ruined our high score because
To be fair, when you're on round 80, anything can ruin your day. Because
Yes.
then it's not just I lost out on this game today. It's God damn it, I haven't watched anything on this TV in a week and a half, and now it's fucking gone.
I
Damn it.
totally empathize with how fucking annoying that must be, but to blame that on the game, like your hardware is not meant to run that long. That's just the reality, and then to blame it on me and to be threatening these people and with all this violence, like our receptionist, she's like this doll. Like there's no one could ever say a bad word about her, and the shit she had to go through. Like she'd play some of the voicemails they were leaving for me and for her on there, and I'm just like, I'm so sorry you have to deal with this. But so yes, to answer your question, that kind of shit did weigh on me, and it did get really, really, really annoying. But I also have to be completely honest, and I'm not just saying this because I don't even work for them anymore. Like I don't have to just say toe the party line, but it honestly was way more rewarding than not rewarding overall. Like there is still a lot more really like positive people who are really passionate and really fun and supportive. But a lot of times the vocal minority does take root, and a lot of times that's just really, really toxic.
My wife burns this into my head. She's like, you say one negative thing, it takes 20 positives to overcome it, and like...
Right, you remember the bad more, I mean...
And it's not just me, and it's not just, sensitive YouTubers or whatever. Like, if I say a thing about Hope's outfit, Hope is my daughter, then, if I don't phrase that right, Jackie's like... Now you dug a hole. Nicely done. You got to come up with 20 positive things to say before that's really over with. And that's the way people are wired. So.
Yep.
Yeah, my dad did not implement the 20 nice things for every critique approach. It wasn't like, God, you really fucked up English this semester, Taylor. Your hair looks great. I like your shirt. Your glasses are okay. You look like you're losing a bit of weight. Blues are playing well. It doesn't have to do with you, but he didn't go through some list.
That's funny.
I'm sure Kyle's family did not either.
No, it was very sort of, I'm trying to, browbeating and loud, very loud. My dad, when he's disappointed or upset and angry, like he has a bit of a snarl on his face, like his lips curl back, and he's just so intensely angry sometimes, and he screams. And it's maybe been 15 or 20 years now since he screamed at me, but I can remember having a panic attack one time when I was like 18 and he screamed at me because it was so goddamn scary. So yeah, following that, there was no like listing of my good qualities. It was like, you half-assed piece of shit, you gotta do it right next time. Who you gonna be? You gotta do this the right way. And it was just hours of that, and then okay, I will. That's kind of how it went.
Was way better than the silence, because at least if you got yelled at, you knew like, okay, they're getting some frustration out of this too, so they're not going to be as mad as they were before after this bout.
Oh, so you're doing
screaming.
A public service. You're at this point you're like therapeutic for them.
Yes. I'm very
Silver
selfless.
lining.
Very selfless.
Yeah.
But
So-
if they were quiet about it, that's just building that resentment, So you almost wanted to instigate them into starting freaking out,
I never
Maybe
wanted
not.
that. I tried to tiptoe around that, tried to avoid that as much as possible. You don't want to set things off. And if possible, you want to try to diffuse things. I don't know what you're talking about.
Different
That's-
approach with Lamar.
Yeah, you got to be a little more careful. So
feel like-
a fan.
Oh, go on. You can go.
I was gonna say a fan was kind enough to send me, and he's loaning it to me just so there's no confusion. I think he is. That's what we discussed, was that I'm sending this thing back. But he sent me a 980 Ti classified graphics card for my new setup because I've been waiting on the 1080 to come out, specifically the Asus Strix, and it seems like they're recalling those because they're overheating or something now. So I might be waiting a little bit to get the 1080, but he sent me the 980, so I knew I had to get started on my computer build. The parts had just been sitting there all week, so I started the day before yesterday. I got like 90% of the stuff done the first day, and I don't know, 3 or 4 hours or something. And then the second day, maybe less, I don't know. All I know for sure is that putting it together wasn't much of a hassle. It got done, and I was real happy with how everything looked. And there's still a little tweak here and there to do. I'm going to add another fan and some LEDs. But me and Chiz spent about 10 hours getting this thing set up on the inside. We were working on that BIOS, working on the operating system, and working out little bugs that we had between the frame rate issues with my 100 with my overclocked monitor, and it was a nightmare. But everything's set up now. Everything works. I don't have it all put together the way it's going to go because I haven't put the desk in the room over there yet. But I've been gaming with it a little bit, and even with the 980 Ti, which I'm acting like that's not a nice graphics card. With the 980 Ti in Witcher, it's so fucking beautiful. I'm maxing all the settings out, playing in 60 frames per second or something like that.
Pinnacle of perfection when it comes to a video game. That game.
It's beautiful.
It's unbelievable.
All the hair effects and stuff, like it's very immersive. I'm really digging it. I haven't played very much.
For me, it was the level of depth. For me, I got like 12 hours into it, and I'm like, man, I've put a lot of time into this game, and I'm not even like 5% of the way through. You know what I mean? Like that's the crazy amount of depth and content in that game. And I just I couldn't find the time to finish that game, right? But it's a masterpiece on every level. Art, visuals, animation, storytelling, gameplay, depth, it's just amazing.
Well, I'm looking forward to getting more into it now. I got in there for maybe half an hour just to see what it looked like and tinker with the settings, and then I started like overclocking stuff after that to try to get a few more frames per second. But I really love this setup. I'm glad I invested in it. I'm going to post a lot of pictures and stuff of this thing when I get everything in its place and the way it's supposed to be. But
what kind of case did you go with? Did you build this computer custom?
I assembled this computer. It's an NZXT. What is it? The Cool Air 440, I think, the red one.
Okay.
I don't know.
I don't want to see you posting about it on Twitter. I'm enjoying getting all the updates
from
Kitty because the way she's taking those pictures and what she's putting in there, like she'll take a picture of you smiling with it, like. And it's like Kyle's super excited about his new monitor, and it just comes off as like you're a Make-A-Wish kid, and she made your dream come true, and that you're just so excited about it. Wow, this is going to be great for the next 8 months. I don't have to worry about replacing it. I won't outlast this thing.
I really love this monitor. It's the what is it, the Asus? Yeah, it's the Asus like ultra wide, so it's 3440 by 1440, 100 hertz monitor. I've never had a monitor like this before. It's incredible. It's like two monitors without, the bezel in the middle, and it's Ultra HD.
Oh, those super widescreen ones? Yeah, I love them. I've seen them in like the Microsoft store in the mall. They look awesome.
It wasn't cheap. I think this was like $1,300, so it's by far the most expensive thing in the setup.
Now, do you have the curved one or just the straight one?
Yeah, I got the curved one. Yeah, it just came out. I'm really digging it. I'm building a desk. The desk is like 9 feet long, and I'm putting it in a room over here, and kind of just making that room over there of my house. It's going to be like a dedicated gaming room. I'm going to set up the Vive and all that stuff in there. So that's going to be fun.
Have you tried Company of Heroes 2 on it yet?
Yes. Oh my god. Oh my god, I felt sorry for my squads in Company of Heroes before. I'm writing letters to their families now. This is intense. You send your 8 guys in, and the machine guns open up, and they're just like blowing apart. There's arms flying, and I'm just like, oh god, somebody get the arm! Get the arm! I've got everything maxed out. I'm playing in ultra wide, and it's running at I don't know how many frames. It was kind of just. I think I had a frame rate issue where I couldn't unlock it, but it was stuck at 60 frames, maxed out on everything. But I'm sure it'll run at 100 when I get it to do it. But it's beautiful. It's incredible.
I've been playing Company of Heroes 2 so that's an RTS game that Kyle and I have been playing, where top-down strategy on PC. And I've been playing on mute most of the time because I'll have Seinfeld or something going in the background. And so I never really got their little, like, quips they would say during it, and then I unmuted it a couple days ago while I was playing, and man, they've got a lot of really depressing things that those characters say, because I had no problem sending my men to die until I had the volume on, and you hear like, but General, we are losing all of our men, And it's like, we are dying here, comrade. Please help. Please to be helping us. Like, just
even you'll hear,
desperate.
we're burning, Captain!
Yeah.
No! And he'll literally scream like that as the tank explodes, but they've got like unique tank animations. So sometimes a tank gets hit and the battery goes off and the whole tank explodes. Sometimes it goes off. Sometimes a tank gets hit and the fuel goes off and it explodes a different way. Well, sometimes it's just the fuel-air combination, I guess, so the top of the tank just erupts like a flare out the top of it, so you know it's just cooking everything on the inside. And you can, it'll blow one of them out of the hatch, and he'll tumble through the air ragdoll style and land on the ground all smoldering with the flesh burn off.
I like the Americans where their tank crews, like, it's like programmed in for them to start screaming when it's already far too late for you to save them. If you micro perfectly your tank away from their anti-tank, like there's no way. It only triggers this. You'll just hear like your grizzled tank vet be like, no, no, no! And it's just him dying, and it's tough, man.
When I was playing that game originally, I never zoomed all the way in. I never scrolled all the way in because it's not useful for gameplay to do that. It's only nice if you want to see what I'm seeing, you know, see the crazy shit up close. But man, with this new thing, I'm telling you, I feel sorry for them.
They've got like birth defects and the list of their favorite authors. Like you can see on there. They got different color eyes, these fuckers. Like
they really have color eyes. You can zoom in like on the church, and you'll see this like the stained glass, and you'll be like, you can make out which saint it is. You can say, oh yeah, that's this or that's that. It's very impressive that they spent that much time to get the detail right, considering it's an RTS game where most of the time you're zoomed way the fuck out, so you can't even tell who anything is.
Yeah, and hearing you talk about this whole PC thing. And you did offer. You sent me a list of PC part picker, and it's only like $900, 900 some odd bucks, and apparently that's a really nice one. I did no research into any of the components or the pieces. I trust you. You know,
I did a lot of research.
I like this. I feel like a proud parent almost. Like, you know what? Our Kyle's taking an interest in something. And, you know, every day he's like pouring over parts, trying to make sure he's got just the right build that does everything he wants. And you know, he's putting it together himself with the help, but, you know, he's doing it all. And in terms of offering support to Kyle, the kinds of questions that you might have legitimately asked 2 months ago are somewhat insulting now, you know, and you know, because he's just picked a lot up. He's a guy who's built a PC before.
What I've learned is that there are way more parts in a PC if you're building it than what I thought. Because you sent me the list, and I was picturing it to be like, you know, you got the case, and then you got the fixins, and you got the battery. You know? And it turns out there's much more to it than that.
But what I set up like an RX 480 build for Taylor. That's a $250 card that really competes well with the 970 cards. It's crazy impressive that it can do that. It just came out, but I think it comes to $925 to set up. I put together for you, and that'll max out any 1080p game. Of course, you need peripherals to go along, like mice, keyboard, and monitor.
Well, he's got his wireless like $14 mouse right there.
It's bad boy. The Razorback 7. Got it from Best Buy as they were about to close, and the gentleman, as I was checking it out, he told me, you know, we're not supposed to be open this late. So, you know.
So it's really
a limited edition.
I don't see how that makes your mouse any less of a shit fest.
That's right.
Well,
that's a piece of shit. Why do I need a nice mouse? Convince me on that, Kyle, because that's something I don't get. I don't feel like anything different than this is going to make me better at clicking around.
So for me, maybe it's just that I'm used to this. I don't know. This reminds me of a rifle trigger or something like that. And it's not that I've got the best one in the world or anything. I've got the same one Woody's got, but I lost a piece of it, so I don't use it anymore. I like this closer. I like this one because it's got all these weights inside of it, and it weighs a shit ton.
And you can configure that, right? You can pull like one or two of those out, and it can be a little bit like less heavy or heavier, right?
That's right. Yeah.
And the weight of your mouse why is that important?
Not.
I like to have a good throw. as they call it in the community, when I'm gaming. I like to have get my Uber Micro fully unleashed, and I feel I can do that with this mouse. I don't know. For me, honestly, it's got some more buttons that yours doesn't that I use sometimes, and it's got it's super adjustable with the way it fits your hand. That's also a thing. Like all these plates slide around and stuff.
Let me give
I'm
this
not ripping
a
on it.
try.
I just really never.
So look,
I used the Razer Naga and because I play a lot of League of Legends, and for me it was the number pad near the thumb, the 1 through 6 that I could put all my item slots into, and then so if I had any actives that I was using in the game, I could quickly cast them with my thumb. I didn't have to lift my hand off the key, the Q, W, E, and R keys.
Exactly. So by default, these are 1 through 12. And can you see what I'm showing? Yeah, you guys can.
Yeah, we can.
And for me, it was Minecraft. I don't pretend to be great at Minecraft, but I played it a lot. And there's a hotbar across the bottom. So as you're fighting people, you might have like a sword in one hand, a bow in the other, and put, I don't know, say potions in the other 7 slots. So you need to, in a hurry, be able to like go to hotbar number 3, throw a potion at your feet, get back to your sword, and get back in the fight. And if that stuff's on the keyboard, well, like you're already WASDing, you're coming off, etc. But with your thumb here all the time, and I was only good at it at my best. I was never great, but I could like quickly just bounce over to 4, bounce back to 1, and do my thing. And the RTS is like I bet you can imagine an application for that in your games too.
Yeah,
right?
you could have 3
anything that's
Cromwells
micro-heavy.
going into battle. Each of them's got a number, and as you're going in, you can quickly make your tanks do stuff independent of one another. You could get some. It'll help your micro skills out a lot with something like that.
So I can basically not have to do the hotkeys I'm doing for my unit groups anymore, and I can just do it all with my mouse.
You have it over there.
It's gonna be a big learning curve to get used to, because when I got the Naga at first, it was just weird, but so like you're gonna have to train and practice your way through it. But yeah, once you get efficient at it, you will be more effective at your best than you are now.
Yeah, and then there's other so I found the 1 and 3, for example, are kind of the top corners. I could go those instantly. So things that were like especially critical to me, I'd put in 1 and 3. And then like 4 is like the next one I learned because it was right under 1. And then but like if you asked me to pick off like 8 from the list,
6 is the worst to get to.
6. Okay, well 6 is right under 3. For me, it was 8. It was 8.
Okay.
Yeah, like because I guess it'd probably be 8 and 5. Like the 2 middle ones were the slowest for me to learn. But anyway. Yeah, but just even having like 4, like the corners that you can instantly learn is a lot better than having to futz around the keyboard to me.
Yep.
Yeah, I want to be able to see what the game looks like as you're playing, Kyle, but I realized that asking you for a screenshot would not have helped.
Yeah.
He could make a video.
Somewhat.
You could play a video that he's
I
doing.
I could record a video.
A little picture-in-picture of your hand next to the on the
Something
mouse.
for scale.
Yeah.
So I know it's.
I'm looking forward to getting it all set up. I've got my lumber for the desk and everything. I know where it's going to be. Everything's measured and cut. I'm waiting on them to finish planing all the wood, and then I'm going to start staining and securing the desk together. And
so
then
you're like building your office like legit, like
station.
Yeah, I found some reclaimed lumber that's it's like 45 years old. They sawed it out of old telephone poles. And it's been sitting in a building for like the last 10 years or something like that, drying out. So I'm going to plane all that down. It's 2 inches thick, 8 inches wide, and 10 feet long. I'm going to plane all that down, make it look really nice. And I think I'm going to stain it really dark, almost black. And everything else is kind of a red and black theme, so I might do the trim in like a dark cherry or something like that. I don't know. I've been thinking about this for about 2 or 3 weeks now, and I'm getting to put it all together now, so it's fun.
Good. That's cool, man.
Yeah, I'm having a good time. I'm looking forward, and it all started when we had, when we had Tucker on a while back, and he was talking about the Vive and how much fun the VR stuff was, and I was like, well now I have to buy one. So, I got my, I'm gonna order the Vive. I think I'll order the Vive tonight. I've been putting it off.
Do it on stream. Do it.
Right. What, like now?
Let's watch. Let's stream the purchasing of the Vive.
You want to like watch me as I like click?
Go to Amazon and make it happen. The peak of it all will be if you give us a reference number. 3298765 That's a good harbinger. What is the word I'm looking for? Harbinger. Yeah. I've read it too much.
But yeah, I like that. I like how Kyle gets into things. You ramp up into hobbies very quickly. there's not much of a dabble period for you where it's like, oh, this computer thing's kind of interesting. It's like half an hour after Tucker leaves, you're like, this $3,000 monitor is actually 10% better than the $1,900 monitor, and I'm getting it. You're like,
yeah, I've been. Whenever he said that, and he talked about how immersive it was, and then I saw a few demos of some stuff, and I saw a few of the games that I would like in particular. I like the bow and arrow game. I like the race car game. There's a few of them that I've seen there was one that was like a horror, like you're in a horror movie, and he's like, I saw it was a J2Sense video, and he's like looking down at like hands that aren't his hands, because he's just in this world and like flipping through files and stuff, and I'm like, shit, this looks like I'm gonna go live in a movie. This seems awesome. And he also said something that really stuck with me. He said that the younger the person is when they try out the Vive or VR in general, I guess, the less impressed they are with it. He's like, I gave it to my daughter, and she's like, oh, this is cool. Okay. Like shooting the bow and arrow. But then he's like, then I gave it to my father, who's 74 or something like that. And it's like, and he had a heart attack right then and there. The older you are,
he'll tell you from the right side of his mouth that he really enjoyed it.
Wow.
Wow. That's great.
Yeah, I like that one.
Wow.
He kind of wears a chalkboard. From Legends of the Fall. That was a great movie. Yeah. But yeah, so that's the thing that I keep thinking about too, is like I want to show this thing to my dad, because my dad's 63 or 64 or something like that. I don't know. I want to show this thing to my dad because all the while growing up, I'd try to get my dad to play video games with me, and he never would, because he'd be like, look at that. What is that? It's just a bunch of little shapes bumping around in there. Like he it really needs to be visual for him to appreciate it. It has to look good. Because I remember when I showed him Call of Duty 4 single player, the AC-130 scene, he was like, oh, that looks like those YouTube videos that we've watched of, AC-130s actually killing people. And he was impressed by that, and he thought that was cool. Mm-hmm. So I think this is the next step up from something like that. So
was he impressed when you told him that you were the captain of said vehicle?
Oh my God! Yeah, that was so funny. There was one time when I was back when Halo 3 came out, and I was just trying to explain to my dad how this video game worked, and I was like, yeah, you see, I'm a lieutenant colonel here, and all I was trying to explain was that there's a ranking system, and I can remember like the next time like the family was together at a dinner or something like that, he was like, looks at my mom, he's like, Kyle's a lieutenant colonel. And I'm just like so embarrassed. I'm like, that's not what I meant. I wasn't bragging that I have some rank and I'm like ordering people around or anything. I'm not in a fantasy world. He made it out like I was playing a fantasy role-playing game, and I was bragging that I was the brigadier general of Utopia or some bullshit.
So he was busting your chops. He wasn't proud that you were a lieutenant colonel.
Of course he was busting my chops. Yes.
Seemed pretty proud when you did the impression, I was just saying.
No, that's clearly making fun of him. Yeah.
That's how my father mocks people. He's got a dry sense of humor. He's just like, my mom's just like, oh? And I'm just like, oh, I remember how embarrassing that was. Yeah, I hated that.
Yeah. So, because you don't have a degree, did you have to go in a different level than a lot of the other players? To be able to jump right, or do you have to start out as NCO, or what happened? Yeah, my dad stopped trying to understand video games after they introduced the second joystick.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, after N64, it was
for a lot of people, they were just like, patting your head, rubbing your belly, can't do it, and they signed off.
It's so fucking frustrating to watch people. I'd say 95% of people over the age of 50, they have to do that thing where they look way too quickly, and then they readjust. Then they will look way too quick, and they're up in the sky, and they're down at the ground. It's infuriating.
The worst, what happens is they'll like walk into a wall and get completely lost. They're looking at the ceiling. They're trying to adjust themselves. Things aren't making much sense, and it's like, can't you see you're looking at the floor? But no, they can't, and they just can't get their settings right. Everything is a wall because they're looking straight down. It's a nightmare.
It can be very confusing. I like watching people play when I give them a controller for the first time or whatever, and it's like you said, they can't use both sticks simultaneously. So they'll walk for a while, but they'll just kind of be walking in a half straight line, but sort of
Just
strafing a little at the
listlessly
same
drifting.
time. And then they'll bump into the wall, but they'll still be, now they're gliding along the side of the wall, and I'm like, well, at least you're going in a straight line now. I don't correct them, but then all of a sudden they're in the corner of the wall.
Right. There's a table there, and that's, what are you going to do now? you know?
Well,
I
it's
remember
broken.
trying to get my grandma to understand some shooting game, or maybe it was PS2 when PS2 first came out, and she just could not get it. And I was younger, so I was like, no, just do this, like just do it. Like, why can't you just do it? It's harder. And I kind of opened my eyes, being like, Taylor, I didn't grow up with running water. And I was like, oh, that's true. That is true.
I feel like the world needs to start, like there should be an expectation of at least getting this kind of thing. You know, like it goes for YouTube or video games or whatever. That
You think the bar is set too low?
Yes. I feel like now.
Expectations
Okay,
worldwide.
here's the thing.
Correct.
So in the news, right? Sometimes they'll be like, oh, you know, this murderer played Call of Duty. Well, that figures. He's been playing this murder simulator for so long. Of course you put it into practice. And it's like, no. Not only is that wrong, that is so stupid, you are not allowed to be that stupid anymore, right? That time has passed. If you said that in 2004... Well, there wouldn't be a lot of COD, I don't even know. But if you said that in 2007 or something, then it's just dumb. You're still saying that you shouldn't be in a position where other people listen to you.
That's a Clinton stance, I believe.
You know, it could be. I don't even know.
It is.
Yeah, it all comes down to life context, and no matter what media, because every form of media has come under that fire. It was rap lyrics in the '90s. It was Marilyn Manson before that. I almost said Marilyn Monroe. It was and now it's video games, and even before that, it was, I'm sure it was books. There's lots of violence in some classical.
Sure, there were book burnings.
Writing. So the reality is, it's just context. It's just, no matter what that form of media is, it represents a tiny percentage of your life's context. And what was happening prenatally in your surroundings, in your environment, has more of an impact than a video game you're playing growing up with an abusive parent, or with an alcoholic in your family, or getting incessantly bullied through school, or all of these things have heartbreak, having someone cheat on you and ruin your life. I mean, these things have way more
people
effect
giving
on your
you shit over
psychological
Twitter
then
that,
certainly harassment, bullying, wherever that comes from, certainly has way more of an impact than you playing a video game for a few hours of your day. Even if you just look at it in terms of raw percentages, it's a fraction of 1% of your life's context is this form of entertainment. And sure, it has some influence, right? There's no doubt that I tear up at some movies, not really because I'm a man, but no doubt that there are movies and music, there's song that'll put me into a different mood, a video game will elicit an emotion. So no doubt it has an emotional impact on people. But when you talk about it causing you to, being even a substantial, even a significant cause to you acting out in a violent manner, is just absurd. I mean, who plays more video games than anybody right now? Esport players. And do you see any pro esport players running around, shooting up?
Those guys don't look like they can fight. Yeah.
There's all kinds of esport players, actually.
I know. I'm just being a dick because I don't watch esports. But yeah, I mean, like the whole thing you're saying, totally agree. Like, if you actually want to look at statistics on gun violence, like gun violence has gone down in every way since like the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
And when have video games been around? Like, we'll say like Doom was the first one that they could say, because I think in the 90s that was the big
one. A lot
one.
of people negatively.
What?
Yeah, Pong. It really influenced a lot of people negatively. That ball going back and forth, it's very confrontational.
People used to smack each other with ping pong paddles in parking space arguments. It was terrible.
No, that was because of Pong. Yeah.
But yeah, that's just a
Whack on you.
Josh, do you watch Game of Thrones?
Yes.
Did you read the books at all, or do you have any book knowledge?
Didn't read the book.
Perfect. Because did you watch the season finale recently?
I'm completely caught up. I'm really happy with it.
So I guess for the audience, we're about to talk about Game of Thrones a little bit. So
yes, be warned.
Yeah.
Do not ban me on Twitter. Do not unfollow me if I spoil something.
No, you won't. So you saw the episode. Who's Jon Snow's mother?
Lyanna.
Okay. Who's Jon Snow's father?
not Ned, obviously.
Not
Should
Ned.
I say it?
Yeah, I think we could say it. Yeah, it's Rhaegar.
Targaryen.
Why are we testing poor JD2020?
The reason I'm asking him this is because most of the people who are
Didn't
in
get
his
it?
didn't get it. The people who aren't book people and don't have any book knowledge and stick just to the show, they didn't catch any of that. They're sitting there scratching their heads, curious about what that scene even meant.
To be fair, I think that in some ways they want that. I think that the architects of HBO and the show wanted. You don't want to inundate people with too many reveals. I think that they were okay with the reveal being that was Jon Snow, and they very directly cut in that last episode between him as the baby and then he's they cut right to the eyes of him as adult. So I think that they really wanted to close that logical gap, and I think the Rhaegar reveal they might still want to have come later in season 7 because I do believe that it's going to be Jon Snow. More spoilers, and I'm sorry if you don't want to hear my theory. Tyrion, I think, is another bastard who probably comes from dragon blood, and of course you have Daenerys. So I think that they want these reveals to come in packages.
Here's my question: will all three of them simultaneously ride dragons?
Yeah, I'm really fascinated about this because
who's the third?
I'll come in my pants if they do. Like right there, that'll be the greatest moment ever. That's what I want so badly.
They all seem to be really fair leaders, but you have to imagine that at some point they're going to have to clash. There's going to have to be a dragon-on-dragon battle, right? And so I'm trying to figure out which one of the two or all three are going to have that falling out.
I'm thinking that Drogon, the big one, is if they do have little dragon drama, then
I think he's talking about the characters. Are you talking about between Tyrion, the Khaleesi, and Jon, right?
Them controlling their respective dragons. Yeah, I mean, I would think that just with the way I know the show goes, that there's going to have to be some drama that unfolds where they aren't completely cooperative. Because if they were, think about that, right? That this is not your happy ending show. So if the three of them just formed an alliance and ruled happily ever after in a fair and just world, I don't think that there's going to be a lot left to tell in this story, right? So I feel like there's going to have to be some conflict between them at some point.
I think the dragons themselves, like, no one is talking about what a horrible dragon mother the Khaleesi is. She rides in on her favorite child after spending tons of time with just him, and then doesn't even let the other kids out when she's back home. She leaves them in the dungeon. They have to break out of their own volition, and then she's just kind of like, "What are you waiting for? Fall in line, slaves!"
What the really hardcore dragon lore people would explain is that you can only create a soul bond between one dragon, and one dragon can only bond with one human being, so, like truly bond. So the one that she rides is the one she picked, and the other two she won't be able to have that kind of control and bond with. They might not be hostile and aggressive towards her, just like the other two weren't hostile and aggressive towards Tyrion. But he hasn't really fully bonded with one of those two remaining ones yet.
I think he'll have that wrapped up by next season, though. I can't wait. I really want Tyrion on a dragon. Here's another thing I want to throw out there because we earlier in the week, Woody and I. Yeah, he is. Earlier with the dragon, maybe the dragon's gonna like eat her, like chomp her up real good. That's how I want it. So early in the week, Woody and I were talking about how Viserys seemingly teleported around a lot in the season finale. I talked to Chiz about this, and we were wrong. So if you look very closely in that last scene when the Khaleesi's fleet of ships is sailing, the Martell ships are right alongside them in there.
I wasn't wrong. I knew that already.
I didn't pick up on that.
You did?
Yeah.
So, well, what that means is that she picked him up on the way. Like, he didn't have to go from Dorne back to Slaver's Bay. He just waited at Dorne, and she shows up, and then they keep going on. So
I did realize that there were more ships there than I thought that she should have had. So I did think that, like, maybe something else.
Yeah, it's the Dornish ships. It's the Martell fleet. It's the Ironborn. It's the ship she captured. And it's whatever she...
I don't know if I let him get it out, but yeah, the sails on all the ships had the sigils of the different houses. So on first look, you might think that was just Daenerys sailing, towards Westeros or whatever, but it was really Daenerys and all these people that she's assembled. all these other houses.
So is episode 1 going to be like Blackwater 2.0? Like, is that going to be how season 7 opens up?
I think so.
They're not going to do
I don't
well
think it's going to open
Blackwater
with that.
2.0. They're all on fire, and Tyrion's on the other side.
Have no fear, Daenerys rebuilds all the time. Like she goes from OP character, most OP character in the show, to like completely out of power and back up again.
Daenerys couldn't care any less about those slave cities that she freed and seemingly cared about. Not 2 episodes ago. We have to make sure that, slavery is abolished. And then it turns out that, Plan A came back into the fold of, we actually got ships now. And she's like, oh, well, we'll come back eventually, I promise. Like, we will, right? Like,
well, she left the she told Dario, you and the Second Sons will stay behind to make sure that this peace stays and all that stuff. So she and the masters are all dead, so they've really conquered the ruling class there. So the whole conflict's over, I think, for the most part. At least the enemy, which was the wise masters, they've been crippled, and there's only the one left, and he's had a talking to, So I think it's problem solved.
But she created a power vacuum, and she's not there. And
I think the one, maybe so.
And those people who she left and trusted the city to were also people who worked right alongside her former enemies. So it's kind of like
I'm with
stupid.
Taylor. She's a terrible mother. She's a terrible leader. She's bad at everything except gathering troops, at which she is awesome.
She's bad at most things.
Let's be honest. By the way, Tyrion was pretty bad. He did not manage Slaver's Bay effectively at all in Daenerys' absence.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, you had always thought of Tyrion as a respected sort of leader and
I thought he did well.
politician. Did you?
Yeah,
It's
I thought
like
he did really well.
he did great until he didn't.
Yeah.
The only problem was that the wise masters lied to him and turned on him. But what he did do was he got that red priestess to come in and he was like, look, we're Team Khaleesi around here in all the cities from now on. Understand? Like, she's what gets put out. So the whole city is in love with her. That she's won the people, and that's all that really matters. It doesn't really. She crippled that fleet. Her beating an army was never what she needed Tyrion for. She needed Tyrion to help her win the people, which is what he's great at. Tyrion's
well, she comes back the next day. The city's gone.
Right, and so I just think
it was like a month or two, right? She's been gone.
Hey, what are you saying, Josh?
Well, it was a while, but I guess what I was happy from like a plot development standpoint was I felt like Tyrion getting humbled like that was really, really, really important because he's always obviously thought very highly of himself and he's always been a step ahead of everybody else in King's Landing. So I felt like that was a moment of humility for him that maybe he doesn't have all the answers and I think that could ultimately make him more of a team player when it comes back to all these plot points coming back together.
I'm with Josh completely.
They don't they're not as cool with dwarves, I guess, over there in Essos as they were in Westeros, because it was almost like he was the famous dwarf in Westeros. Like when you think dwarf, you think Tyrion. Essos, I guess, dwarves still on the lowest rung of society. They don't care for dwarves there.
My question for you folks is what about Jorah? He's been sent away to find his cure.
I hope he never comes back. I'm so tired of the Khaleesi. The Khaleesi could be a good leader eventually if she wasn't surrounded by a group of pearl-clutching yes-men who are constantly placating themselves and making sure that she's happy with every decision. It's like, no, sometimes this lady needs some hard truths. She's young and she brought you in to give sound advice. And most of the time she's like, should I just burn them and take the ships? Of course, Khaleesi, they are yours to burn. And it's like, no, that's not fucking helpful, Jorah. Just because your dick's a little hard every time you get around her doesn't mean that you're giving her poignant economic or policy advice. Her foreign relations are worse than Sarah Palin's at this point. I can see Westeros from my house. Like, no, she has no fucking idea. Like, and it's because she's a young girl being fed by asshole yes men who are out for themselves. I was so happy to see her say to that guy who's not the blue bearded guy anymore to be like, you're staying here. You're staying here. But I wanted to be your yes man over there. No, I'm going to be getting a lot of strange dick over there, and I need to be on the market. So you're going to stay here. Probably betray me. Whatever. Bring slavery back. Don't give a fuck. Like, that's where I am.
Like, do your own thing. Whatever. Yeah, I like that. I love that she kicked him to the curb. I felt like Tyrion did like a great job, and that's why she made him the hand of the queen or whatever. She was saying like, I thought that was her seal of approval. The things were kind of falling apart when she got back, but that wasn't his job really at all. His job was to get the city going and get the city working, and he did.
And you know what it's like? It's like she showed up and got a situation under control that is only controllable by the 3 mythical beasts that she happens to be friends with. Like, it's not like she showed back up and was like, this is ridiculous. We need 4 battalions of men on the eastern side of this pyramid. We need 2 over there. Like, no. Like, it's like a guy, it's like an 8-foot-tall bodybuilder walking into a bar and the fights, the scuffling, kind of coming to a halt and everybody being like, oh, Jesus. It's not because he was a good diplomat and he walked in and was like, let's everybody discuss this and see if we can't come to some sort of agreement. He walked in as an 8-foot-tall man and said, I'm going to eat you if you guys don't stop. Like, that's the way.
I think what we were meant to take from Tyrion's rule was that his decisions are not infallible. He went in there, made peace with other people, and it turned out to be dumb. And there were people advising him, like Grey Worm, saying, no, look, man, you're making the wrong call. You can't trust these guys. It's going to go wrong. And Tyrion was wrong, and Grey Worm was right. Score's posted, dude. I mean, you can sit here and say, you know what? Things were going really great until they almost burned the city down. But like prior to the burning of the city, things were cool. Yeah. Nope, score's posted, man. I think the takeaway from Tyrion's rule was sometimes he makes bad calls too.
I think that was at the end was Khaleesi extending an olive branch when she made him the hand. I think that was her saying, you know what? I know where your value is, and for that. Because he balances her out in a lot of ways. Yes. He does a lot. He's not her yes man. Yeah, he does a lot of the things that you. Yeah, he's not her yes man. He does a lot of the things that she needs to be balanced out by. And so I think that was almost her mea culpa, or her extending the olive branch at the end by saying, when we do get to King's Landing, I want you to be my hand. And I won't make the mistake of leaving you in charge solely ever again.
To me, it was like, oh, you know what? I recognize we're a good team, right? Like you did some good things when you were gone, but you're fucked without me. And hey, you know what? I wasn't so hot without you. They had Sons of the Harpy issues.
She was in trouble, man. Yeah, without him.
So, but then together things go good. Now, to me, that was her recognizing that there was a good partnership there.
I definitely disagree. I see it the other way.
Well, I'm sure the subreddit will hate me and say I know nothing about Game of Thrones because
you are good at reading between the lines.
I could go on about that.
Her making Tyrion the hand of the king is the first step on her path to being a legitimately good ruler, if that's where she's going to end up, I think.
Because delegating and trusting other people and advisors. And
I do disagree that Tyrion just somehow fucked up beyond belief. Like he made a treaty with them and they broke the agreement like immediately. So it's more that he tried to get it going. Like if the Khaleesi were present and there, they would have done the exact same thing and the exact same thing would have played out.
I agree. So I don't want to blame everything falling apart on him like exclusively in that way. But I guess what I would say is his everything he knew about politics from King's Landing did not work here. And so it kind of backfired on him. And you're right. Like if they didn't break his treaty, it would have been the right decision, right? The things he was doing would have been good. But nevertheless, he didn't see that coming because I think that was sort of a blind spot from where he had come from in King's Landing.
Yeah, I feel like him getting betrayed is partly on him, right? You're supposed to be clever enough to recognize which alliances are good ideas and which ones are bad ideas.
I think it could have been just like Josh just said, of
the code,
doing business in a different area. Like he had a higher expectation of honor and trustworthiness and, being a man of your word. Like I guess they're more like in Westeros than in Essos, where it's kind of like, oh yeah, we're totally down for this. We're going to totally fuck them in 2 days.
The type of fuckery that happens in King's Landing is more subtle than the type of fuckery that happened where they just simply broke the treaty right away. So I think that he was maybe looking for the wrong type of fuckery, and so he wasn't aware that this was just going to be so a brick wall crashing down on top of him.
Kyle, you were saying that you disagreed with something to do with Tyrion. I'm curious to your perspective on it.
Which part?
Oh, you were saying maybe it was in just regard. Maybe we just mulched over it.
Oh yeah, that was it. That's what I was talking about. I was just I disagree that I don't think he did a bad job of the city, and I don't think that she thought he did a bad job, and I thought she was rewarding him for doing a good job. I thought that's what was going on. That's how I read it. But it was a huge episode. So much shit happened. The Lady Mormont character is my favorite new character by
She's
far.
so badass.
She's
so
awesome.
badass.
I really hated her when she first got introduced. I was kind of like, not really feeling this. But then, like, when she showed up on the battlefield, when she showed up, at the end here, naming the new king in the I was like, you know what? You came through, girl. Like,
you're in the minority. Most people instantly fell in love with her. In the first episode, in the background, she was like packing up her horse, and I'm like, oh, sweet, she's coming to the battle of the North. Like I was excited that we were going to see her again, and she didn't disappoint. I said this in PKN, but I'm interested to see what happens to her like next year and the year after that, because she's at an age where 2 years from now she'll look completely different. Right? She's about to grow up.
I mean, go look at Arya from the first season, and it's a huge difference. Like, all these characters went through puberty. Except for like
Arya is not
Rob
the best example.
John.
To me, Bran was he's the prime example.
I'm Brandon Stark.
Like Jon Snow. Jon Snow looks like a little boy in the first episode. I was watching. I saw this thing on Reddit, and there's this part where in the very first episode where Robert Baratheon comes up to Ned and he's like, "It's been 10 years. What have you been doing? What's kept you away for so long?" And he says, guarding the North for you, my lord." But like right over his shoulder is Jon Snow. And when they zoomed in on Jon Snow, I was like, shit, that's Jon Snow? He looks 12. Like, he's completely clean shaven. He looks much smaller. It's been 6 years.
Well, he hasn't gone through puberty that much, because I think he was 23 in the first season, so I think he was
puberty
pretty
for him.
much through.
Yeah. Well, they did a good job at making him look that way. Then he looked very, very young.
Yeah, it's a YouTube video I just shared on my Twitter today. It's where it's just like it's called GOT King in the North, and it's a tribute to him. It's someone that like montaged his character progression from season 1 all the way to season 6, set to this amazing score, and it's one of the most. As long as you're caught up, I highly recommend watching it. I can put the link in the chat or something, but it's an incredible journey to like revisit all the different plot points because like if you think back, he had always been a good swordsman. Like he was always really this natural sort of fighter, even though he was the bastard and always kicked to the side as like some lesser person and not a true lord and not all that. But he always was like this like really almost natural leader and warrior, and all of his decisions that he made were always really like instinctive and yet right, and that's the sign of perhaps dragon's blood.
He's like really soft spoken. He's very introspective, like Rhaegar was supposedly. I really love that show. I am more into Game of Thrones right now than I think I've ever have been.
This season was amazing. What a good season.
Yeah.
As a season, it was amazing. And I criticized myself for episode 10 to me had too much in it. I feel like instead of one super packed episode, the season would have been even better if the last like 4 were good.
Well, that was my criticism of the very first episode of season 6 was they tried to pick up on literally every plot line, and it was too much. They should have just picked 3 or 4 and then gone with the other 3 or 4 in episode 2, but they crammed too much into my only criticism with the season was I thought the episode 1 had too much. I didn't feel that about episode 10, honestly. Maybe I'll go back and watch it again and see if I pick up on it right. But they didn't touch at all on Jorah in episode 10.
That's
I don't
true.
think they did they touch at all on the Brienne and the Jaime storyline in episode 10.
To me, they wrapped up
Jaime.
Brienne. I guess they
Jaime,
did
but no
Jaime.
Brienne.
They wrapped up Brienne, and then of course the Sansa Snow thing, and what else did they wrap up in 9? There were like 2 major things. There was the big battle.
They wrapped up Ramsay.
It was the Khaleesi.
Yeah.
It was the
Yeah, that's
Khaleesi
right.
picking up the Ironborn. Theon and his sister. Theon's. I really like that storyline. I like Theon again. After Theon, it was sometime after they cut Theon's dick off that I forgave him for burning those children and being a real son of a bitch for like 2 seasons. Like I forgive him now. It's
interesting. It's interesting because he was being I completely agree. They worked his villain character to a masterpiece because you realize that he was doing all those things. You can empathize with it because he was doing all those things for like this greater good. He wasn't doing it strictly to be sinister the way that Ramsey was doing things, right? So in order to bring some of his humanity back, they juxtaposed it against someone who truly was just a monster. And then you start to realize that Theon wasn't a monster. He was just immature and like a really immature and
impressionable
leader.
And
he was impressionable. He wanted to please his father. That's all he's ever wanted. He got manipulated into doing some awful things, right. And things kept escalating and getting out of hand, and it was like, the only way to cover for this awful thing I just did is by doing that terrible thing over there, and then one after another until he's tied up to the cross.
Burning the boys was terrible, but those boys were not main characters. The thing that he did to me that always resonated is like why Theon's bad is betraying the Starks. Like, he's the reason they lost. If he
I
was
more upset by the kid burning than by the Stark betrayal.
Well, perhaps that makes you normal, but to me it was
I didn't like it when he chopped that guy's head off. I can't recall the character's name.
Maester Lewin.
Yeah, just pure stubbornness, but again, like you said, he was very impressionable because he had his sort of sailor, goons who were waiting to betray him, who were like trying to coax him into it. They're like, yeah, you should do it. They won't respect you if you don't, right? Like they were basically like the devil on his shoulder, and he had no angel to counteract that, really. So he was highly, highly influenced even into that decision. They socially manipulated him into just doing that.
And he was just such a fuck up. Like in the I remember in the books there's this part where like he's leading his little Ironborn guys in like raiding a village or something or another, and maybe the battle's over, and he sees one of his guys doing something he doesn't like. He's drinking on the job, or maybe he's completely drunk on the job, and the job is like pillaging. So he's like, I'll show him, and he like knocks an arrow and fires an arrow at the guy, and I think the idea was to scare him or maybe shoot the jug out of his hand, but instead he just shoots the fucking guy, and he's like, shit. Like he was always fucking stuff up, but at this point I can definitely forgive him because I feel like he has been punished thoroughly
somehow
more.
I'm sorry. When like an Olympic athlete loses a leg, it's somehow a bigger tragedy than when like a housewife does. When he lost his cock, it just seemed to hurt him more than everybody else. One, apparently, I don't know if we ever saw it, but I guess it was magnificent. And two, he really used it a lot. Like that was it was a big part of his sense of self-worth, his identity. And that's true, I guess, with all guys, but with Theon Greyjoy in particular. So when he lost his unit, I was just like, man, poor guy. I know you killed a bunch of people, but this makes us even, right?
Yeah. He's been punished.
Obviously, Varys has suffered the same fate his whole life, but we don't nearly. It wasn't nearly as important to him as it was to Theon. So you don't. That doesn't define his identity as much as its loss did to Theon.
Yeah. Made him hate magic, though.
I just feel like. Oh, go ahead.
If you lost your dick. If you lost your dick right now, it's gone completely. It gets blown off. Like maybe like a stray bullet comes and just clean off right at the bottom. Do you want to go on with life?
No. I'd have like
what kind of question is that?
No,
welcome to Painkiller.
I'm gonna say I'd go through like a very quick
depression.
5 stages of denial where I'd be like, my dick's gone. It can't be gone. It's not gone. It is. Oh my god. Oh, I'm depressed about it. Bang. Just real quick.
Are those the 5 stages?
Horrible.
Yeah. Would you shoot yourself?
I only got through 3.
Would you shoot yourself?
Probably wouldn't. I mean, just
not if guns were banned.
I wouldn't do that just because I don't want to add to any stats that are going to be used against the Second Amendment down the line, and so I would definitely pick a different thing. But yeah, I would not be.
What would you do?
I wouldn't want to live. I wouldn't want to live.
I wouldn't want to live either. I would kill myself. And I have had that thought before that if I ever did do myself in, don't use a gun. Let's. And also I've always thought that if I ever go on a rampage, crossbow. They're not gonna. I'm gonna get a longbow. I'm gonna be that guy in the mall shooting people with the longbow. I don't want to be some.
I can just see the news right now. Crossbows were built specifically to kill people. They have no other purpose. That's why crossbows are there. A more effective killing machine.
Meanwhile, there's a wheelchair bound guy over there trying to hunt. Who's like, why? Do I take this? See, how would you kill yourself? Because I think hanging is awful. And I think at home hangings often turn into strangulation, where you just
Carbon
piss yourself.
monoxide. Probably.
Yeah, I like
the House of Cards way.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't look like as bad of a way, and there's also no like cleanup.
Yeah, you could get really wasted like while you're in the car, and just kind of pass out from that, and like not even know anything happened.
But like, wouldn't you want to, like, not like go on a rampage or anything, but you'd want to like do something right before you left, like something impactful. Like maybe you just go right up on stage, and you just like slap a presidential candidate. Like right in the middle of their fucking speech.
I thought you said you're
a liar, and I don't appreciate it, and then you do it right there. But
yeah,
now,
then you would die by the gun though. So.
Yeah. Did you see that guy? I think he was British, maybe, but that's probably wrong. Did you see that guy who tried to pull the gun on Trump the other day? He tried to
he tried to pull a cop's gun.
Yeah.
They said he'd been planning for a year, and that was his fucking plan. Give me 2 seconds, and my plan will be better. Like, don't do that. That's stupid. That's so fucking absurd. He's like, yes, for years I've thought about this, and yeah.
But it's also absurd. He just admitted it all. It's like he didn't even care. Like he was just like, oh yeah, like this was my plot the whole time. It wasn't like he didn't ask for a lawyer or nothing. Yeah. It's like as soon as he got caught, he was just like, I'm tapping out. Like you got me.
Only someone who knows nothing about guns could think that you can just steal it from a holster like it's fucking John Wayne's revolver, where you just sneak up behind him and grab it, and he's like, "Oh shucks, you foiled me again, you did." Or like,
for people that don't know, police holsters, the gun is locked in there in 2 different ways. There's like a strap across the top, and then there's like a button. Kyle, but maybe you know this better than me. Yeah, there's a button as you like reach for the gun. There's a button to the holster wearers.
Maybe we shouldn't be teaching people on PKA how to steal an officer's firearm.
Push down and then up, down and then up. You're gonna want to pull, but that's not down and then up. Yeah. Those retention holsters are made to hang on to the gun, and specifically like the Serpas and stuff. There's a button you gotta press, and so if you could grab that pistol by the butt and just pull and pull and pull, but I mean, you might drag me around on the ground by it, but you won't get out of the holster.
Even if you know how those holsters work, like they're designed to keep you from being able to get it unless you're the person with it on your side. Like you can.
I don't know. I'm sure
you can like. Go ahead.
I fucking take a gun out of your holster. I know how that. I mean, it's not like it's a puzzle, right? It's not like I gotta come in there and like Rubik's cube it out.
You are gonna catch an elbow from a big fat cop the second he feels any kind of pressure or movement on his side. Like,
did you see the guy who did it?
Tai Chi will come in.
Tai Chi? So you're gonna lose some weight?
Did you see this video of the guy in the police interview room who tried this?
Yeah, I saw that one too.
Yeah. So there was the cop was a pretty
fit, Chicago, I think.
I'm not sure. I'll take that.
But
it was in America for sure. And the cop was like a pretty fit-looking guy in a short-sleeve shirt with the holster on his side in an interrogation room. And was he actively uncuffing the guy? Is that like
he was trying to cuff him? And this is the thing. When you look at the video, the cop was also just being an idiot. Like he was not using very good training. He was like both bent over, both his arms were working on like trying to cuff this guy's hands to the chair, I guess. And so like his gun and holster is just sitting there right next to him, like, in this guy's face. The guy just had to glance over to his shoulder and he's like, yeah, there's a gun and holster like right there. Yeah. And so he the guy was an actual murderer, and so he just reached for the gun to try to get it out, but of course it wouldn't come out. And then the cops started wrestling with him, and they dragged the chair that he's handcuffed to across the room.
But you left the whole thing. So here's the thing. So the guy's yanking on it. The retention holster's doing his job, and the whole time he's pulling on it, the perp is saying, shoot me, kill me. And there's like in a real hurry, 2 or 3 other cops rushed into this small room, and he's trying to suicide by cop. Shoot me, kill me. It was pretty heavy, and I was a little surprised that he wasn't successful in his attempt at suicide. But
they restrained themselves.
That's what they always say, right? Like when the cops shoot somebody, they're like, "Oh, he's trying to get my gun." He was threatening. I felt my life was threatened for law enforcement. Like if Woody shoots somebody, I felt my life was threatened. Let me speak to my lawyer. But if a cop shoots somebody, he was trying to get my gun.
Hey, I found the video. It's 55 seconds long. You guys want to see it?
Yeah,
sure.
I'm always up to. Oh, nobody gets hurt though, huh?
Better luck next time.
Nobody gets hurt. I don't even know if I care.
All right, are we all queued up? So what'll happen, JD, is I'll say ready, set, play, and we'll hit play at the same time.
Oh, all right, sounds good.
Oh, I'm surprised. It's a black guy.
I'm all squared away.
Ready, set. Are you ready, JD?
Yes.
Ready, set, play.
Oh, that guy looks. Look how big that guy's arm is. He looks very strong. It looks like Wolf sitting there. His fucking arm.
See what I mean? Like he's just. It's just he's putting his gun in his face.
He's looking at that gun like, well.
The perp has had like 10 seconds to think about this now.
Yeah.
It wasn't on his mind until it was presented to him. You know, like it wasn't even. I don't think it even
look
crossed
at him.
his
Look
mind
at him.
until it was there. Look.
Oh God. Oh, he's got the gun right.
Do you hear the audio?
They think, kill me.
But that was probably one of the only reasons why they didn't shoot. Is they probably realized as soon as he started yelling "kill me," they just realized, oh, that's what he wants. So let's not do that.
Like they were just being jerks about the whole thing.
Yeah.
Well, we were going to. Like,
Don't do it, Jim. It's what he wants.
yeah,
That was
just
pretty
bad.
intense. I wonder what he would have done if he'd gotten the gun in his hand.
He might have. He probably just would have pointed it at them, or he might have just started shooting them because he wants to die anyway.
Or shooting himself?
Warrior or something. Yeah, I mean, for some reason, that's what people want.
Were you in the DARE program when you were in elementary school or anything, Taylor? Like the drug prevention bullshit?
Oh yes, I learned all about resisting drugs and violence.
Did you have a cop come in and like talk to you?
Oh, I did. I had a couple cops come in and they gave you very poignant lessons about life and drugs.
A kid tried to grab our cop's gun one time. He did grab the gun. Like he grabs it and like it wasn't like he was trying to pull it out and go to town. He was just like, "Ooh, a gun!" And she lost her shit on this. I'm trying to let me think what.
It's a
grade
female
we were
police
in.
officer.
Yeah, it was either 6th grade or 8th grade. I can't be sure which. But she lost her shit on him, like finger in his face, like you just stepped into my world, little man. Like it was crazy. Like
she should have tased him. She should have tased him.
Before tasers were really maybe tasers were probably new back then. I don't know. It was like 2098. I don't know. It's been a long time ago.
Oh, there were tasers in the 90s, right?
I don't remember. I
pop out and deploy and like
you know what?
Shoot 10 feet away.
Kyle,
They were
definitely the kind where they bridge the gap.
The world pre-YouTube is hard to remember, honestly. It really is.
Right?
No documentation that I'm aware of.
That's right. There's no documentation outside of books. Who reads those anymore?
Dude, what Google owns at this point is like so essential to mankind. It almost seems like, and this is not typical me, like the government should own it instead. Like we need a non-corporate caretaker of this Library of Congress. I know it's scary to think the government could own it. It'll stop getting good. But like, dude, imagine if Google didn't work as a search engine, how like it's like the advancement of mankind would recess a little bit.
Bing!
Yeah, just bing it.
You know, I'm not just talking about porn. Like there's other things we need to look into. And YouTube is like a similar thing. Like I feel like, you know, if you want to know how to replace the rear backup camera on a Toyota, then like YouTube is where you go to find that out. YouTube is so essential to everything. It ties into my thing 20 minutes ago on how you're not allowed to be dumb about YouTube anymore. You need to know that a professional YouTuber is like a thing that exists. You need to know that YouTube is a resource of knowledge that will kick your library's ass.
There weren't very helpful videos on the internet pre-YouTube for getting anything useful done. Like all I remember is watching useless garbage on E-Bombs World and like Albino Black Sheep or whatever other fucking sites had funny videos on it. But there was nothing helpful there. Like, hey, you're trying to plant a garden? Well, make sure you get this nitrogen to like lay around there, and then your tomatoes will get big. Like nothing helpful.
Well, when YouTube was invented, I used to run the whole reason why I worked on Call of Duty is because I used to run the biggest Call of Duty fan site. This was pre-YouTube, pre-Facebook, pre-Twitter. So it was called Call of Duty HQ.
You were Hutch before Hutch. You were like the guy.
So we hosted videos, we hosted trailers, and again, there's no other place to really watch them. There was GameTrailers.com, but that wasn't even nearly what it is today. And plus, for Call of Duty news and info, my site was still the destination. So we would upload RAR files with little README texts that were the description, effectively, and then the AVI file or the MUV that you would watch. And so when YouTube was invented, we were big into modding. So we also hosted to our credit, would be helpful videos, educational videos. We hosted, basically video tutorials. These entire sites and industries have emerged for video tutorials and video training you on how to do something. And we were using that for GTK Radiant and for Gradient, the level editor for Call of Duty back then. So we would upload all these videos from different mappers and modders, teaching you how to export a weapon anim from Maya into in Engine, or building a level, building with a level editor. And we would, so when YouTube came around in 2005, like, we immediately realized that, like, this is the future, and this is absolutely going to take off, while everybody else kind of saw that as just another place for silly videos like E-Bombs World, right?
Is that
and so
around?
E-Bombs World, yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
It came from my
E-Bombs
hometown.
World.
Eric Baum, he comes from Rochester, New York, which is where I grew up.
Huh.
E-Bombs World is like a hometown success story for Rochesterians.
Oh, that's cool.
E-Bombs
Well, let
World.
me tell everyone a little bit about Tracker. Smart cars, smartphones, smart homes. Technology has made everything smart, but when you lose those smart things, it can make you feel really stupid. Tracker makes losing things a thing of the past. Tracker is a coin-sized device that locates misplaced keys, wallets, bags, computers, anything in seconds. Just pair Tracker to your smartphone, attach it to anything, and find its precise location with the tap of a button. It's that easy. Lose your phone? Press the button on the Tracker and your phone will ring, even if it's on silent. With over 1.5 million devices, Tracker has the largest crowd GPS network in the world. So your lost item shows up on the map, even if it's miles away. Never lose anything again with Tracker. Listeners to our show here get a special discount of 30% off your entire order, so go to thetracker.com and enter promo code PKA. That's thetracker.com and enter promo code PKA for 30% off your entire order. Again, that's thetracker.com, promo code PKA. It's a big monitor. It's hard to see everything. A lot of real estate over there.
Awesome. Yeah. I was thinking, I'm like, yeah, I should stick it on my Paramotor. I've got 2 of them. I'm like, that's what we should do.
In case someone steals it and flies it away.
You know, I just feel like I'm trying to find the perfect thing. Like, I could put it on,
you could put it on your Dignity. No, I'm just kidding.
So, yeah, like, if I were to put it on, like, I don't know, a gun, for example, right? Dude, I don't just, like, carelessly leave them sitting in the back of a truck or something. I have.
How would you attach it necessarily? You know, because coins, it'd be like dangling off somewhere.
Yeah, and it's not like someone wouldn't see it. Yeah, if someone were to steal it or something.
Right. But I picked it because it's the kind of item that I keep my eyes on so clearly that you know, like, if that gets stolen, it's because they took it from my cold dead hands, right? You know, I'm such a tough guy. But, like, the Paramotor, like, dude, I could, like, slip that in the harness, and then I can imagine a Paramotor event where I walk away from it. Like, how is that? You can't just easily, like, tuck a Paramotor in the car and lock it for safety or something. Like, it's too big.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
Oh, that's right. It was really windy yesterday, wasn't it? Dang, that sucks.
Dude, it totally did. Oh, my gosh. Here, come show that to everybody. You just made this?
Oh, fuck.
Look at this camera so you know what
Is that
seeing.
tiramisu? What is going on there?
I'm so bad at this. There you go.
Is that a...
What is this? It's cold, I see.
Ice cream sandwiches.
Oh, this is like an epic mealtime meal. Like, you pretty much just made a lasagna out of pre-bought store food things.
Excellent. No, those are good. That's the thing,
Ready
yeah.
Not Ready Whip.
That dog. Whoa, the dog!
Hey, it looks amazing.
He's like this close.
Gangster.
It does look amazing. Are you sticking it going?
I have to go cut this and
Okay. Yeah, sure, I'll take a piece.
That looks really tasty.
Best wife in the world, but, like, totally unaware of all sorts of video things. Like, she has no idea she's like 6 feet from a mic, or, like, I don't know. She's just like, here, check it out. And it's like off camera. I'm like, come on, baby. But
Look great.
She's showing it to the monitor, not the camera. But anyway, she's wonderful. She's just not a natural at this stuff. Yeah. So the video goes live tomorrow as we record this, but yesterday for most of the people listening. And I got there in the morning, and it was like a close call. So the instructor flies first. He comes back, and he had a hard time with the landing because the grass was completely wet. Like, it wasn't just dew, it was rain. So he's like, you know what? Yeah, take a breath, maybe, practice some throttle control, hang in. There's like a simulator where we can practice things. Let the grass dry, and then you go. And I'm totally, like, strapped in. I'm like a helmet on, strapped in, like I'm about to go. It's time. And he's like, you know what? I can take another lap. I'm just going to go right quick. Make sure that the air was doing something tricky. Like the windsock, which is like 15 feet off the ground, was doing something different than the clouds. And he's like, let me just see what the fuck's actually happening. So he takes a quick flight, and that didn't go right, and he just called it quits. So
shit. So that's even worse than I thought. See, I thought that you had gotten a weather report. Oh, it's not going to work today. And then you were just like, oh, it's off. You're telling me you drove all the way the fuck out there, strapped your thing on, and then they were like, nope.
Dude, yeah, I had my wing laid out. I strapped it on. We put more fuel in. I was
that's
like,
bullshit.
Yeah,
That's bullshit.
They couldn't have emailed you real quick and said, hey, it's probably not going to happen. Don't waste your whole day coming out here.
How much driving was that? Like, it's like 3 hours each way, right?
6 hours, yeah.
Fuck them. Dude,
them.
at this point, I would be like, you know what? It's pretty fucking calm out there today.
You're putting a Wright brothers amount of time into flying, and aviation has been possible for over a century.
I don't want to join in the rip fest of Marco. I think that it's just difficult to predict this kind of weather a day in advance.
Blame it. It just sucks because,
it does stink. So
want to do it. We want to see you do it, and it's just not.
3 trips ago, I was going to fly. 3 trips ago, I was going to fly, but the weather wasn't right. So
Josh, do you know what a paramotor is?
No, I think I probably do, but
he has a fan on his back, and he's dragging a parachute. And once he takes flight, he sort of putters around through the air. With very little protecting him from certain death, cloud suck, geese, all those things that you deal with at 10,000 feet.
Wind, the most dangerous of the elements. I think that's hilarious how you said that, Woody, where you're like, the wind was doing something, and I wanted to be like, blowing? Was it blowing? Was there a gentle idling throughout the sky of air molecules? A small, what's this? No, not today. Yeah, my finger feels a tad cool. Like, I can tell because that means there's wind. And if it's going down here, it's going even faster up there. I saw that on the Discovery Channel.
So he trains in the mountains, and in some ways that's really cool because you're not learning in like Fisher-Price conditions, right? Winds shifting, blowing, picking up, like things come in quickly and go. The beach would be the opposite. That's like Fisher-Price, right? Wind just blows the same way all day long. If you learn on the beach, there's a strong argument that when you try to go anywhere else, you'll suck and you'll crash. If you learn in the mountains, well, shit, anywhere else is a piece of cake. But the challenge is, it's just not the right day every day. And, even tomorrow, I'm going back again. And he's like, you know what? It looked good tomorrow, but since it's raining the day before, let's try to fly at night. And we're going to give
that a go do it on the ocean, because that's not what the normal flying is going to be like. Like, you won't be going into it thinking, man, I'm a master of flight now. Like, you'll know it's going to be different.
You stay along the coast and be out there in the shallows, so at least if you hit, you wouldn't die. Maybe that's a bad idea. But I was going to ask this. So we all know from our videos and from watching you a bit that commonly you could just hop out in the field, like in my backyard or your backyard, and go. Is it a more common thing, or at least as common, to just get on a mountaintop where you're really high up and use it kind of like a paraglider and just start from really high to avoid all the climbing, or some of it?
With a paramotor? No, I don't think so. I think that paramotor guys, they do go around mountains. Apparently, part of the fun is, and I haven't done the fun part yet, is checking stuff out, flying near things, old abandoned factories.
The fun part of paramotoring, I'm told.
Yes,
is the flying.
Oh, dude, it was great because there was almost a revolt last class. It was quiet, no one heard about it, but he's like, all right, the wind's not good. Let's all put the paramotors on our back and run up and down the fucking hills with the wing over our head, and everyone was like.
Or it's like a grand old time.
Yeah, you're not training for a fucking bowl game. Where you gotta get ready. Yeah, we're taking on the fucking Razor Sparrows paramotor team next week. They're in first place in the division. We're gonna rep North Carolina right. You're gonna run it still.
There was one student who said, and it wasn't me, I'm too old for this shit.
I've seen some of the people in the class. I think I saw him maybe. I liked.
I've done. By the way, it should be noted, it's not like I just revolt at this. I have run up and down that hill kiting successfully with the motor on my back and the wing in the air dozens of times. I can do it. So it's not like I'm refusing to learn a thing. I just learned it. Stop. It hurts.
It's not boot camp. Like we're not going for more reps here. Like I know how to run, and like you're clearly able to support the 75 pounds. I was surprised when Hope like put on the 75 pounds.
Hers was smaller.
Impressive.
Yeah. So
okay.
yeah. I have
Well, I'm not impressed at all now.
Yeah.
I take back everything I just said.
I was impressed under false pretenses.
Yeah. She's God, this seems so uncomplimentary for a girl, but she's a sturdy girl. Like I didn't really look at her in this way, but like I see her, like I saw her stand and jump and stuff recently, and it's like, oh, she's kind of got her dad's legs. Like there's some muscular.
Got some core strength there.
Yeah, Josh probably doesn't know, but I'm kind of just normal in my upper body, but in my legs I'm actually pretty heavy. Yeah,
He's a bit like a dwarf.
Yeah.
Very sturdy undercarriage.
Did you run? Did you do any sports in
A
school?
lot of ore.
Swimming is what I did in school, which doesn't really lend itself to big, strong legs.
You'd think
yeah.
upper body with swimming,
right? But yeah, no, I'm just whatever, strong in the legs, and she is too. So she picked it up. But I should fly tomorrow. Heard that before? Ringing a bell?
Good luck, man.
Yeah.
I really want you to fly, and I'm a little afraid for you. Kitty and I, we talk about this a lot, about how worried we are about Woody and his flying contraption and his new hobby of being an airman. And I'm just like, yeah. Have you seen the videos of people crashing? She's like, yeah, I saw.
Thank you.
He's crazy. He's crazy. He's just a big fan.
It's getting to where, like, every time I see those videos, I know exactly what the fuck they did wrong. I'm like, what?
Good.
Why was that guy pulling brakes in a full stall? Well, in a full stall, you do pull brakes, but I sit there and diagnose it. Like, oh yeah, he did that. Oh, that's the exact opposite of what you want to do, and that feels good because even a few weeks ago, I didn't feel like that.
Has there been any more talk, or had there been any like I'm just imagining like fisherman stories, like everybody's sitting by the pier and one guy's got the eye patch on and he's got a cloud suck story. Has there been anything like that?
Well, we watched like I mentioned, a documentary where this woman, world-class paraglider, got sucked up by cloud suck, went unconscious, hypothermic, like, and then just like her paraglider collapsed. She sunk like 8,000 meters, and then it came to again, and she lived to tell the story. But her, it's not a GPS, but picture like a GPS that tracks you as you do your thing. So it's GPS plus. It told the story of everything she did up there, and dude, she got high. It's like 10,000 meters, so I guess 10 kilometers.
Oh shit, that's deadly. How did
she was in the death zone.
Her parachute collapsed because the air was too thin.
Because it froze. Because it was wet.
That's like where jetliners' cruising altitude is 10,000 meters. Jesus.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, she went unconscious because
there
wasn't enough oxygen in the air.
A jetliner could have hit her.
Sure.
Imagine that.
Yeah.
Oh, now that's it's
statistically unlikely.
Yeah, very unlikely.
A lot of error.
But she's up there at the right altitude to get hit by a fucking 707 or something.
Where I'm at, I could easily achieve the right altitude to get hit by a jetliner. Because
you know what?
I'm just outside of Class C airspace. Go on.
Another thing that's much more likely, because there's more people doing it and is equally terrifying, is like, what if you're out at sea doing one of these, like, you and your buddy are sailing a ship or something, and just one of those gigantic oil ships, one of those shipping ships, just hits you. Like, those things are... There's a whole lot more of those constantly crisscrossing than there are jetliners going through your particular airspace. No, they can't stop. And what if it's nighttime and you're... Imagine this: you're doing some sort of like cross-Atlantic journey, like on a lark in some 30-foot racing yacht, and all of a sudden a gigantic 600-foot-long tanker ship just hits you in the middle of the night.
So they have systems. I forget what the radar is called that prevents that, but not like the Vagabonde guys. They didn't have one. Yeah, they're just like, we wing it. I'm like, really? Okay.
We got his horn here.
But it beeps and it'll like wake you up if someone is too close to you. I feel
like an air horn was their answer to everything. Like what happens when the ships come? Oh, the air horn. What about when the rapers come? Oh, we give them the air horn. We don't like to be too rude to the rapers. We turn it down a bit. We don't point it right at them.
Did you watch the video where the Vagabonde guys got attacked by pirates?
No.
But I can already tell that it's not as exciting as their title said it was.
Yeah,
dude, it was pretty frightening. So, in the middle of the night, They're just like sailing and sleeping or something. They have an autopilot, and a fishing boat approaches them in a place where there shouldn't be a fishing boat. Like they're out too far. And like I think that Elena, if I pronounce that right, she Elena, she spotted them first, and she's like, Riley, it's like pirates out there. And they had
Did he put her down below like in Waterworld?
They had a plan ahead of time. And yeah, dude, there's literally a little like cabin that you might not even know is a place to store things. And they put things in there that you don't use much, like the bumpers for docking. Are they called bumpers? Whatever they're called. And so they pulled those out and they stuck her in, and she's hiding in like a little compartment where you might store like a spare anchor or something. And he goes up top, and they're asking like, "What do you want?" He's asking them, "What do you want?" And they ask for food. And he doesn't know if this is like the opening for something else or whatever. So he starts chucking cans of food at them, right? And like the first one comes, and I think it like hit the deck and like skittered off past the end of the boat. And he throws another one, and it hits the side of the boat and goes in the water. And he's like, "But I'm starting to dial it in now." And he started he like hits a pirate with a can of food. And they're like, "Ah, Jesus!"
Is he filming this?
Beggars. Those were sea beggars.
They were sea beggars. Well, I don't actually. I wouldn't be surprised at all to learn that this is like a pirate technique. Like, step one, see who's on board. And if you haven't seen Riley lately, like he's looking really athletic right now, no homo. And I wonder if they were like, next one. They're looking for a good like 63-year-old sailor, and not some guy.
Like sea
Worst
beggars.
pirates ever. Why don't they have a gun? Like, if they're actual swashbucklers out there, then fucking bring it. Like you're gonna have a hard time getting in here. I'm just gonna poke you back down. Like he needs a spear at that point if you're dealing with that kind of pirates. But I still stand behind that fucker needs a gun, at least some sort of blank firing, scare him and pretend like it's a real kind of gun. In that situation, he pulls out the fake blank firing gun and goes bang, and they all shit themselves and leave.
Those were just homeless sea folk.
Sea beggars.
Who are sea beggars. That's like me going like on the way through the city here, and there's a homeless guy like, you got change or something, and I'm like, bandits, and I start beating the shit out of him. Like, no, I wouldn't do that because it's not a bandit. Like, it's a homeless guy asking for money. He's not gonna, accost me any further if I just walk past him. Just like these folks, like I kind of picture them being like, I am not the captain now, but I would like some food. And he's like heaving fucking old cans of lima beans at him spitefully. Like I don't know.
I like to think
like
all they got
pirates.
out of it was like some chicken broth and tomato paste, and they're like, "Well,
Yeah.
fuck,
Ravioli, you son of a bitch.
that's too
Was
good."
he actually heaving them at him? Like was he throwing them hard to impact them?
It sounded like. I mean, based on the fact
this is
that
our only boat.
I like the idea the boat's so fragile that a can of peas sinks in.
What did you say? And he's up on like some sort of international terrorism charge. He sank a boat. Like
It's the ultimate irony.
that's how the judge would sound.
It sounds like they were just being mean to sea folk.
I don't know that
Give 'em
sea
little-
beggars are a thing. It seems like a really inefficient way to get food. Like,
They
just go out
literally
into
are
deep
sea
water.
beggars.
Really not the place to. That's not the place to panhandle, is it?
No,
it's not.
yeah.
On
You
the
people.
open sea.
Yeah, they should really be waiting outside of like a sports stadium or something.
Dude,
The ocean is not a good place to find random folks.
have you guys seen the movie Into the Wild?
Is that the one with the what's her name, Reese Witherspoon?
Look it up.
No, that's wild.
Is that the one where the guy goes crazy and goes into Alaska or something, lives in a van, and then dies at the end?
Okay, spoiler alert.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah. Well,
Just so you guys know, there's going to be a spoiler a few seconds ago.
Don't worry, I didn't. It's not a spoiler. It's me saving you a little fucking time so you don't watch such a depressing fucking movie. And the bad part is he dies because he's not good at his job. The whole movie is him like being cool and great at his job at like surviving and all this stuff. He died because he ate poisonous mushrooms, right?
Close to it.
So.
Yeah. He died because he ate some plant. I think it was a root, and it was very similar to a root that he should have been eating, and got poisoned. And I don't know if it was the poison so much that killed him as it was the poison that made him like unable to like forage and drink and like do the things you need to keep yourself alive.
Yeah.
Like
he
for example,
basically was like a survivalist. Like you've seen like the funny like YouTube videos where they'll be like, you know, oh, you can tell this is a birch tree because of it's the way it is, and oh, you can eat these mushrooms, give it a go. Like he had that level of knowledge in the wilderness.
He was a less interesting Bear
and
Grylls.
went out there and did it. Yeah, he was not knowledgeable. Like he was like Bear Grylls if Bear Grylls, you know, didn't do any training or had any knowledge of anything at all. Like he honestly went out there with little more knowledge than I had.
So this guy's 22 years old. He's super effective in school, right? His grades are good enough to go to Harvard Law School, but instead, he has 26 grand in his college account. He gives 24 grand to charity and like gets some cash or something. Drives out and he decides to just live life. He's like, fuck possessions, fuck like, I don't know, your whole world.
I don't need all that, man.
I don't want a career. Happiness isn't achieved through personal relationships. It's all about living new experiences. So that becomes his thing. And he's like super fascinating. He hooks up with some of these hippies and they're having like trouble with the relationship and he helps them patch that together. He meets up with some grandpa, learns leatherworking, learns how to, Kyle, what is it called when you get the meat out of it, like a deer or something?
Butchering?
But okay, I couldn't come up with that word. But yeah, he learns how to like butcher an animal, clean it, whatever. And he picks up some life skills, and he's like going around on trains. He overcomes fear of like it was a really inspiring. Like I loved the movie personally, and then at the end, he's just like struggling to find food. He ate poison or something, and he goes, and then like a drone shot pulls away, and I'm like, that's the kind of thing you do for a death scene, but nah. Like I couldn't believe it at first. And
fuck that movie.
I loved
my
it
ex-girlfriend
until
made
the
me
last
watch
minute.
That. And I was like, so for me, like, so there are movies that, you know, for the first 90%, it's kind of a fun ride, but because of that last 5 or 10%, whatever it is, it leaves a bad taste in your mouth. So the whole movie, I'm dreading the end. Braveheart's like that. It's why I don't watch Braveheart anymore. That movie it has all the negatives of Braveheart that I don't want to watch it because of the way it ends, but none of the positives. Like, whenever I see someone doing that thing where they throw money away, it just strikes me wrong. I don't like that at all. And when I see someone like
throw money away, aka give it to charity.
Yeah, he threw it away. Yeah, he threw it away. When giving away 24 out of 26 of his entire worth to some. What charity did he even give it to? They probably kept 80% of it. Fuck him.
Yeah, knowing charities, it probably added like 18 grand to the CEO, 3 grand of pink T-shirts, and 60 cents made it to a scientist for him to buy a.
And I like the idea of like of alternative lifestyles in general, but I don't. He could have done it. Why didn't he take that 26 grand and buy himself an RV or something?
How about
Didn't
you
he
take
live
a
in
few
like
books
a
out
van?
of the fucking library? Like, I don't know, Rachel Ray's In the Wild, or some kind of cooking book that would give you a little bit of foresight.
That's actually what he did. He brought a book with him on how to survive off the land. But
not a very good book at the end.
Well, it's the kind of mistake I think anyone could make, you know, where they misidentify a plant. Like
that was never getting returned.
He could have used a smartphone with Google.
He should, he should. See, the thing about mushrooms, though, is eating. I feel like everyone knows that the riskiest thing to do out in the wild is to just willy-nilly start eating mushrooms and berries. Like mushrooms and berries, your first, like the reason they're bright red or a crazy color is because it's telling all the animals around there like, hey, I'm not even trying to fucking hide, because if you eat me, you're gonna have a horrible day. You may just get fucked up to the point that you die. You want to die? No, don't eat me.
If something's bright red in nature, they're daring you.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah,
that really is true.
But every so often, there's one like, oh, I'm just pretending to be a badass. You know, they're all chest is puffed up, but it's really a tomato.
Looks like a snake.
Yeah, like raspberries. We know your game.
Portland apples. Yeah.
So, but I love that kind of. I couldn't hear your words.
That some things want you to eat them, though. You know, that's because that's how they spread their seeds.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, like cherries. What was I going to say? Oh, I love that kind of movie. Like, there's one called, I'm going to mess up the name of it, like 180 Southbound or something, where they like, dude, it's great. They take a sailboat breaks, they go surfing for a couple months, and they go mountain climbing. Like, that's a really great life experience.
480 Southbound was the name of the movie.
180 Southbound, I
180
think.
Southbound.
But I'm close. I'm maybe not right on. Now, there was another one called, like, Maiden Voyage. And they all have these rough endings. Like, they don't end exactly like you want them to. There's one where a 14-year-old girl goes sailing around the world. Have you seen that one, Maiden Voyage?
By herself?
Yes. She's going to be the youngest solo girl to ever go around the planet. And where she's from, the Netherlands, probably. Something close to that, like that. Who knows? And the government wants to prevent this. They're saying that her parents are, like, incompetent, and they're, like, based on this decision alone, like, 14-year-old girls shouldn't be sailing around the world. Obviously, you need government intervention on this. But, like, if there was ever a 14-year-old who was prepared, it was her. She's been sailing forever. She's, like, done other big sailing trips and stuff. And if ever there was one, this is the little girl for the task. By the way, she's not one of those 14-year-old girls that pass for, like, 22. She could pass for 13. You know, she's on the other end of the spectrum. And
I imagine her like
maybe.
it's Lady Mormont, but on the seas. That's what I'm picturing.
Yeah.
Just for my own.
So she sails around. I'll spoil it. So fast forward 10 seconds if you don't want that. She gets to, like, a rough part, like the South Sea, by like, going around Cape Horn or something, and bails on it and decides, you know what? The around the world thing, not my priority anymore. I'm just going to keep sailing, and I like this lifestyle. She's like 15, and she picks up, like, some 19-year-old dude, and they become, like, partners in this endeavor, and they sail around, like, in love. And I'm just like, at 15 though, like,
Yeah, her parents are bad parents.
Right?
Because, like, good lord, like, a 14-year-old, you shouldn't even tell them that they can go to a huge party where parents won't be there because shit's going to go down. Like, much less, yeah, go have a ball around the world. Oh, you're a 14-year-old girl? It's fine. The world all around has a general track record of treating 14-year-old girls pretty well, and they show up unaccompanied. So go hog wild. I'm
sure that when you, like, you know, sail into the coast of Africa for emergency repairs, they won't try to do, like, get one over on you. You know,
when you pull into South Africa, just treat it exactly like the Netherlands. It's all the same. You know, just go in and you tell them, hey, I'm needing fuel for my boat. And they say, you're not leaving here. And then you say, you don't understand. I go around the world to try and break a record. I am from the Netherlands, and I have no real challenges in life. So it's almost insulting to you as a boatsman that I would do this as a joke, as a joking thing. Like, that, like, you can't send a girl from the Netherlands around the world and think it's going to be okay.
How much is 30 gallons of diesel? Oh, 2 rapes.
You know?
You're fucked.
Yeah, well, we're going to need 3 of your fingers to sell in our voodoo shop. Like,
Where the hell is she refueling at? Jesus.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Fingers and rapes. That's the currency of the day here. Welcome to hell. Fuck. Like,
it would be a truly horrible place.
I never want to go to South Africa now. I didn't know that about that place.
I don't think
It's actually.
I don't know if it's Central or West Africa, but there is a place where they dismember albino people because they think that they have magical properties.
That's true.
That's
and
Raleigh.
I've seen where like some of the albino people had escaped it, but they lost a hand, and they're like, "Where's your hand?" And they're like, they ground it up into powder and snorted that shit because that's what they fucking do where I'm from.
That's so fucking God. What a horrible life. Constantly being horrified.
You're already hiding from the sun all fucking day, every day. Now they want to grind you up into powder and snort you.
I would go somewhere else, maybe.
No shit.
Yeah, and they'll say like, no, don't you understand? They're broke, they're immobile, they can't. No, I would make it a top priority. You know?
Now, the same thing is true for those people who like live in those like ludicrously bad neighborhoods that are only really seen in movies and television, I suppose. Like where there's like a shooting every day and like you hear the gunshots and you just know to drop and get low or whatever. Like, why the fuck are you living there? What is your rent? Is it non-existent? Because otherwise leave. Like it doesn't even make sense to eat. if it were free, it doesn't make sense to stay there. Like there's apartments everywhere for $300, $400. Like there's Airbnbs that are dollars a day.
Go just live out of Airbnbs.
I saw when I was in LA and I was kind of scanning through the Airbnb at the very. I was like, what's the bottom tier? You know, because the top tier.
That's where that Airbnb is that neighborhood for $1 a day.
It's worse. It looked like somebody was renting out a cot in the back room of their workplace. It was like Kevin from IT doesn't come in on weekends, so he just rents out this space back here. There was literally an army cot, like just metal poles with canvas stretched across, and in the background you could see the worst cable management ever for like a data center or something. Just wires strewn everywhere, cables, and they were all plugged into these multiple access points. And like that's the only picture that came with this $15 a day Airbnb.
Dude, I would never go to an Airbnb that was like less than like $80 or something. Like I would put it at like a real hotel level, you know? Like I'm not going and sleeping anywhere for 80 cents a day because it's a deal, because that's just some dude who ran out of skin to paint on and is looking for an out to re-up and murder you. Like no, you shouldn't be just staying in people's homes for 80 cents a day. But I do think Josh is probably right. The Airbnbs you're going to find for $1 are going to be in those neighborhoods that are just garbage. Like, I'm sure those albino people in Africa, like if they could leave, I'm sure they'd head out.
They'd hop on the first fan boat out of there or whatever, ride giraffe, however they get around.
However, yeah, primary.
Why did they never harness any of those wild animals over there in Africa? Like they had so many cool animals. Why did they never like ride any of those giraffes or zebras or anything? I know we've heard the zebras are cocksuckers, but couldn't you?
They just never domesticated them, I guess. Like it takes a while before you'd need to go through generations of giraffes until you came upon like a friendly mix of giraffe that wouldn't just like neck beat you to death when you walked within range. So
that's part of the deal.
Maybe they got like a generation in and they were like, this is horse shit, no way. Like, no, we're not doing this.
Yeah,
I can't even get up on there conveniently. What does this help?
Did we watch
if
it
I
together?
get up there, I'm high enough to fall down and hurt myself, and not high enough yet to get plants from the trees. Like
there was a really cool YouTube video on like why different animals got domesticated. Did we watch it together?
Oh yeah, we watched that. I recall now. Yeah.
Do we need a topic?
Sure. What you got?
Twitch has introduced a new thing for streaming, right? Of course, it was gaming at first, and then it became music, and then they added something else.
Pornography.
No, what was the next? What was the next one they added after music?
What do you call it when
it was like creative or something for like Bob Ross and painting and shit like that? The new one, social eating. Twitch has opened up.
Yeah,
social
it's
eating.
really big in some of the Asian markets like Japan. So let me just make sure I know what you're talking about. You're referring to where people will run a stream where it'll just be them eating dinner and they want to talk to their audience.
Yes, that's what
you're shitting me.
That's so fucking
profound waste of time. This is one of the dumbest things.
Do they
I've
talk
ever
about
seen.
the food? Is that the central?
Just one
topic?
second for everyone who's in the comments hating on me for eating my that thing my wife just gave me. You don't realize I'm ahead of the game. I'm gonna rule this shit. This is the new hot thing.
Yeah, you all just experienced the newest thing in entertainment.
You
didn't realize it.
It's really, 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 really popular in like Japan right now, I think. So where a lot of really popular things begin, right? So I guess it's like these big YouTubers or big influencers, Twitch streamers of the day. They'll eat dinner. They'll get their dinner. They'll prepare it. They'll put it in front of them, and they'll sit at a table, and they'll put the camera at the other end of the table, and it's as if they're eating with like their family, and then their audience, who also, this is what they figured out, and it sounds so stupid and sad, but think about it, right? This is what they figured out. They figured out that there is a market of people, probably the average viewer for them, and even the average viewer for a lot of folks, who don't get that lifestyle. I was fortunate enough, when I grew up, we had nightly dinners, 5:30 p.m. every night. The whole family had to be at the dinner table, or you were fucked. So, but for a lot of people, that's not the case. For a lot of people, they eat by themselves, they reheat Chinese food, they go and get takeaway, and they just eat in front of Netflix or in front of YouTube. So what better way than to say to your audience, hey, everybody get dinner at the same hour, it'll be 7 p.m. every night, I'll be here eating, and you can eat with me, and we can eat together, and then they can have this feeling of connectedness and this feeling of family.
Bizarre.
It's kind of not the worst logic ever, and it apparently
it's not.
huge.
I'm with you a little bit on that. Like this isn't even the same thing. I remember like we used to get on Xbox Live, and sometimes we'd watch a Netflix movie together. Like we'd all be like 3, 2, 1, play. So I can appreciate sharing an experience with someone who's not even there, so through the internet or whatever. Right? That makes a lot of sense to me.
We just did it on this podcast when we watched the police escape video, and
sure,
right, we play at the same time and we watched it together. That's a little bit different because we're entertainers trying to make a show for an audience, but it's also it's really of the same ilk. It's in the same vein.
I would be interested in
things during dinner, or are they just eating?
I think they're just chatting, and sometimes they'll put nuanced variances on it, like they'll do a little challenge, or their audience will pick their meal for the next night, and then they'll eat it and describe. So like there are niche sort of variations on it, but the fundamental motivator here is that you're eating together with your audience.
See, I keep looking for ways to like go a different direction with it, but it's clearly about the connection you're making with the audience. It's specifically around the dinner table. Yeah. But I keep thinking like, well, maybe you show how you prepare the food. Maybe you prepare a really gourmet meal. Maybe it's something really tasty. Maybe that's the draw. But it sounds like the real draw, the reason this is popular is because people are more and more turning to online relationships, and they don't have someone to eat dinner with them at their home. So they're like, oh, there's a stranger on the internet who will eat with me, which sounds very sad to me.
It does. I understand it from like a... Because like when you watch someone online, you want to connect with them more, and you want to feel like it's not just the one-way relationship that it is a lot of the time. Like you want to feel like there's some reciprocity there. So I get it. It's just this medium for it. It's almost like the curtain has been fully pulled back, where it's like we're not even pretending. There's nothing entertaining on the screen. I'm not doing anything you couldn't do. I'm not doing anything you don't have the ability to do. I'm just eating, and you want to be here with me because you're eating alone, and you want to...
You know what would make it cool?
Step
Dude, the next... No, okay, I hear you. Dude, the next step in
Come on,
eating...
let's sleep together.
This
Put
is
your
what you
laptop on,
need.
turn it sideways.
None of this just camera stuff. You need one of those 360-degree cameras. And then you add it to a family dinner, right? Like, if you occupied one of the chairs... There's 6 chairs at my table, right? We'll give you one. And then you could sit there and, like, choose who you're talking to. That would be a way better production value than what we're seeing.
Conference room where we're all eating together.
Yeah, like
that's the future. I'm hoping that's what's going to come of the HTC Vive. I don't know if that's already a thing out there, but like
I saw those.
I want us to do like video conferencing. Like we all put our things on, we all sit there, and all of a sudden Woody's sitting next to me. This guy's there, and
you're thinking too small because that's the obvious application. I want to see VR stadiums where you pack a stadium full of virtually connected, digitized in VR beings, and now you're doing like VR sports spectacles.
That would be neat.
I saw the one game that I was particularly interested in because I'm a big Star Trek nerd is the Bridge simulator game. I don't know if you saw that, but you and like 3 or 4 or 5 friends are the bridge crew of the Enterprise, and I can look over and see you and wave to you and be like, yeah, fucking put the shields up, and you're over there toggling shields on and targeting the Klingons, and I'm over there trying to get the transporters to work so we can get Chekhov off the planet or whatever.
Doesn't it seem like everyone wants to be the captain, though? Like, I always feel like...
No, the captain's just giving orders. He doesn't actually do shit.
Well, then I just feel like
tactical officer,
because all the roles are not the same. Yeah, maybe everyone wants to be tactical officer.
The pilot gets to fly.
Yeah, and the cabbie gets to drive. Like
the engineer, I think, is like keeping shields on, maybe, and like maybe a system goes down and he has to fix it and get it going back again. He's operating the transporters. It's a team effort.
Yeah, I'm sure it is, but like it's like a cool job and a bunch of other jobs. Maybe.
I don't know too much about it.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I just saw like some flashes of them operating panels and stuff and like putting the shields up and targeting stuff.
It depends on the genre of game, honestly. So obviously that's almost built for that experience. But, back in the day, there was this game called, I think it was called Savage, where one player out of the 64-player team or 32-player team or whatever it was the commander, and he had a view like an RTS, and he could literally put waypoints and select squads and direct people where to go and give them orders and commands and build structures and get level ups and upgrades. Only one player had that view. Everyone else had a first-person shooter view. And you would think that everyone wanted to be the the commander, but believe it or not, most people didn't, and they didn't want to be burdened with that role, or because they wanted to play a shooter. They didn't want to play an RTS, and so that game had trouble doing well and finding an audience because of that problem.
Because of
Maybe
the
that's
lack of
what hell is.
captains.
Yeah.
I think that's what my version of hell might be. I believe that about like the afterlife. If there is an afterlife and it is a perfect afterlife, then we'll each have our own unique versions of heaven and hell. And I can just imagine one where you just keep getting reincarnated as my company of heroes troops to be sent in to be eviscerated over and over again. You're just like one horrifying death after another, and you just oh god, again? Oh no, I got a flamethrower on my back this time. And you're just getting pulled into combat.
Could be worse. Like at least your hero troops win sometimes, survive sometimes. Mine all die. All
What
die.
I'd like to do is
and
part
also
of that game added.
They really question the leadership when they play under me. They're like, really? Like, I'm a conscript. That's a tank, and you want me to shoot it? Like, I don't know why. Why am I shooting tanks with bullets? This is not working at all.
I clicked on one of these social eating streams, and there are hundreds of people watching this chick just sit here, and I guess she finished eating because there's no more eating. And for the 3 minutes I watched, she didn't even speak, really.
Well, you remember one of the first viral YouTube sensations was Magibon, right? Or is it Magibon? It just Magibon. You could search it because I'm sure her videos are still archived. She's this little Asian girl, and all she would do is sit there on screen for like 5 or 6 minutes and just go and smile, and then that was it. And her videos would get millions of views.
The easiest way to get a lot
though.
of views on YouTube is to be female and really beautiful.
Yeah, and do it in 2005. Because then it's gonna, or I guess 2000, like, what, I don't even know like how the algorithm of YouTube would be best optimized for. I guess is content uploaded in 2006 still getting a lot of views? I have no idea. Maybe some of it.
I don't know. And you know what? I act like it's easy. I swear, if you're a really beautiful girl, you've got your own set of challenges too, right? You know, she's going to be branded as a slut even if she's wearing a Hillary Clinton pantsuit. It's just the nature of being a pretty girl on the internet. But
yeah.
Sadly, but I think it's funny. I was talking to Joe Rogan last year, and he was like, he's like, I sincerely believe it's just a phase. You know, it's a moment. It's sort of our transition period. And so yes, you know, all of this discovered newfound communication that nobody earned, but we're all just sort of fumbling our way through and with. It's 98% beautiful. It's 2% toxicity and disgusting side effects and consequences. But that's just the way it has to work before we can get to someplace better.
It's
I wonder if
a net
he
good.
still believes that. Like it's a net good, okay, undeniably. But this notion that, like, you know what? The trolls will stop trolling on the internet. No, man, new trolls are born every day. It's a stage of adolescence, you know, when you give an idiot anonymity, that's what he'll do. You know,
it's not about troll versus not troll. It was more like, and the example he gave that I loved was, it's more like a butterfly going into a cocoon doesn't know, or sorry, a caterpillar going into a cocoon doesn't know what's on the other side. It doesn't know. There's not like butterfly support groups. He's like, oh yeah, you're not like these caterpillars are going to support groups and they're going, oh, are you ready for butterflydom? Like, it's not that's not what he does. All he knows is the next thing I do is I make this cocoon, and then when he comes out of it, it's something beautiful, right? So it's like, this is almost we're in this grace period where we don't know what's going to happen next. But what happens next is only going to be because we went through this phase, and you know, that may very well be less trolling. You know, that very well may be less toxicity in whatever it is beyond that way.
I feel like I would have thought that too back in like 2011 when I was only a few years into this. I'm like 7 years in now. It's not getting better. As a matter of fact, by far the most popular like growth, where the explosion of growth in YouTube right now is cyberbully channels that will just pick someone and call him cringy or terrible or lame or disgusting or whatever.
Yeah, YouTube's shutting that shit down though, right? I mean, they have to just catch up to it, and
they made a rule and they've done it. I haven't seen it enforced once.
How long does it usually take them to act on those policies? I don't know.
I don't know.
It's a notoriously bad thing, right? There was the whole "Make YouTube Great Again" campaign and everything. This is a perfect example of what I was talking about before, though, which is like there are these companies that have grown tremendously through just being in the right place at the right time. And I don't want to discount YouTube for being innovating, and obviously they have a lot of hard workers and smart people that are building features in this site. But there's an element of that. As soon as the invention was made, it was destined, the sheer demand for it was going to be destined to just take control of the wheel and do its own thing. And so they're largely playing this reactive, the amount they have to react to these negative things is a testament to how little they actually architected and because they didn't preempt these things. They didn't pre-plan
Social
them.
architect, you mean? Because I think their technical architecting is pretty impressive. You know, every time I try to play a video, it pretty much plays.
Right. Well, so I guess really what my point is that there's these policies in place, and they've been notoriously slow because they haven't been proactive about. It's like anybody who works in hospitality will tell you, like anyone who works at a hotel, they'll tell you that 98% of their job is being proactive about service. You need to be proactive about things such that a customer never has a reason to complain or feel like they had a problem. If a customer has to go to you to ask you to solve a problem, you've already failed, right? And so YouTube, it's like they haven't quite gotten to that level of proactivity yet. And so a lot of the problems that face the YouTube community are reactive, and it's something grows and boils to this boiling over point, and that's what it takes for YouTube to react to it. And so it has been notoriously slow, but they are to their credit reacting to those things. They're going to shut that shit down, and I think over time, the more we talk about these issues, it'll become a less toxic place for sure.
See, they did fix the fair use stuff. Oh, go on, Kyle.
I was going to say, let me tell everyone a little bit about USA's Mr. Robot, and then I want to talk about suicide some more. Don't let me forget. Today's episode is sponsored by the Hit USA Network show, Mr. Robot. The riveting computer hacking drama is about to return for its second season. The Peabody Award-winning show follows a young cybersecurity engineer who becomes involved in the underground hacker group F-Society, who plans to take down the world's largest corporation. When their hack is successful and the consequences are far greater than they imagined. Rolling Stone magazine held it the number one show of 2015, and the Huffington Post calls it brilliant. Mr. Robot stars Golden Globe and SAG Award nominee Rami Malek, Golden Globe Award winner Christian Slater, and let's see, it's coming out July 13th. Yeah, so make sure to tune in Wednesday, July 13th at 10/9 Central, only on USA Network. Remember to be sure to check out Season 2 of Mr. Robot on Wednesday, July 13th at 10/9 Central, only on the USA Network. Tweet using the hashtag Mr. Robot while you're watching the show.
Is it that hard to read your screen?
It's because there's a camera like right in the middle of my screen.
Oh, I see. So you don't want that above angle. You try to prevent that.
I never really considered it, to be honest. I've just got it on a tripod because I like to be able to like completely get that out of the way, and I also like a lot of control over the camera. And the setup is like really jumbled right now. There's a monitor on the ground. My new PC's here. My old PC's there. The older PC is under the table. So I got a lot of stuff to move around. It's been I ripped the GPU out of this thing 3 times in my lap yesterday just while I was talking to Chiz. So there's tools and shit everywhere. Yeah, very upsetting. So no, I was going back to suicide. How would you kill yourself after you lose your penis, Woody?
I would take my paramotor because I'm 100% sure I can launch it. Landing it, we'll figure it out. But I'm launching it. I've got that licked.
Or not.
And I'll go up to like 18,000 feet and land in a thing. I don't know. Do you want to skydive into a volcano or just the ground, or maybe the water?
Well, definitely not a volcano. I don't want to hit that meniscus and kind of like bounce off a tiny bit as my entire left side of skin.
You think you'll survive
evaporates.
That? Sears off.
Yeah, as it's just like, boom, and then you sit there and you slowly sink in as you're just. Did you see Gollum die?
There should be an impact, right? Like,
did you see Gollum die in Mount?
He's going to be moving pretty fast, though.
18,000 feet.
It'll be painful.
He's going 150 miles per hour when he hits the lava.
Yeah, and it's going to suck for a little like. I would rather have
150.
150 miles an hour. I think you're still looking at like at least 5 or 6 seconds of solid.
No way. You go. Woody's gonna be head first like a goddamn bullet.
He rises.
First of all, there's not a fucking prayer that Woody gets going 150 miles an hour in that parachute.
No. You
unclip.
That's terminal velocity for a human body.
No.
So you're just gonna float. You're just gonna go up and
go
then,
up,
and then drop.
unbuckle, swan dive.
You know what? Seeing, knowing the precarious situation the sky often has with wind, I would see you getting up above a volcano, like releasing yourself from it, and then you kind of just blow 20 yards north, and you just like kind of hit the side of the volcano.
Wouldn't you die then anyway?
Bounce down.
I mean,
yeah.
What if I just went to like?
Your way back up?
What if you just flew around New York City? Buzzed, waved to people, the skyscrapers, went to the top.
You down right away.
I wonder what people would do if they saw a paramotor. Like I swear, like they're just not that threatening, right? Like if I flew around in a plane, they'd be like, "Oh shucks, take that thing down." If you fly around with a fan on your back and a parachute over your head, well, they think you're lost or confused or.
They're gonna do more than shake their fist at you. I guarantee it. I like to believe that there's like some gun batteries on the Empire State Building. They'll turn those on you. They like some 20mm cannons or something.
I wonder if they do have like
reasonable
defense syndrome.
They should, but
systems.
I'm sure they don't. Right? I guess we're relying on the Air Force or maybe something like that.
We don't want to shoot the other buildings in the area, pussies.
That is what would happen.
I definitely would not use a paramotor as my ticket out.
That's where the planes are.
All right, you can't just be against things. You have to be for something better.
I was for something better. Carbon monoxide.
Oh, that's
true. It's a tried and true method
Mm-hmm.
that I've seen in multiple movies and television programs.
But people survive it too.
Only when they're rescued.
They
get like brain
found.
dead for a really long time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the last thing you
also known as dead.
The last thing you brain dead, or just regular dead.
Going brain dead's even better because then like all those people that you didn't really like anyway have to look after you and keep you alive forever.
Mm-hmm.
The last thing you want.
Body.
The last thing you want is like a failed gunshot wound where you're just from that day forward, Mr. No Lower Jaw. You're just like you're still alive and you have to like just. Oh, I used to not think I had much to live for. But every day now is a little brighter.
The only job you can get hired for is like warning high school students about the dangers of suicide.
Yeah, you have to lie to like Big Tobacco and say it was because of dip. This is definitely not because of that Remington 870. It was because of Skull wintergreen pouches made available to children. Like just.
I think I've told the story a couple times, but there was a guy like that in my hometown. I don't know where he is now. Maybe he actually passed away by now, but he shot himself in the head over some woman, and like the bullet took out his eye socket, like that area. So now his face is just ruined, and he has to wear an eye patch. And
that's the thing. Even if your aim is right and true, like as soon as the bullet hits something, it's going to fragment. Pieces are going to go in different directions. It could alter the direction of the bullet and the trajectory of the bullet. So, it's nothing to fuck around with.
Yeah, and what they say is if you a common thing for shooting yourself apparently. I don't know if this is a real fact or if I saw it on CSI, but you put your gun like too far forward on your head. And you just end up blowing through your eyes, basically, and you just blind yourself. And
what it is if you think about the trigger.
Did that to a deer once.
There's if you ever spend any time at the range, if you hook the trigger too much with your finger and you don't just pull with the pad of the finger. Obviously, I think you guys are all gun guys, right? So you know that your shot will pull to the right. Well, it's the same thing with the head. In that last moment, you squeeze and flinch and you pull your whole muzzle that way, and then you just take out
What you need to do is be like that guy who made the suicide helmet with the like 9 shotgun shells that would all simultaneously go into his head.
You mean the guy
you want
from
to turn
Saw?
Suicide into an arts.
No, this is a real thing.
First. Put it on Pinterest.
Sounds like something out of the Saw trilogy.
It is something out of
Google. No, it's not. Well, it is actually kind of. They did a thing like that. But Google suicide helmet or suicide shotgun helmet, something like that. You'll see it. It's very ingenious the way he designed the thing. He had some inoperable brain tumor or something like that, so he wanted to make sure that there weren't any bullets deflecting off his skull or anything like that, I suppose. So I think it's 9 shotgun shells into his head at once or something like that. Maybe not shotgun shells.
Probably the
9
funnest way
bullets.
to kill yourself would
This
just
thing's
be
disturbing.
alcoholism
Like I
over the course of decades.
I'm not
But,
showing this to
actually,
people.
I'm sure that gets to be not fun at all.
You're not
once
gonna show it to people?
once you're in
Dude,
it.
I'm like, I don't know what it is about this helmet that creeps me out, but I feel like it'd get me age restricted. Like something that,
Link it in the chat.
Yeah,
Okay.
show the group here.
it's not like,
if you can,
it's not that bad, but like,
if you dare.
yeah, I just,
Looks like a
I don't want
Pokemon.
my-
What is that?
I don't want my IP address to be on the visitor log for this site. I feel like you're sending me to some like hostile like network where
you don't know
you're,
Imager?
like you're
Imager?
all right.
So yeah, my brother-in-law shadowed a coroner for a few weeks and showed him this strange contraption from the case of a 40-plus-year-old. Apparently, a young man constructed a suicide helmet that fired 8 shotgun shells into his head simultaneously. Oh, I'm sorry. The case was 40 years old. I didn't read it very well. And so this guy built a suicide helmet, fired 8 shotgun shells into his head at once, and
But that is really overkill because if
Jesus
you're
Christ.
going to affix the device, believe me, one
He's
shell will do the
buckshot.
trick.
He
Yeah,
used
That
well,
guy
as
really
long as it's-
overestimated his toughness.
Yeah.
he used buckshot.
yeah,
What is that? A third of an inch ball
Yes.
bearings that he basically
Yes.
fired out of there.
It is lead ball. Yeah, exactly right.
That's a. I bet he died.
That-
That's a closed casket. Yeah, and the people that lived in all the buildings next door to him in every
Yeah.
direction.
that's
They
the
got their
beauty of
TVs
shotguns.
ruined. Yeah,
That
They're
is
the
fine.
drywall
serious.
flying.
That's serious overkill because a shotgun is already overkill.
Yeah.
What an ingenious guy though. Like I think he had a brain tumor or something. So, you know,
New
If you
topic?
do have to do
Oh.
it, I think carbon monoxide. I think that's the actual.
no suicide helmet for you.
No.
Fair enough.
So the iPhone 7 is completely underwhelming the whole world. No one gives a crap about it.
I didn't know they released anything about it.
They
There's
didn't,
leaks.
but there's leaks. It's pretty well defined. What happens is the leaks get really reliable. Like parts start leaking. Of course, the case starts leaking, and the case can tell you a lot. Like, did the double camera thing come true? Did the double speaker thing and no headphone jack come true? And pretty much, it's an iPhone 6 without the headphone jack, and it's supposed to have a better camera, the front-facing one, not the the one you take pictures with. As opposed to the selfie one. And
Well, that is not going to do well at all.
No. And dude, Apple knows its shit. Like Apple is ordering fewer parts from their suppliers. Like everyone is underwhelmed by it. I don't want to say hates it. It's just when you go from like the iPhone 5 to the iPhone 5S and it's like, oh yeah, well this is an off year. I think what they're doing is they're doubling up on their off years, and then they'll go from the 7 to the 8 as opposed to 7S, and that'll be their 10-year anniversary iPhone that is going to be like the memorable one.
No, that makes sense. Well, then that's
doesn't make
not
sense.
as shady of an outlook for the company. Then now that you say that, because it sounds like they've got a new phone in the works. They probably got big ideas, but it's like, well, the 10th anniversary is coming out. What are we gonna do? Release this big blockbuster thing that's sort of a new form factor now, or why don't we just wait another year or two and it can be bigger?
Kind of. I just feel like, Apple used to be the innovator in this. Everyone would have to catch up to them, and then over the last couple
No,
years,
that was never the case.
Oh, it was never the case. They literally it was like the iPhone versus the Trio.
Since the iPhone 1, that really was never the case, and even the iPhone 1 was not the first. It was not the first smartphone.
Yeah, I had
and-
smartphones before the iPhone, and they were shit.
What Apple's really, really good at is they're really good at letting other people be the first man through the breach. They let them get bloodied, and then they perfect the technology and make it. They put a shiny, polished veneer on it. They make that just looks sleek and sexy, and it feels good. It has the right amount of weight. Kyle, you were talking about your mouse with the right amount of weight. These iPhones, they don't feel like cheap plastic like the Galaxies do. They refine and perfect the overall user experience. And they're usually almost, always 6 months to 12 months to 18 months lagging behind whatever the innovation is. There are a few
I'll tell you why I
exceptions.
disagree. I think what you're saying is pretty on target for like 2012 or something. Like that was the state of affairs. If you go back earlier, smartphones were all about the hardware. You know, it was, does it have the rolly bar? Does it, how powerful is it? What kind of RAM does it have? How many megapixels are in the camera? And Apple is the first one to turn it into a platform, or one to make it really software based, right? The Apple was the people who made it so that they opened up the API and everyone else was able to start putting apps on it. Prior to them doing that, these things weren't even that interesting. And then suddenly they became the center of your life because you're like a, I don't know, crazy beer fanatic. And now you can find places that sell it. And when they opened up the API and made it software based, so Apple had a hard time penetrating, I think it was the Japanese market, because the consumers were still looking at hardware specs when they're trying to figure out which phones are good. And Apple didn't win, right? The iPhones didn't really dominate in the hardware specs. But it was only the people who owned them and saw what it was to be in an ecosystem. Now, since then, Google has caught up a whole lot and their ecosystem's improved. But that's where Apple, Apple's really changed the game.
Apple's always won on the software side. Like even their OS has always been better. Maybe not for gamers, right? But their OS has always been better than Windows. The software is just where Apple's been, and yeah, so for a long time, their hardware, I mean, that's why their hardware was lagging behind a lot, right? The iPod helped them a lot, transitioning into gadgets, into the hardware technology side of things. But I think that they've always been lagging behind on the hardware side. But I agree that on the platform side, on the software side, they've always been about making that experience. And that was the thing you said about until people experience it. That's the perfect way to say it, because like all my friends who have made the switch finally, we'd always be at each other's throats on social media, or just jabbing each other at parties about, oh, you're Android, oh, you're Apple. But it's like once they get an iPhone and they have a MacBook and they have an Apple router and an Apple TV, and it's just seamless and easy to just get your video up on that device, or to back up your entire hard drive in real time and just behind the scenes, and everything just works, and you plug in a printer and it just works. And once people get that experience, they realize that's amazing, right? They can pull an email they were writing on this device on the laptop and just pull it over to their phone and walk out the door and finish the email on the train, right? Like that.
But I don't agree. I don't think Apple has always lagged in the hardware, though, right? Like Apple was leading in the hardware when they did their early stuff. Their screens were better. Their screens were brighter, right? The early Android stuff wasn't better than what at this point was the several years in Apple stuff. And then somewhere around like 2012, it was like, all right, the specs aren't as good, but the overall experience is still competitive. Now, like with this new one coming out, it's like, really? So we're going to go 2 years in a row without really stepping up our game. It's disappointing to me. And I don't think 10-year anniversary is a good reason to like throw away a year.
The advantages that Apple always had were obviously screens, right? Because they've been doing laptops and they've been doing screens since forever. So like that was an area where absolutely they've been innovating with their Retina displays. But now Samsung and HTC have caught up. But yeah, in general, their hardware has never really been the key selling point of their devices. If you watch any keynote, like they eventually get to some of the specs of the phone, but not all of them. And they're always about the experience first, and they're always about the what it is to what it's like to feel, what it feels like to be an Apple customer, an iPhone user.
Yeah. I don't know if it's interesting to everyone, but it's interesting to me that Apple, I don't know.
Impressive company.
It's like they're not trying, or they've stopped their ability to try, or something. Because you say very impressive company, I say, yeah, the greatest company of 2013.
They genuinely lost Steve Jobs, and a lot of that was him. A lot of the long-term visionary leadership was him, and I still give a lot of credit to Tim Cook. Obviously, he was the hand-selected successor by Steve Jobs, so obviously he believed in him in a lot of ways, but also, I think that people are expecting Tim Cook to replace Steve Jobs, and what they don't realize is that Tim Cook's going to be a different kind of leader. And Steve Jobs, he was the phone and the music guy, right? And so I think when you look at Tim Cook, he's not going to be as revolutionary in the phone and the mobility space necessarily. He might be looking more towards the living room, might be looking more towards the car, might be looking more towards AI. And so those are probably still a ways out before you start to really truly see that wow moment. But I wouldn't be surprised if he invents something in the living room, maybe centered around the Apple TV, where it blows our minds in the way that the iPhone
better
did.
Be soon, because all he's done so far is lose momentum. You know, and I know there's some Apple car project that's out there floundering, not doing shit. You don't get 15 years to make a car. You know, like, fuck off, right?
Apple does. They got
no, they don't. He'll be fired.
$200 billion in the bank.
Dude, Tesla is the Apple of cars, right? Yeah, Tesla can pre-announce a car.
I think they replaced. They passed someone for like 9th biggest automaker the other day, like VW or something like that. That's incredible. Yes.
Yeah. Don't. I'm never gonna get into a war. I mean, Elon Musk is one of the last truly visionary leaders on our planet. So like, I'm not at all gonna put one above the other. I respect the shit out of both those companies, but I just think that they're playing. Tim Cook is playing a different game with Apple than Steve Jobs was, and he's aware that the iPhone it's a different product life cycle. You know what I mean? It's almost on autopilot, and that's okay, right? And I think he's okay with that. So I think we'll be eating our word. Those of us judging him too harshly and too critically now will be eating our words 2 to 5 years from now.
I might fire him next year.
Consistently losing ground to Android as far as total users.
Their phones
like,
consistently losing ground. The iPod is just as a I don't know about competitive market, but the whole market is fading away. Right? People don't buy
true,
iPods.
Though?
Yeah, it's true.
I didn't know if
it's
was.
true.
Again, that's
and their
almost
computers are
intentional.
losing ground, and they've stopped release. The people who know Apple stuff know like the release cycles and like, all right, you know, this computer's been out for a year and a half. Don't buy it. There's a new one coming. That's the case of almost everything they make. Like if they have like 10 different computer brand lines, 9 of them are don't buy right now. You know, they're just too fucking old. And some of them in an extreme case. Like the Mac Pro, the one I'd be most interested in, it's been over 900 days since they came out with one. It's the longest it's ever taken in the history of that product line. And that's
so not a good time to buy.
Almost not a good buy. Yeah, Apple is suffering to deliver fucking anything worse than they can in you know, since before Jobs was hired.
The Apple TV is doing well, I'm sure, and it's a really nice interface. That I think that controller has like 3 buttons on it, but it gets everything done. That's the only. That's been my favorite Apple product that I've ever used was that fucking Apple TV. Yeah, I prefer the Android phone by and large. The reliability seems to stink, though. I've been through so many of these motherfuckers. But I don't know, they're $200 a pop. So
I'm
I don't really
amazed
care.
at my iPhone 6. My criticism is the 7 gives me no reason to buy it. You know, I think I'm going to hold on to my 6 until the 10-year anniversary one.
I guess the removal of the headphone jack makes the phone slimmer and makes it more waterproof. I think those are the 2 advantages. But you're really losing a lot there, as you said the other day. Like everything from the credit card scanning technologies to you know, just listening to music on your iPhone or on your iPhone. It's kind of not there anymore. And all the peripherals that go along with it. It's a whole market of stuff that you're turning off.
Well, just remember, from a business standpoint, there's going to be a bunch of now dongles that they're going to be selling. So if you wanted to plug your auxiliary thing into your car, you're going to need a dongle that plugs into the auxiliary port of your car, and then it connects via Bluetooth to the headphone jack. Those credit card readers, same thing. They can now send out new credit card readers that either just use the RFID or that are scanners that are connected via Bluetooth now. So like it opens up more revenue streams for Apple from a business standpoint.
That doesn't sound secure at all.
Dude, that sounds like it. I could rephrase that as just remember, you know, we can eke another $30 out of fucked over unhappy customers.
And again, like the critics of Apple will always say that, right? But Apple people don't. It's never really been a prohibitive thing.
I'm an Apple person.
The perceived value add on that. The other thing about your phone is the iPhone 7 that maybe you're discounting is it will do something on the software level that your iPhone 6s can't do, right? Just like the iPhone 6, which is what I have. I skipped the 6s life cycle. The only way Hey Siri works for me is if I have it plugged into the charging port. On iPhone 6s, you can Hey Siri at any time and it'll come on. And so I'm assuming that the iPhone 7 is going to, and the iPhone 7 Plus will have some feature that in the OS that won't work on the other phones, right? Which is going to, and not just one feature, but many, that is going to drive a lot of interest. Like, I still don't know why I can't have a YouTube video playing picture in picture while I'm on my home screen flipping out and switching through other apps. I don't know why that's not possible yet on iOS, and I bet that will be one of the things.
It's not? I thought that was a feature in YouTube Red.
Maybe it's a feature in YouTube Red, but I don't know.
You have to pay for that.
So again, that's what I expect will be maybe possible with the iPhone 7 is having a whole app running picture-in-picture, and that's not possible on iPhone 6, right? I think on the iOS level, they're going to be able to supplement a lot of that feature set.
So YouTube owns. So it used to be Apple owned the YouTube app, and they kind of did a shit job at it. So now YouTube writes the YouTube app, and I guess it got better. I couldn't detail to you, in what ways it got better. But one of the things that's happened is they've introduced YouTube Red, and if you're a YouTube Red guy, you get features that regular Apple people don't. Like, I know that it's popular in Painkiller already. I can see the analytics, and it makes sense because people who watch a 4-hour podcast might want to be able to go to other apps, and YouTube Red lets them do that. So, yeah. Anyway, that's one of the side effects, I guess, of YouTube owning their own app. But it also got better. I don't know how, but it does more shit. So, I don't know. I just thought it was interesting. I'm kind of like I am an Apple guy. This is a PC. I do both, but I like Apple. I check Mac rumors several times.
Oh, you didn't
a
go
week.
with an Apple machine to edit your HD video and play games at high frame rates? Why not?
Dude, that one I talked about that's like 900 days old. That would be my editing station. And I'm like, I'm not going to buy into some Apple editing station that was last updated in 2012 or 13, something like that. Like, just fuck it. No, like, what am I, an idiot? And if you look at it, shucks, I'll show it to everybody. So it's, let me see here. If you go here, it can show you. I keep waiting for Taylor to come back.
Oh yeah, I've used that before. I've used that site before.
So look at how often they update this stuff, right? And look at where they are right now, right? So it's like, the first one's 240 days, 280, 420, 500, 685, a little quicker at 556, and now 925 days since the last update. Like that.
For the MacBook Pro, right?
Yeah, that's the. Not
Are they
MacBook
maybe
Pro,
going to
the
merge
Mac
two
Pro.
lines together, or are they going to discontinue one?
Yeah, at this point, you ask yourself, like, are they even in this business anymore? Like, who makes computers from, here it is, December of 2013, and like still runs on 2013?
The Mac Pro.
Yeah. And if you go to the very top of this page, it'll like show you where the different product lines are. And so the MacBook got updated 2 months ago.
Yeah, the MacBook Pro is 1480 days.
Well, that you got to be careful because there's a Retina MacBook Pro that's updated more commonly. But if you just scroll, well, what would you do? I don't know. The Retina MacBook Pro, which is kind of the one they keep current, is still 408 days old, which is pretty wild. Like, and if you look at the update schedule on that, you see like they don't even let it go a year. 250, 280, and then all of a sudden it hits 400. Like you were defending Tim Cook. I look at shit like this, like they are just failing on the hardware front all over the place. They're not able to deliver new stuff. I don't know what their problem is, but like.
Well, again, I just think it might be a little bit of a mistake to think that it's not intentional, right? Like, what if there's a reason that they're not updating those things as often as you would want? I mean, you were kind of just criticizing the iPhone being updated too often and not having enough innovations, right?
No, not at all. I was saying the iPhone is making a mistake by going 2 years of shit, right? They do the 7, the 7S, the 8, the 8S. Don't go like 6, 6S, 6. What the hell is it? QRST, 6T, and then 7. Like that's my problem. I'm like, oh look, this iPhone 7 is really not being updated. That's my issue with them. And here looking at their like hardware product line, it's crap too. So at least in the computer, I don't know, maybe their peripherals they're doing a little better.
Well, again, I have the last Retina MacBook Pro, so the one from 2015. And it's wonderful. I think I got mine in January 2015, and it's the one I'm Skyping on right now. It's blazing fast. It really has no issues. It's almost like it's hard to fix what's not broken. And again, I think that they probably do, especially in the MacBook Pro arena. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see an update at the next Apple event. But I think that they've been focused on other areas. I think rather than being focused on the bleeding edge and on the on the early adopters who buy these products. If you look at the products that they have been updating and coming and innovating with, the new MacBook, they've been focusing more on the middle, the people who want to come into the Apple ecosystem but don't want to come in at the upper echelon product like a MacBook Pro or a Mac Pro.
Yeah.
They had the point in their company life cycle where they were fueled almost exclusively by early adopters and almost exclusively by the fanboy, and their whole strategy has been just come much more mainstream, and a lot of that's been on the shoulders of the iPhone. And so, all these other products they've been releasing, like the watch, it all comes back to ultimately, shipping more iPhones and connecting to the iPhone user.
And watch isn't doing too well. I don't think either.
No, I don't. That's probably one of the only Apple products that I can think of that I truly just don't like. I mean,
I don't want that.
It's too thick. It sits off your wrist too much.
For what it's worth, this the crash they've had in their stock has dropped them down to 2012 levels. So
wow.
That it's
well,
not
hang
like.
on. Is this? Where was it before Brexit? Because I think that's taken the wind out of a lot of sales globally, right?
Well, especially a global company like Apple.
So I'm trying to think. Brexit was when?
A week ago.
Yeah, still below 2012 levels.
Okay, never mind then. Just thought I'd throw that out there. Never know.
Yeah.
Maybe last week they were mediocre but not terrible, but this week they're a little bit lower. I guess that Brexit thing was pretty interesting. It's been fun to watch the ramifications of that and all the.
I'm really trying to learn more about it now. Like last week we talked about Brexit, and it was honestly, sorry, my computer totally crashed. I'm just jumping back in, so I'm sorry if I mulch over the same shit you just talked about. But
no, we haven't even talked
just changed
about
topic.
Okay. It basically happened as the show was going on, and so we just picked sides based on like a team sport. So I immediately picked Leave, and then...
That's what a lot of people were doing.
Yeah.
I'll go with the blue guys.
When Leave started winning towards the end, I started thinking, well, maybe I'm always an underdog kind of guy, so now I'm pulling for Remain a little bit, because I didn't really care or know. And then basically all my research has been looking at YouTube videos. Like I watched the whole Brexit documentary that's on YouTube, and obviously that was for the side of we need to get the hell out of the EU, and I tried finding other shit, like the other side didn't have a documentary, so that you didn't have a YouTube documentary, so that definitely hindered your progress there. But I think based on my limited knowledge, it made more sense to Leave.
Dude, can we watch a video
Kyle?
together? Vox did one in 2 minutes that I thought educated people really well. To me, it's pretty non-biased, and it just...
From Fox?
No, Vox with a
Vox.
V.
Oh, Vox.
Yeah.
I was going to say Fox being unbiased.
Yeah, I hear you. I would never say that. But, this is Vox, and it's got a couple million views. Are you guys ready?
Yes.
Ready, set, play.
Voters in the United Kingdom have voted to leave the European Union.
I hope this victory brings down this failed project and leads us to a Europe of sovereign nation states.
It's a major blow to European political and economic integration and a huge embarrassment for British Prime Minister David Cameron,
Who called for the referendum.
Who originally proposed it.
Inside the EU than out on our own. At the heart of that is the single market. 500 million customers on our doorstep. A source of so many jobs, so much trade, and such a wealth of opportunity for our young people.
Britain's exit, or the Brexit as it's called, will have huge implications for the British economy. The EU functions as a single integrated economy, kind of like the United States.
Yeah,
and
the
now that
second
Britain is
biggest
out,
trading bloc.
regulations could make it harder to move goods across the English Channel. Lots of multinational corporations have their headquarters in London. But now they might find that it makes more sense to have their European headquarters in the European Union, which could lead to job losses in Britain. The EU also allows for the free movement of people within its member states, which means that any EU citizen can live and work in any other EU country without a visa. And the UK's high employment rate has drawn migrants from poorer countries in the EU, like Poland and Lithuania. But many in Britain resent these migrants, and that resentment was a key driving force in the decision for Britain to leave the European Union. So now that Britain's out, nobody really knows what's going to happen to all those EU migrants. So what comes next? A long negotiation between the UK and the EU's member states, where they have to hash out issues like
have to change their
trade,
flag.
tariffs, agriculture, immigration, and a whole host of other issues. Nobody really knows what this means for the other EU countries.
They'll still look exactly
they
the
could
same.
rally
They'll just make the
together
stars a little
and
bigger.
push for even more integration. Or some countries could look at Britain and say, we should get out too. But one thing is clear, Britain's exit is a huge blow to the dream of a united Europe.
Well, I guess they didn't really want to present the other side of it.
I guess not.
I remembered it being pretty unbiased. I don't know anymore.
I mean, it's Vox. Like,
I'm not familiar with Vox.
Well,
they definitely lean left.
Okay.
Yeah, but everything they're saying is true, and I've also heard the other side, and I empathize with the idea of having a nation's sovereignty, and not every nation is like the U.S. where we signed up to take your poor and your homeless.
Masses.
Yeah, like we're not. That's not what every other nation was founded on, and I get that. But what I'll say is everything in the Vox thing was true, and the long-term negatives are just profound. Like just thinking about the trade, right? Like what other European nations are going to even want to trade with Britain anymore now that they are sort of this
people who might be interested in the fourth or fifth largest country in the planet.
Okay, go ahead, Kyle. Sorry.
The British Empire has lasted for like 1800 years or something like that. The EU is 50 years old. The UK has only been in it for like 20 years or something like that. Everybody's acting like, oh my God, something has happened like never before. It's like, no. Like there are marriages that are older than their relationship with the EU. Everything's going to balance because
mine might be.
Because you got a free market. Yeah. What is marriage older than the European Union?
The big problem is that things have just changed, right? So back before, when they were this independent empire for thousands of years, that was when everyone wanted to work with them, and now this moment has changed everything, because now no one wants to work with them, and
they still do though, because they want to trade with the United Kingdom. I mean, are they going to suddenly switch and be like, oh, well, all those goods and services that we were garnering from the United Kingdom, now we're just going to get from Estonia?
See, now there's a negotiation because there's more of a free market. Instead of a bunch of guys in Brussels or in France, because I think they like move the headquarters around to appease like certain nations or something like that with the EU, which is a bunch of bullshit. Now there's going to be a negotiation. So now you don't have to be under the yoke of some bureaucrats, over across the English Channel. We would hate that, right?
Let me take a turn.
If one of our main economic policies was ever dictated by some guys in Mexico or Canada, we wouldn't like that.
I feel like everyone pretending to know whether it's a good idea or not. Like, dude, you don't have the data yet. For all we know, UK could hammer out a trade deal with the EU that has like all the positives of being in it without the negatives, right? They still want to trade with the UK. They might be mad at them today because they just left, but this process takes over a year, and they might be like, you know what? Let's just keep the open borders. Maybe it'll be a good thing, and then they don't have, say, the immigration issues that they didn't like so much, and they don't have to pay into the EU as much as they did before, or anything. Who knows? We just don't know what the terms of the deal are going to be. Yet we're already figuring out whether it's a good or bad deal, and that seems crazy to me.
I just like that there's going to be a negotiation.
Right after this happened, and of course a little bit of instability causes markets to fluctuate, everybody already acted like on Twitter, like, oh my God, the UK is crumbling. Look at take note of this, of where you are, because a world superpower is no more. And it's like, oh my God, chill the fuck out. The UK is going to be fine. It's going to be okay. It's going to bounce back. I saw people on the other side of the aisle 2 days ago posting stuff like, oh, look at that. It's already bounced back higher than it was. I didn't look into it that much, so I don't know if that's true. But
our markets have rebounded we took a big hit the day of, but they've rebounded quite a bit in the past few days.
Really,
and that's to be expected, though. This is a long burn. Like, this is not...
Well, who knows how to expect the markets. But the... I had a thing... God, I can never get it. But, I don't know.
Something about Obama?
Yeah, thank you, Kyle. When Obama first got elected, the markets were also doing like a real fluctuating thing. You remember he came in one of these awful economies that people don't remember. Like they were McCain and Obama like suspended campaigns and had to hammer out those big bank rescue deals and shit like that. So when he got elected, the right in particular used to use the stock market as like a real-time what do they call that popularity poll that they do? The favorability poll or whatever, right? Approval ratings, right? They would act like the stock market was Obama approval ratings, and they fucking loved it because he jumped in a terrible market, and they're like, market's down 75 points again today, fucking Obama, and they just like day after day after day, and then when the jobs started coming in and the market started doubling again and again, they stopped using that metric. To measure his performance.
Well, yeah, of course, both sides are always going to use the least favorable conceivable thing to reflect their opponents.
I'm just like, hey, I've seen this before, where they use the stock market as a real-time barometer of people's feelings on this or that, and it's like, stop it. It's the stock market.
It's manipulative. What I didn't like and what really kind of convinced me more on the Leave side was I really didn't like all of the stories and shit they were showing of local businesses and local like blue collar workers in the UK who were having their jobs, their businesses ruined because of UK or EU bureaucratic red tape that you have to crawl through, and it's actively hindering your ability to start a successful business. And then it's propping up shitty businesses by imposing tariffs on countries that are providing better goods for less cost. Like it just seemed like on a moral level of like, yeah, they should be able to just dictate their own terms. They should be able to have their own fucking country where they decide their shit. And maybe I'm totally wrong, and that's just emotional, but it feels right. That, that isn't fair. They shouldn't have a fucking government that they didn't really choose hundreds of miles away, which in Europe is like thousands of miles here.
I think I'm
making decisions.
I think I'm on the Leave side. Who knows? But there were two powerful arguments for me. One was, like, in the last 15 years, Europe is like the only continent not to experience growth. And in my head, I'm like, man, like, how many decades do you need to let an experiment go before you look at the results? Like Asia's growing, America's growing, Africa's growing. It was actually two. Europe and Antarctica are like the only countries that haven't experienced growth in the last 15 years. And I'm like, So if I was the UK, is that the country that I'd want to be handcuffed to as we, head out and compete? And the other thing was, and I don't know how common this was because I was listening to some guy who's obviously, in favor of one side, but he said that a lot of the EU officials that were there were people who just got kicked out of British politics. So, everyone grabs their torches and pitchforks, fires their politician by voting him out, and then now he's in the EU still ruling your country. And you're like, this is a terrible system. I hate being ruled by someone I just fired. So there you have it.
Let's change topics, but keep it in the world of international affairs and talk about these Rio Olympics, because this video that Chiz just linked is hilarious. It looks like it's about the Rio Olympics. I think it's Stephen Colbert talking for a minute or two about what's going on. This thing is really going to be a global disaster. Well, a disaster on a global stage.
On a global stage, yeah.
Yeah.
So
not a global scale. Yeah.
Is it for 109, 110?
I believe it starts at 109, 110. Mine's paused at 111.
Yeah, I have it to me too. All right. Are we ready?
Yep.
Ready, set, play.
Games. They are less than 2 months away or never, because just yesterday, Rio's acting governor warned the Olympics could be a big failure, which is actually an improvement because until yesterday, it looked like a massive catastrophe. The Olympics are in real trouble. Many of the venues are still unfinished, possibly because more than $10 billion in construction contracts went to just 5 firms, all of which are currently under investigation for price fixing and kickbacks. This has already led to top executives being jailed or charged, though on the plus side for those executives, the prisoners won't be completed until 2036. Plus, Brazil is one of the highest violent crime rates in the world, which led Rivaldo, a former member of Brazil's Olympic soccer team, to warn tourists to, quote, stay in their country of origin, because here you'll be running the risk of your life. Leading to Brazil's newest tourist slogan, Brazil, come for the sport, stay because you're dead. But experts don't expect an increase in arrests during the Olympics, in part because police patrols may grind to a halt because they can't afford to buy fuel. Though with any luck, the problem will solve itself when the cars are stolen.
Brazil has huge natural reserves.
These budget shortfalls led first responders to stage protests all over Rio yesterday, including one at the airport where police held a sign that read, "Welcome to hell." Yes, hell explains why they're changing the Olympic logo from 3 people holding hands to 2 guys mugging the other guy. But corruption and crime aren't the only things plaguing the Olympics. There's also actual plague. Because fear over the Zika virus, which can cause birth defects, has led some athletes to stay home and others to take special precautions like freezing their sperm. What's going on in there? Don't open the door, I'm training for the Olympics.
That's probably near the end of that.
You're training all the time. Of course, athletes could always hide from mosquitoes underwater, but I wouldn't recommend Guanabara Bay, where the boating events will be held, because this is an actual photo of the race site. Now, okay, that doesn't look good, but on the bright side, if Brazil doesn't finish the athletes' dorms in time, I think that couch is a fold-out. And it gets worse, because researchers just found drug-resistant superbacteria in the bay, leading one Brazilian professor to say, "These bacteria should not be present in these waters. They should not be present in the sea." Now, I would say no, but I think in this case, quite the opposite is true. But it's not...
Oh, it took me a while to catch on to the no thing.
Yeah, the no shit.
Yeah.
I want to point out that you have applauded 2 things: shoddy construction and human waste. You're my kind of people. You're my kind of people.
Should we keep going?
I think it's about
But
done.
it's not just humans whose lives are at risk in Rio.
Yeah. So much has been made out of what a story Rio is. I can't tell if it's just like the hip thing to bully Rio or if it's that bad. And it almost seems like what really is going to matter is the coverage they give it in real time. Like if NBC is just like, you know what? Actually, all right, so the drywall's not painted, but it's actually pretty nice. You know, I like unpainted drywall in the dorms. Or if they just completely ignore all the problems people are having and do like sappy stories about how, you know, this rower's mom got divorced. And
they're totally going to embrace the bad shit because nobody's going to click on some bait article that says 6 reasons why Rio was better than expected. Like, nobody's going to click that. It's going to be like, you won't believe what Michael Phelps found in his vitamin water. Like silly stuff like that. Just, I don't know. Anytime the Olympics is held in a country that we're not like directly buddy with, it seems like we always rip on it. And maybe that's because the countries that we're not really buddy with have shittier places to have the Olympics. I don't know. Like
I'm really looking forward to seeing the failure that this thing is going to be. It is going to be a failure. There are going to be rapes, murders, assaults, disease, maybe a kidnapping or 2. Facilities are not done, and it's months away. The facilities are obviously not going to be proper or finished. But what I really hope that I get to see, and Reddit will be great for this because it's not going to be like the photos they put on CNN. It's going to be like a dude like me out there going, here's what it looks like. And you're going to see those like world-class rowers out there in the algae with the diapers floating, like, you know, they got like nose pincher, like they're putting Vicks under their nose to cancel the smell of the water they're rowing in. Dude, it's gonna be good.
I didn't even think about the social media aspect, right? I'm sitting here saying it really matters where NBC points the cameras. No, it doesn't. Kyle's right.
The athletes too.
Yeah. I mean, dude, you can't stop soldiers from wearing GoPros in battles with ISIS. You know, you think you're going to keep like Rio a secret? We're going to know exactly what it's like. It's going to be on social. It's going to be on everyone's Facebook feed. That's how cool.
We should just sit out of the 2016 Olympics, and when 2020 comes around, we will clean up. Because we will not have any sick individuals with shrunken heads or horrible, maladaptive tumors growing because of that nasty water. Like, I say we just let other countries have some gold, and we're going to clean up in 2020.
We can send our over 25 crew, right? Because they were going to be 29 anyway, at the best.
Phelps just made his 5th.
Exactly. Send Phelps. He's not going for 6. It's his last year. Use him
He'll
up.
swim in that water. He don't care.
Yeah, you're gonna like
you
it.
guys aren't swimming. I am. I'm adding another few medals. He'd be swimming in that diaper water. He don't care.
He would. Yeah, because this is his last chance. After this, he's got a long career of like pimping 5-hour energy or something. Like, what's he gonna do?
I guess he's got it at this point, right? Look at all that Tweedy's money.
I wonder what they pay.
He's probably loaded.
I don't know. He had Subway for a long time. I feel like he could be a motivational speaker. Like when he's got a big enough name and a wholesome enough character aside from the marijuana, which nobody gives a shit about, that like he can do whatever he wants at this point. He can go give motivational speeches. He could get I don't know, whatever the top collegiate swimming team is. He could easily just walk in there and be the coach of that and make some enormous. Well, I don't know what they pay those guys. I know in college football they make a bundle, but what do swim coaches make?
Go faster!
I don't know.
Right? Kick!
Kick harder! I want you to go out there and swim through that water like it owes you money.
You guys are funny because you can't really hear your coach in swimming. You can't hear him at all.
You're just constant like, you gotta go faster. You're not moving your feet.
Not even that. You can't hear it fucking. The splashing is actually really loud in your ears, and that's all that you hear. There's if you swim a longer event, there's like a lane marker they hold down. Like, so you say when like I forget how many laps a 1650 is, but whatever. Like, pick a long one, and they'll hold this thing down. You're like, you lap 13, lap 15, lap 17, etc. And
it's incredible how bad humans are at, like, even the best of the best swimmers in the world are being coached by people walking only a little briskly next to the pool, where they're like, sometimes they have to like slow down to a calm saunter to make sure that they don't pull out ahead of the pack as they're like, it's just the people on the side I'm talking about, like walking and
come on, let's go.
Those swimmers are going faster than you're saying. You have to jog for sure, maybe run.
There is no way that you can swim as fast as someone can run. I can run faster than any swimmer in history.
I would agree with that. What I'm saying is, to keep up with the swimmer, you would have to run.
I feel like it's only a run like you forgot to get something at, Walmart and they're closing in a couple minutes. You're not going to run through fucking Walmart and look like an asshole, but you'll walk a little quicker.
Light jog.
Yeah, maybe a light jog. Maybe like you're just doing a quick walk with your
You're like, shit, I could do a marathon.
If you have 2 feet airborne at the same time,
no impact.
That's a run.
Right.
And I think you'd need to do that. Or you'd have to do that like crazy speed walk event thing with the hips and the twist. Yeah.
What like old women do walking past Macy's malls.
Every time I see that, I just want to be like, stop! Don't ever do that again. Just fucking jog. Why do they do that?
Swimmers Hall. And people who've never come to like a good swim event, not a high school one, but like, collegiate level or the Olympic level. The Olympic level, of course, especially, are taken aback by like, wow, those fuckers are moving. And I've heard that's true in track and field too. You're like, I didn't even know people did that. Those are really hauling.
Sure it is. I just think it's interesting to watch like the best of the best humans do stuff like sprinting or swimming or jumping, and then see much smaller, dumber animals accidentally beat all of our records. Where it's like, look at, Steven Johnson from the Republic of the Congo jump. He can jump 7 feet in the air on the high jump. This is a chickadee we got from a petting zoo 6 minutes ago. Let's see if we can get it to, oh, Jesus Christ, yeah, wow, 14 feet, more than, how do you feel about that,
Well,
Steve?
You picked an animal that flies, you jerk. Chickadee sounds like a bird of some sort. You're like, look at it, 900 feet.
Yeah.
Over the house.
He's the Paramotor,
maybe.
Yeah.
But
Anyway.
yeah, Phelps made bank. It says here his net worth is $55 million
Whoa.
for swimming.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's before the endorsement period of his
wow.
the big endorsement period of his lifetime.
Oh, that guy is on the fat clock right after this right after these Olympics wind down. Mark my words, that guy's on the not just the fat clock, the obese clock, because he's gonna slow down and keep eating like he does, and he honestly eats as many calories a day as I would wager all four of us on a standard day.
Just because he burns that many on a standard day.
Because he burns
Yeah.
that's a dude who wasn't bullshitting you with Subway. While Jared is sitting there pretending like he ate a foot long, Michael Phelps is like, yeah, I eat 6 of these for breakfast, but I do a lot of work. So you don't eat 6 of these and expect these results. Look at this. Look at this stuff. 10 of these a day, motherfucker. Like, anyway, though.
Yeah.
I like the athletes who are just better than everybody else at a thing. It's fascinating. It's like, wow, you're a real unique specimen. We need to take your DNA and do something with it. Like if you're gonna start making that master race, like let's get some of Phelps's sperm, because we're gonna want to start there. Let's start with a Michael Phelps type physique.
Let's get somebody else's face genes.
Yes, absolutely. Like, hey, I didn't. He's not.
Yeah.
He's
I don't want a whole race of foot people.
Imagine John Stamos, but he has 3 times the lung capacity of a normal man, and he can win 18 gold medals a year.
What's interesting
that's
for
what we need.
Phelps is he's good at a bunch of events, right? Like most swimmers are like, yeah, you know what? I just got a knack for butterfly. I'm built like that, etc. He's like the best at butter, the best at breast, the best at back, and the best
in the water.
and
the
nearly
best,
the
right?
best. At,
it's
yeah,
crazy.
yeah. Like you don't see like track and field athletes be like, you know what? I just happen to fucking kick ass at the javelin too. Yeah. You know, like I got to run the 100 free, the 50 free, and then throw this javelin, and no one can hang. And that's what
why
he does.
I'm really getting into American Ninja Warrior. Like to me, that's almost like to the athletic sports what like the UFC was to boxing, and like it's when you want to talk about people's sheer athleticism and their sheer ability to do things that don't really matter but are still really impressive. It's these American Ninja Warrior things, this Mount Midoriyama thing. It's like, it tests everything. It tests strength, it tests agility, it tests stamina, it tests balance.
I know a guy. I think he can win that. And I know,
really
right?
Impressive.
Everyone like knows a guy, right? Like, oh yeah, Louis over there. I bet he could do it. No, dude, my guy. I sometimes think about it. I'm like, dude, what if I were to fund your costs to enter this thing in exchange for like, I don't know, a quarter of the purse, right? Like, I'll make this thing feasible for you, and then we'll, like, I'm investing in you. Does that make me like a dick? I feel like that. That's just reasonable, right?
No, that like. In things like that, like poker is a perfect example of that. That is how a lot of poker players play poker at a professional level. It's by having someone else sort of hedge their bet on you, and someone else is fronting the money, and they're keeping part of the take. And that way, you can actually do it because over the long run, a good player will do well.
My son goes to parkour class. And my son is not great at parkour. It's really about socializing and enjoying himself, and he's losing some weight and all the good stuff that comes with exercising. But one of his coaches, like, he's like perfect at shit. They've got that, you see the warp wall at the end? You know? This guy does the warp wall like it's a joke. Like
a lot of them build it in their own gym and they practice on it all the time.
Oh yeah, he's got a warp wall. That dude, I'm scared to try it. Like I've run up it, but I don't like give it my all. Is that the one where you
run up and try to jump and grab? And
yeah. The it's like 25 feet in the air or something. Like it's really it's really tall though. I think it might be.
No, it's higher than 15. I'm shocked.
I think it's 13 to 16 feet. Yeah, it's somewhere in there.
Maybe I'm exaggerating.
If these guys are running up 25-foot walls, they're just superheroes.
Well, it's a ramp. It's like a quarter pipe.
It's all perspective. What really brought me into the sport was in 2014 when it was Casey Catanzaro. She was like this 5 foot nothing, like tiny petite girl, but one of the most athletic and agile athletes in the world, and she completed the whole course. I think she was the first woman to finish it. She climbed the 16-foot wall, and I'm like, dude, it's just unbelievable.
They have a foam pit, right? And on the far side of the foam pit is like a rock wall. And you would look at it, I swear, and be like, dude, clearing this foam pit and clinging onto the rock wall like a mountain goat is just not a task that humans can do. not rock wall, foam pit. Yeah, clearing the foam pit, getting in the rock, and he does that shit, and you're just like, and yeah, and then he just climbs around on it like it's a ladder, like you're supposed to be able to do that thing, and I don't know, you just look at him and he can like do flips and shit.
You want to watch this video?
Sure,
this is pretty good.
This guy doesn't look like a real athlete.
He's gonna run through all the obstacles.
He'll surprise you.
Okay, are you ready?
Yeah.
Ready, set, play. Go.
Welcome back to American Ninja Warrior. We just saw high school teacher Sam Wilkins complete the course in 2 minutes and 38 seconds.
That's the time to beat tonight. He breezed through the quintuple step, murdered the log roll, flew right up the warp wall, and then conquered the salmon ladder.
You know it. Coming up next is a
That salmon ladder's a thing they have in their gym.
Yep.
Dude,
I've seen those at a lot of gyms.
He goes up and down those like 10 times, like all day.
Well, it used to be beautiful before the tornado.
All right.
It leveled everything.
I've immediately judged the book by the cover. I'm going to be impressed at how this guy does.
And that's
He's very impressive.
Well, it's on the SNL channels.
Thanks, Woody.
It's everyone can see it.
Nobody noticed that.
I just wanted to show the good people of Beasley that even when the chips are down, if you work hard and you put your mind to it, anything is possible.
Wow, Jeff, you get it.
This isn't about me. I'm doing it for the people of Beasley.
And I see some of your friends and neighbors are here tonight to cheer you on.
Hey, yeah, there they are.
He's got the neck brace on for the tornado.
Okay, Jeff,
He's in a wheelchair.
I'm no longer Jeff Metcalf. I am Captain Tornado, and I'm doing this for my town.
Okay, Captain Tornado, go get him. As a reminder, he'll have to beat Sam's time for the qualifying round.
That's right. How have you been, by the way?
I'm depressed.
Like,
no reason.
100 pounds overweight.
Let's see if Captain Tornado will be our next American Ninja Warrior. And he's off.
And it's over.
The cape is a problem.
Let's take a look at the slow-mo. He completely misjudged.
It was almost as if there was absolutely no communication between his brain and his body.
Now let's take a look at the reaction of his fans. If you watch closely, you can see the hope slowly draining from their faces.
I mean, any respect that they had for Jeff has now completely vanished, and that's gotta suck for them. They put their eggs in the wrong basket.
Absolutely. All right, Jeff, so what do you think happened out there?
I did bad.
I did bad.
You sure did.
But Jeff, because we were so moved by your story, we have a little surprise for you.
Oh, God.
We decided to give you a special American Ninja do-over.
Really?
That's right. So use what you've learned on your first run and apply it to this one.
I will. I won't let you down this time. I'm going to do it for Beasley.
And he's focusing up.
Look at the intensity on his face.
No running start.
Not going to let this rare second chance slip away.
I don't know how they're gonna play this. You made it the second one.
It's almost as if his heart is in
The
right
mask
place, but his
fell
body is
off.
absolute junk.
Maybe naming yourself after the thing that destroyed your town wasn't the best choice.
Well, let's look at the slow-mo. I expected him to look a little more disappointed. I mean, he almost looks happy.
I hate to say it, but I think that's an I'm peeing face. And here he comes. How did that feel? Are you embarrassed?
Do over. I was not ready. My shoes are wet.
I don't want to do over this.
Jeff,
Pee in that pool.
unfortunately, we don't have time. I'm sorry.
I have to do this for my peeps, please.
Oh, they're long gone, Jeff. They're out of here. Take a look.
I don't care.
Oh.
I gotta do this. I'm doing this for Beasley. Beep, 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 beep.
Wow. Run across the water.
What a dude. Just a reminder, he did this for his town.
And he's also lost his pants.
That tornado destroyed their home, but this tornado destroyed their spirit and showed its penis. We'll be right back with more American Ninja Warrior.
That's pretty good. Yeah. SNL's not that great these days, but that was a pretty good sketch.
It never was.
I always, when I watch Ninja Warrior, like the maybe 1 or 2 times I have, I always like to watch it and see like which ones I think I could do. And I've never thought that I could do any of them aside from the one where you just kind of like go,
Yeah, the first one when he failed it.
I'm always like, the first time I watched it, I was like, let's see, everybody's talking about this. And I'm like, all right, oh, you bounce back and forth, ooh, big athlete. And then number 2 is like, all right, now you're gonna grab onto this bar and you're gonna do a pull-up where you then rest yourself up a little more every time.
Yeah.
If you've seen that, where you're lifting yourself and pulling yourself up. And it's like, give me 40 minutes and a grappling hook, and I couldn't do that. Like, that's so difficult.
I just want
one of them, you know.
I just want the YouTube channel to build a little obstacle course similar to that in their shed, and then they invite other YouTubers on and see if they can compete. And like that would be a 1 million sub YouTube channel. I'm just waiting for someone to do that.
Or if
watching your fellow YouTubers make a fool of themselves on those obstacle courses, that'd be some entertaining shit.
Or the good ones. You know, there's going to be a couple YouTubers that I
do great.
Yeah, who would surprise you?
Or it would be hilarious if you just treat it seriously, but all you do is go around to local playgrounds and Chuck E. Cheese's and just monopolize all of the children's playware as they're like, "Mister, can I slide down the slide? I'm training. I'm training."
You're climbing up it backwards.
Yeah, climbing up the slide backwards as you're getting booted in the face by like
pretend like kids
shoes.
obstacle. you're just like taking them out.
Little Velcro feet hitting you in the head.
I do the same thing, Taylor, about like how I would do on those things, except it's not me. It's hypothetical young me. Me is depressing. You know, like no.
You climb that rope really well. And there's a lot of rope climbing like stuff.
Peak me could do 22 pull-ups, right? Like, I want to put that guy on the course and see how he can do. You know those like I didn't even do them, but in the gym we had this peg board where you like put pegs and you go up and down it, right? Just like I don't know, I just like fucking tried it and did it my first time ever, and the wrestling coach was like, "Damn, you know, like people."
That's a rough exercise.
I could do that, and so you know,
how long are because that's what really matters. I think is like how long each rung is from the next one. Because if it's little, then you can kind of be like.
Well, the trick here is that
it taxes
your grip strength as well in a way that you don't anticipate, because the pegs don't go in perfectly. They also kind of slightly canter down, so you have to squeeze to keep yourself on. Yeah, you got to also be rotating your wrist to keep the peg in there.
And then you have that like mini panic attack of like, you're like, all right, I got it. Okay, and then you don't hit it right away, and you're just kind of like, oh, fuck. Oh man, I'm running out of strength real quick, and then you're just done.
That's
like,
the challenge right there. It's like I don't remember having too much trouble getting the pegs in. I'm not even sure if it was canted. It was a long time ago, but I do remember like not always getting it on the first try. And now I'm doing like a one-arm pull-up for longer than I want to be. Yeah, and it's like, all right, well, reset, because I've got this height, I can have this one again, and then try it, and that's the kind of nonsense it took.
Well, that sounds pretty difficult. I'd like to try that. I've seen those. The MMA gym I went to had one of those, but we didn't fuck with that stuff.
I don't even want to try it anymore. I want to live in my memory. But yeah, hypothetical Woody, I'm not saying I'd win that thing. I wouldn't. But like, I don't know.
It looks like a fun challenge.
Let me take a couple practice runs and I might do something.
I get enough pleasure from living the fantasy of myself winning it that I don't even have to train for it, because I already know what would happen, how it would pan out, just picturing myself dominating it, like, oh, how'd you break every record? How'd you do it on your first try? Well, this stuff just kind of comes easy to me. There you have it, folks. What were you doing before this? And I was at Tim Hortons eating donuts. just hopped on over. It was honestly not a big deal. Like, I saw it on Twitter, thought I'd come over. That the fantasy is enough. Like the fantasy you have of everything, like you stopping a robbery, you winning an argument against a teacher from a decade ago. Like you get so much pleasure from it, just fantasizing about it, that at the end of it you're like, oh, it's almost like that happened. Yeah. I don't need to go back.
You see the guys on it and they're like, well, this guy enjoys rock climbing, and you're like, oh, well, that's that kind of hobby is what makes him succeed at this so much. And I think like Parkor coach, like this guy all day long just like does crap like that in the gym to keep himself fit. Dude, no joke, he could actually do this, right? Like he could be a guy. He could be the guy.
These athletes have missed such a grand opportunity because they're all clearly very fucking athletic, and instead of pointing all of that energy and focus into like, all right, I'm a 6'4" guy, I'm in great shape, I'm gonna point myself towards the NFL.
Right,
and
wide
just
receiver.
put all my eggs in that basket, and I'm going to get really good at this. Instead, he's like, well, I'm going to put 5% of my time into peg climbing, and then 15% into mild left foot jumps, and then I'm going to get I'm going to take out a $30,000 loan. I'm going to put lily pad jumpers in my pool in the back. I'm going to get an eternity pool. And it's like, how about you just you solidify that interest, and you learn a skill that people give a fuck about. Because at the end of the day, all it is novel watching these people, where it's like, wow, that guy ran up that wall like it mattered.
You know,
I remember they were saying the same thing about X Games, the same thing about UFC at one point, though.
All right, so the javelin has been out there for centuries. That's not really catching fire or taking hold or anything. How do you even get into throwing the javelin, the discus, or the shot put?
You lose a couple races and they put you in that category. I know that.
You lose out on the track and you go into the field.
That happened to me. I know that happened because they happened to me.
Yeah.
In 8th grade, I had to be on the track team, and I fucking hated it. I hated track.
This is great.
My parents were like, you got to do something before hockey season starts because we want you to be active all year. And I was like, whatever, track. First track meet ever. To be fair, I had not shown promise in any event. They kind of were just like, you do this. Oh, Jesus, all right, do that. And they put me in the 100-meter hurdles.
Who would have thought that'd be the right event for their goalie? But go on.
Yeah, 100-meter hurdles. They put me in it, and I'm there, and I look down the line, and the guy right next to me is a guy also from my school, and I know that he is really fucking fast at this because I've watched him do it really fucking fast next to me. And what I do, there was only like 6 hurdles or however many there are in a 100-meter. I ran, got the first one off a bullshit jump, to be fair. This right leg went over it, left leg kind of like went a swoop. Did a little swoop around the side. I get to the next one.
Is that illegal or just bad form?
It's just horrible form, and I'm pretty sure it's illegal. But I was like 14, so nobody was calling me on it. I get to the next one. I make it over. I tap it a little bit. I give it a little bit of a shake, kind of. Meanwhile, I already have an excellent view of who's going to win the race because right in front of me, they're 3 hurdles ahead. The third hurdle, I jump like almost half-assed. Like, what am I doing? Making an asshole of myself. Everyone was so fucking far ahead of me, and I jumped, knocked it over, and I shit you not, I didn't even finish the race. I just went to the side and just jogged it up to the end. Didn't jump over anymore. Just kind of like wave into the stands of all like the 8th grade girls who were there waiting for their event. They're like, hey, I'm over here. Talk to Coach Kirk, who was over there, and he's like, how about you seem like a shot put kind of guy. And I'm like, well, I'm certainly not a running type of guy. And he was like, okay. And honestly, going to the shot put event after that was like wandering into like a special bus scenario where this was not like, unlike the running of the hurdles, this wasn't the cream of the crop. No one here knew how to shot put or discus or javelin. These were all the people that couldn't run. And I performed well amongst that group.
No, did you?
There were girls there, so, so I really tore it up.
Even
thinking about that is embarrassing. I can picture everybody looking at me.
we had some sort of elementary school Olympics, and I also threw the shot put, and I guess I showed some promise at it for being like a 5th grader. So my parents bought me a shot put to practice with, and so like I'm out in the yard spinning around throwing this big hunk of steel all day. It was a very weird time in my life. Because everybody's like encouraging me, like, you're very good. You threw it 15 feet. Yeah, that's amazing. And I'm just like, well, I don't know. I'm just throwing the steel ball. Okay, I'll do that more. And like now I've got my own like special one and some sort of shot put cleaning rag that you like swiffer it around in, or it's all this bullshit. And then we get to the meet, and I'm like, I don't really want to do this anymore. Do I have to? And they're like, no. That was it.
I remember from the shot put thing, they didn't teach any of us how to do it. And so there were no like coaches over there because they were all caring about the real sports, like the running and the jumping, and we were in our own sequestered little idiot cell over there, and nobody cared. But for the first few, I guess, rounds of it, nobody was telling these kids how to shot put, and I didn't know. So people were just guaranteed fucking up their elbows, just like Oh! And it's like, meanwhile, just like weird tweaks and shit are happening. Like, that kind of smarts, you know? I don't think this is how you're supposed to do it. You're not supposed to bring it behind your head and whip it like a girl throws a softball. But yeah, track is horrible. It's a horrible sport.
I wanted to be in track. Have I told this story on PKA?
Be in track.
So, like, I was a sophomore in high school, and I think I was working. Of course I was working. I had to always work after high school. And I hated it. Like, I'd go to high school, which I hated, and then I'd go to my jobs, which I also hated. And then at night, I would not do my homework. That was, like, kind of my high school existence. And I had this idea that I wanted to play a winter sport. But as a sophomore, I knew that I was, like, shit at all sports. So winter track is like the JV league track. At least it was in my, I don't know if it is everywhere, but spring track, that's track and field. That's when track and field happens. Cross country, that's in the fall. Winter, that's like this isn't track season, track. So I thought I would start there. And I tried to sell my parents on it. And my dad is like, no, my son, he works. And I tried to sell it. I tried to pitch it. And then eventually, and this is the argument that ended it all, he goes, you know what? I've seen him run. He's no great shakes. That was the line. And it was like, I was deflated. I stopped trying.
Who is great shakes?
That's an old mean man term that you say to your son. Jesus.
Yeah, it is a paraphrase. It's like, he's going to suck. And I was like, oh, well, all right, never mind about track. And that's my track and field experience.
Yeah, it's a terrible,
in fairness,
terrible activity.
I might have sucked. To this day, I suck at running, but I've got like really good cardio. Like, it comes to me quickly.
And
even
your lower
now.
body, apparently.
Right. So, if they could have trained me to not run like a goose or whatever it is that I do, then maybe I would have turned into something. Who knows?
Who's stepping around?
Yeah. I didn't even put that together. I was just thinking of something that waddles or runs badly.
We think he'd be good on the team, but he's constantly goose stepping and saluting the crowd.
Can I change that to penguin? I want to back out. I just wanted a bad runner.
I remember every day after school for track, the like training of it, the first like warm up was you had to run 2 miles down the street and 2 miles back. And we ran down the street that all of my friends whose parents didn't make them play track would be driving home from school on. And so it was constant days of like jogging while a teacher that I hate is doing that backwards jog in front of me. Like, come on, Taylor, you got to give it to me. You got to show me you want to be here if you want to make this fucking running squad. You know how it is.
Which you don't.
Which I don't want to. Just being berated by my friends. Oh, fucking pussy. Oh, you're doing running? Like, oh, God, what a terrible part of my life. I hated track and field. It was the worst. The worst.
How many years did you do it?
One. One
But
year.
you did it a whole season?
I did it a whole season, and the following year, my parents were just like, you really don't want to? I was like, no, please, just let me play hockey year-round or something, if that's what it takes. Like, just no more running. Horrible.
I wasn't. I would never even consider fucking doing that. That's like so much running to be on the track team, and it's not one of my favorite things at all. I hate running, so I tried to avoid that at all costs.
And it's not fair to people who care about track too, because they're trying to win meets.
That's
and
true.
They've got this anchor on the team who they know doesn't care, and that's not fair to them.
I was, big lanky legs, so that track was pretty much the only sport that I was really half decent at. I went from bad like you, Taylor, to actually half decent. And the way I got there was the advice I got. I was sprinting, so my big mistake, my common pitfall at the beginning was I was trying too hard to get my feet to the next push off, and I wasn't thinking enough about my stride. So when my coach told me that, try to envision launching your front foot as far forward as you can before you have it touch the ground again, that like shifted my focus away from trying to pump the ground as fast and hard as possible to it's more about stride and how far forward I can get my foot before I plant it, before I start to do my backstroke. Was it just changed? I became like a really pretty subpar runner to a half decent sprinter.
I became
overnight.
I remember I didn't start swimming till my senior year, but I was like a fish my whole life, right? And I had, lots of surfing experience and stuff like that. So I was instantly one of the best guys on the team. And then in college I joined, and I'm like, yeah, I only do freestyle, right? And I was so bad at the other strokes. When other people had to do other strokes, they're like, Woody, we're all embarrassed for you, right? Don't do the other strokes. Just swim freestyle all the time. That was high school. Come college, it was winter break, and they asked me to do butterfly. And I knew how to do it. I had tried it on my own and stuff. And it's some consider it the toughest stroke. And for people that don't know how to swim, they can often do some kind of backstroke and some kind of breaststroke, but they can't do butter for shit. And I went out there, and they asked me to do butterfly, and I mockingly did it. I put way more hips than I thought was appropriate and stuff. All the coaches were blown away by my form and how outstanding my kick was, and I added butterfly to my list. So I became a butterflyer by being a jackass, making fun of butterfly, and they're like, "You got it!"
Yeah, dude, butterfly sucks because I feel and obviously I never got great at it, but I took swimming lessons enough that I can do the butterfly, but I always felt like I'm spending 10 times as much energy as the breaststroke, and I'm only going a little bit faster. What? And maybe I was just doing it terrible. Maybe you can get going really fucking quick with a butterfly if you're good. What's the fastest if you're good? Freestyle?
Yes. Yeah.
So
free is the fastest. Butter and back are nearly the same, and breast is the slowest.
Is breast a hard one, or is that easy?
In terms of competing and stuff?
Yeah, because that was always my favorite.
That's
stroke,
just the standard hand over hand stroke, right?
That's freestyle.
Breast.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
okay.
freestyle's the hand. Breast is the one where you kind of go like this. And
okay.
A lot of people think that's the easiest in practice. You go slower, no one expects you to keep up with the other strokes, etc.
Well, that's the one I can do. I don't swim very well, and that's the one I would. If I fell into water, that's the stroke I do to try to get to safety.
That's my go-to.
In competition, they're all fully hard, I think. You finish every one of them dead, or you're not trying. And the breaststroke, you have to hold your breath a long time, which kind of sucks. But yeah.
Okay, then I do a modified version of it where I occasionally pull my face out and get some air.
Breast is so slow that the underwater portion takes on a special importance to it, and you got to come off the wall and go real far.
Oh, is that the one where they just do the dolphin kicking underwater for
That's
a long
illegal.
time?
Yeah, you can't do that in any of them. But in breast, you get one pull and one kick, and you got to make that last.
Ah.
Right.
Unless the
Are
rules
you a
change.
sports guy at all, Josh?
Just track, really. I mean, I did Pop Warner football and stuff, but track was my main one, and I was really a sprinter. And again, I became a half decent sprinter. Won a couple heats, came in second or third in a lot. But my real fizzle out was I had to. Well, it wasn't a fizzle out because it was sort of the beginning of my running career. But my most embarrassing moment was someone had dropped out of the 400 meter, and I thought, well, I do pretty good at the 100 and 200, so 400, not a big deal, right? I can carry my own in that one, and not a long distance runner at all, and never trained for long distance. I will have learned through this experience that I have no endurance whatsoever.
I don't think 400 is considered long distance though, right? That's mid distance at most. Yeah.
No, exactly. Which is why our coaches were like, yeah, you could probably you could do it. Go ahead. And but even 400 was way too long for my shitty lungs. And so we come around the first corner, and I'm way ahead of the pack. I'm like, fucking hey, I'm gonna kill this race. This is my race. What have I been doing, wasting my time on the 100 or 200? And then down the first stretch, everyone just starts catching up to me, and I go around the second bend, and everybody is just passing me by, and they're not passing me by at a modest clip. It's suddenly as if I'm walking and they're sprinting, and that's the distance between the delta between our two paces. And then I'm coming down the last backstretch, and all I can remember, it was so embarrassing because I was basically almost blacked out, I'm tunnel visioning, just trying with all my might to keep running. And I just remember the coach beside me, jogging, but he's not actually jogging. He's doing more vertical motion quickly because he could walk faster than I'm running, and I'm full on with all my might, and it was so embarrassing. And what was really embarrassing was how patronizing my school was about it, and the other school was about it, because they saw I was that motivational story for the school where like I was like the special needs kid who got to have his hero moment on the basketball court, right? Like
sour white guy.
Everybody's cheering my name and chanting me on, and I'm just
white guy.
And so I was like the motivational story guy for that moment, and which was annoying because I was a half-decent sprinter, but to look at me in that moment, I'm like the embarrassment of the school. So I got done, and everyone's like, "You did great," or pat me on the back, and I'm like, "Oh God!" And I just remember looking at my dad. That was like the one heat my dad went to, and he was just like face palming.
You saw him throwing the disposable camera in the trash. Just look like, well, this is no more than blackmail now. Might as well get rid of this shit.
He comes home and tells the family he was no great shakes.
My dad told me after he was driving me back, because I was in 8th grade, after I got blown out of that 100-meter hurdles, like I was still kind of bummed about it, because it's not fun, even if you don't care, to just get humiliated. Humiliated. I never was in the lead, Josh. I never took the lead. I never exploded outward. They thought, people in the stands were thinking, my God, does that boy know it started yet? Is he okay? Oh, he must be from the deaf school that's competing. You know, that he didn't hear the go. But
it's like I was a really gifted runner around the first bend, and then it was like I was running through molasses. Like I literally had anchors in my shoes.
Do you think that all the runners who were conditioned to the 400 and for 400, and they probably run it many times a week, you know, they know the pacing and how people should keep up. Now, hang on. Do you think that they saw you explode and go, "Oh my God, what is he, a collegiate runner?" Or were they instantly like, "What a dummy"? Slow but steady, like, motherfucker.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, maybe because you know what? Honestly, Woody was right. Like the 400 is not considered a distance heat at all. So they probably were like, "Wow, he's really fucking good," because they would never expect someone to burn out after 200
Can you imagine the college track scout out there like, "Holy shit, Dave!
Yeah, who's this guy?
This guy us. That's a Stanford man right there. Oh wait, what's he doing?
Crinkle up the baby. Throw away.
Yeah. Oh no, he's just tuckered out. Oh, okay.
That's a Stanford man.
Hey, I got a little tip for you guys watching the Olympics this time. If you know either swimming or track, the sports are almost the same if you multiply or divide by 4. So, like if you're watching a guy swim 100 free, you can take that time, multiply it by 4, and it's pretty much what it's like to see someone do a 400-yard thing. If someone, runs 1,500 meters or something, divide that by 4, and you got roughly what you can expect in the 400 meter in swimming. Like the times and the events and stuff are real comparable. Just runners are about 4 times faster.
Is there like a science behind it? Is like water 4 times as dense as air, or is it just
a little more than that?
I don't.
It's called the rule of 4.
Yes, thank you, Taylor. It's more like the rule of 4, and it's not perfect, but it's closer than you might guess. Like it'll be within 2 seconds or so. The rule of 4
What's
works.
your favorite Olympics event? That's an unconventional one. Don't give me fucking.
I can't give you swimming.
No. Yeah, exactly. Don't give me swimming.
I was always a little bit more entertained by curling than I should have been.
Right? It's kind of it's interesting because you're like, this is a sport, and then you're just kind of taken back by it because they're out there scrubbing the ice, and there's the guy who's flinging the thing, and it just seems so stupid. The hurler himself. Yeah, it's interesting. And
I
it
like
probably
curling. Yeah.
When I see it, I watch it.
It's like whenever you're at like a family reunion, there's always someone playing bocce, and it's kind of like bocce ball. There's always somebody playing, with a shuffleboard at a bar, or
it's a gold medal for it.
The announcers seem to be able to explain it too. They're like, all right, that thing went in the 10. You'd think that'd be good, but it's early and so easy to knock out. This is the ricochet that you might be expecting or whatever, and you're like, it's almost like poker. To me, poker was terrible to watch until they dropped the percentage thing in the corner. Now you're like, oh, these guys are betting.
You understood the risk.
They don't know that it's 83-17, but I do. So now I'm going to watch how this plays out. Prior to that, it was like, I don't really know how hard it is to like catch a club somewhere in here. Yeah.
Curling's just not a good sport. It's not a sport, it's an activity. But it's a Canadian thing, and I think the problem is when they found out they could have sports on ice, they went really hog wild with hockey and put all their good ideas into that. And then when they realized, like, fuck, all these other countries have lots of sports they enjoy. Well, we have ice. We got to keep with the theme. Can we just like kind of bowl a cauldron
Why
down
doesn't
the
the
lane
Summer
and see
Olympics
what
have
happens?
shuffleboard? Right, because it's just ice shuffleboard, right?
It really is kind of ice shuffleboard.
Yeah, so it seems like the Summer Olympics should have shuffleboard, make it even.
Zach,
or baccarat.
I like the high dive. I like the high dive
high
because
dive's a
it's
good
something that I think I would be very intimidated to do myself. I would be,
scared.
I think it would be very intimidating. And because I'm certainly not acrobatic by any means, and I'm just imagining, like, what if you get half a rotation wrong, then you hit your back on water and you just.
Figure skating's another good one for that same reason. There's a lot of aerial acrobatic, it's impressive to watch, and you can appreciate the beauty of the art form. It's synchronized to music, and it's a performance, and so there's almost a story arc to it, and of course it's really dramatic if you could clearly see when they mess up or they make a huge mistake, they fall down,
and they get so weedy right away.
Diving.
Yeah.
Diving, I think, is one of the shittiest sports to participate in the whole world. Like, oh god, it's awful. If people don't know, have I done it? Well, they're on the swim team, so I'm like exposed to it.
Okay. Oh, and, I thought they would like segregate them from you actual athletes.
No, instead they just treat them like second-class citizens. So they get in and out of the water constantly. They're freezing as fuck. They don't even have real towels because they work like twice. They have these like little chamois that are like towels that you can wring out. They're this big, and they're
towels
still
are for the men.
They're still wet. It hurts a lot, right? They're constantly trying new things and flopping or whatever. They have to dive in between swimmers doing laps, right? So that's like I don't know.
Sounds stressful.
Yeah, so
second class.
Yeah, like you don't get to like think and like, all right, now I'm gonna go. It's like, all right, go time, and you just swim like, you dive in between the swim. And
you ever seen anyone get hurt?
I've seen them like, you see the not like injured, but the kind of belly flop that you wouldn't like, and then the whole and like I just feel like the success and failure of a diver is really like minute, right? Like did the one thing a tiny bit better. Their ankles were touched closer together. The toes were just a little more pointed. The splash, which you can only kind of gauge yourself. You come up. How was that one? I just think it's an awful sport to participate in. It's all yuck.
If you want to watch a sport that does occasionally have some really wild falls that's in the Olympics, speed skating. Some of those fuckers hit the ground or hit the boards so hard because they're fucking flying. And the thing about speed skates that you don't probably know is hockey skates, it's kind of like I could draw this out.
You can draw?
I can draw.
All right.
Well, I can't draw well, but I'm saying like a hockey skate, if you're looking at the cross section of it, it's like this. So you can dig in.
Can you read? That's invisible to me. Okay. Yeah. I see. Yep. Yeah, that's the blade itself, right?
That's how it is. Mm-hmm. If it's a speed skate, it's like that, where it's just flat.
I didn't know that.
So there is like, you have to be so careful with where you're placing your skates, because if you're a tiny bit off, you'll just slide out.
Why
and eat shit.
Would they do that?
Because the skates are really long, and with this flatter blade, you really don't have to deal with friction. Like you're gliding across it so well. Like
with the arc one, I know you'd think that there's more contact with the ice, so you think there'd be more friction, but it's not, because the curved actually digs into the ground and the ice, and then the ice has this pinching force on the friction in addition to it.
That's why you want it in hockey, so you can quickly move back and forth and stop and turn. Yeah. And in speed skating, you just want that all flat. But that looks like something that you could really fuck yourself up if you don't know what you're doing. And just look that up on YouTube, speed skating fails or falls, because some of those are like definitely broken bones and concussions.
The skiing slaloms and stuff, I love those. It's a lot of fun to watch, just like the competitive skiing courses.
People died a few years ago doing the skeleton or the slalom or something like that, where they just went out of the tube, I guess, that they race in. I don't remember where it was, but that
God.
Did you see it?
No, but I've seen. I'm imagining it. I've seen like where they reuse those slalom courses and stuff for like extreme bicycling and like random stuff like that. Like they'll utilize that infrastructure, and it looks terrifying.
It's really exciting for the slalom skiing. It's really exciting for me to watch the lap timer to see like how far off the high score you are, or the person in front of you. Now you remember video games like Drive Club where they have that mode where you can see the ghost image of the person in front of you racing when you're trying to like from somebody on the leaderboard.
Yeah, that's really helpful.
Well, I have a friend who's working in technology to build that into the Olympics. So they're going to have like almost a ghost silhouette of the other competitors that are leading on the course as well, so you can see almost exactly where the current competitor is.
Awesome. That's cool, but I want to see other things. Like I want to see like a lion running along and like leaving everyone behind.
Just for like reference, like if this was a cheetah, this is how fast they.
I want to see a 400-pound man like in the back, just like he makes the first 3 steps, but out of the blocks, but really he's just staggering because 400-pound man should never be in the blocks. He just kind of tumbles and. You know, they kind of pan back to his ghost crawling a little. I would like that technology. It reminds me a little bit, though, of the old yellow hockey puck that Fox had. So let's hope they do a little better.
Oh, man, that was horrible.
That helped a lot. All right, so think about it, though. On a modern television, that would be so stupid. But back then, I remember watching a hockey game in my bedroom on my small, like, bubble TV, whatever.
You could barely see where the puck was half the time.
And it was like... Oh, yeah, now I see the puck. Okay, because earlier it was just a bunch of guys sort of skating around.
Like, you had to kind of use context clues to figure it out.
Skating? They're terrible.
That is true. If you were watching hockey in like the 80s or early 90s and you didn't know a lot about hockey, it was kind of like, I assume the puck's in that region because all of those gentlemen seem to be interested in that section of the boards. They must have moved. Like, yeah,
it was very helpful back then because and you got rabbit ears if you don't have cable. Like, you couldn't see that fucking puck.
Yeah.
I have... All right. I don't know how this topic's going to go over, but here we go. I have noticed individually on 4chan that tranny porn seems to be a very popular thing. And I thought they were all joking, like in on the joke. Like they, like, oh yeah, post your favorite... tranny is a bad word. What are you supposed to say? Transvestite?
Transgender?
Transgender.
Let's just stick with tranny because the next word is porn.
Okay, I don't know, but
let's not offend anyone when we watch videos of them fuckings to jerk off. Like, come on.
So in my head, it was like, well, tranny porn, that's really gay, right? Like watching tranny porn. But then the argument was made that it is less gay, right? Because most porn is half girl, half guy, right? But tranny porn is half girl and then half girl, half guy. So it's 75% girl.
Yeah. Okay. Wait, I'm following you. All right. So let me help you out here. In a standard straight porno, you've got half girl, half guy. So half of your porn is a dude you're watching. Mm-hmm. In tranny porn, if you're watching tranny on female porn, which is a subgenre of the topic itself, then you've got one actual female with a vagina and a transsexual, which is half a female by Woody's estimation. And so 75 out of 100...
75% girl.
And even by this logic, by this argument, then tranny on guy porn is less gay than guy on guy porn.
Of course,
right? Yeah, because at least you're 25% girl in that situation.
It's the straightest of gay porn.
Well, the logic seems sound.
The numbers check out
at first check. The numbers check out.
I'm running the math through in my head, and it makes total sense.
Yeah, I think that's become I think that's a real big fetish online. I saw Bailey. I was flipping through Reddit the other day on my phone, and it was maybe it was the titty drop subreddit, whatever that is. The tit drop where they like raise the shirt and the titties fall, bounce.
Oh, I mixed them up.
And there's Bailey J. Like on that one, and I'm like, I go to check the comments to see if everybody's hip to Bailey J. They know who she is and everything, and they all are. Everybody in there. There was like one guy who was like, "Wow, she's so hot," and then like 50 people going like, "But she's got a dick."
Oh, she's a
yeah.
Like
so
a tranny porn
there's
star?
very
two
good one. Yes.
tranny porn stars. One is Bailey J. and is the other Chris Angel? Who's the other one?
Isn't it
Chris Angel?
Chris Angel's
No.
a
Chris
magician.
Angel's the strip magician.
Well,
with the
okay,
eyeliner.
He's the one who made her.
He's Buck Angel or something.
Come on, help me out. A Buck Angel.
Angel.
Yeah. All right. You know what? Just had to get close, and then we can get there as a team.
Chris Angel.
So
Chris Angel will make your cock disappear.
Buck Angel.
And Buck Angel will make your dick disappear.
Buck Angel looks like a dude. Like he vibes, dude. He sounds, dude. If you were to see him with his shirt off, you would think, dude, he's
Shaved
muscular.
head, mustache,
I think that
X.
he can beat either of us in an arm wrestling contest, right? And he's got like tattoos. He just all about.
Nobody has a vagina.
But he has a vagina.
Yes.
Yeah. And
He was on Joe Rogan's podcast.
he has real low
years
body fat too. So like just everything about him is
was.
just like kind of like I don't know, like
So
prison
would you-
tough.
So would you do him?
No, we've talked about this before.
Yeah,
the question,
we both
of course, comes down to: would you rather fuck this woman who looks exactly like a man except for the vagina, and that's not an exaggeration by any means, or would you rather fuck the man who looks exactly like a woman except for the penis, and that's not an exaggeration by any means?
Yeah.
And of course, you want to fuck the man who looks exactly like a woman, unless you're just so hung up on an actual homophobe. Like, I hate the word homophobe because I think it should be okay to just dislike people who are gay. You should be able to do that, but I'm not afraid of them.
I don't
agree
with
I came out wrong, didn't it?
I know what you meant.
I was going for something different there.
What you meant
I was like, wait a minute.
You're not attracted to homosexuals, but you're,
Oh, that's what you were going for.
In the most uncouth way possible.
right? Like, that
Like
thing
a
was
bull
put
in a
together
china
really well
shop.
in my head, and then it came out, and I was like, wait, that is racism. That's what you just, that's
I
bigotry.
just love,
It's
you
a
could see
bigotry,
the moment you realized, in amidst all of the silence, that you said it wrong.
I was like, wait a minute, I need to find bigotry.
No, yeah. All right. So what Kyle is saying is it's okay to be not attracted to another guy.
But he's saying you should be able to take it further and hate them.
but you shouldn't call it homophobia because that implies you're scared of him, and in reality, you just don't want to fuck him.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think anybody who's intellectually honest would say those are the same things.
Right, exactly.
You
No
know?
one who's smart is going to call what you were actually trying to describe as homophobia.
Yeah.
That's just sensational people trying to get a rise out of you that would call you a homophobe.
So, and to me, it came down like I totally preferred Bailey J because at least she vibes, girl. You know, look, I'll get
in every way.
Yeah, you know, the whole experience is one of a man and a woman,
her own
except for the penis.
Let me open incognito mode.
I'm told.
I love the I'm told.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess I wonder if this is like, see, as you get older, like when I'm 29, right? I'm like, dude, I don't know what's up. I'm still in touch. Like, you know, like I feel like I know exactly what
you weren't 29 yet.
No. Yeah, like when I was 29, I felt like I still kind of got teenage culture. Like I was, you know, a hip do it all. It wasn't like I didn't feel even like invisible to 18-year-olds or something, right? I was married and such, but like, you know, whatever. At 43, I'm like, is this what the kids are jacking to now? I don't know. You know,
God damn it, I'm behind the times.
Yeah, I don't have any teenagers being like, you know what? If I'm honest with you, I do like the tranny porn. Like, no, that doesn't exist in my whole life anymore. You know, the radio in my truck is mediocre, but because the tires are loud, the whole music experience is just awful. And what it's done to me is I only like songs I've heard already. Right? Because if I hear it for the first time, like I don't get it, I don't know any of the words. Like all you get is a suggestion of the song that might be playing over all this fucking noise. So, like, it's musically, I'm stagnant there too because I only like songs I've heard before, and I don't really listen to music much outside the car. So
I don't like pop. I don't like teen culture. I really despise it, and I don't think that that's unique to my generation. I guess it happens every single time, and I think it's for a reason. It's what young people like is real shit, and we've just wised
except
up.
when we were young. Oh, okay.
Oh, we were stupid too. That shit, the fucking Britney Spears and NSYNC, all that was garbage.
I'm before you. I have MC Hammer and Vanilla Ice.
Yeah, all that shit was garbage. Like that shit was trash, and we shouldn't have been into it. We should have been fucking getting some Sinatra vinyl or something.
You're
I don't
telling
know.
me that NSYNC's No Strings Attached that came out in 2001 was not an excellent CD.
Look, those dance numbers were pretty fucking tight. Like they were good. Like all the they were like the puppets. They were all like marionettes dancing in sync and stuff, and that stuff was good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sure, but 90% of that stuff, 90% of that stuff was garbage, and I think that happens every generation, and every young person just has bad taste because you're a young person. You haven't developed any taste yet. How would you know what's fucking good?
But at the time, Backstreet Boys sounded great.
Sure.
Backstreet.
I mean, I think so.
Yeah, they're the first ones, right? Backstreet Boys.
They were before NSYNC.
I'm going for New Kids on the Block. That's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, New Kids on the Block was before me and Kyle.
Yes, they were my teenage years. I remember Wings of Redemption held this story. He's like, I hated Leonardo DiCaprio. This is Wings. Leonardo DiCaprio was like mortal enemies. He and Leonardo DiCaprio, he just like hated everything about him. And he really hated everything about him because girls preferred Leonardo DiCaprio to Wings of Redemption. And now he's like, you know what? Leonardo DiCaprio is a pretty good actor. That's his current standard.
That was Orlando Bloom in my age group.
It was New Kids on the Block for me. Yeah.
I didn't hate Orlando Bloom though because he played Legolas, and give him a little bit of leeway. But yeah, Kyle's right. It happens with every generation.
Yeah, I remember there was a girl that I wasn't like making a move or anything, but if she expressed any return interest, I'd have been on it. And her interest seemed to be more towards New Kids on the Block than me. So fuck them.
Bitch.
She didn't know what she could have had.
Yeah.
Well, I think we're getting pretty near the end here. How deep are we into this this show tonight?
3:48. Let's crack 4 hours so that everyone's so happy.
Yes,
it's just 12 minutes.
Happy. So the kids these days
let's acquire that arbitrary number.
That's they do.
They want longer podcasts. They want longer than 2 hours.
Yeah,
Apparently.
you know what? We broke 4 like a time or two, and then all of a sudden they loved it so much it became the standard for us.
Let us know in the comment box. How long what do you prefer? What length of show do you like?
Let us know. You want another topic? I have 8 ways you can get on the new fly list queued up. So
the no-fly list?
Yes, I said it wrong.
I could think of more than 8.
I got all kinds of cool ideas.
So this is the top 8, we'll say.
So 1, being suspected of direct terrorist activity. Seems cool enough. Traveling to certain countries. If you go to the wrong countries, you can put a flag on you and you can you can get on the no-fly list. Something you said in the past. Here's a guy who gave a lecture that was critical of President Bush, and now he's on the no-fly list. You can have a similar name to someone who's on the no-fly list. Not becoming an informant. There were 4 Muslims who were put on the no-fly list because they refused to spy for the FBI. Clerical error, law enforcement issues. People who have open warrants or other characteristics including criminal activity find themselves on the list. And the 8th one, controversial tweets.
I honestly thought this was going to be a list like, masturbating in the bathroom at the airport. Or, trying to bring a full bottle of Dasani in your backpack. Or
half of those were like mistakes, like clerical errors, same name as someone else, and then there's like social media tweets. And
I wanted it to be. I wanted number 8 to be Googling this list. Like I wanted there to be some like awesome punchline at the end of it.
But nope. No, they went serious on us.
It was relevant because they're talking about using the no-fly list as a no-gun list, and
you can't that was such a gut reaction from people where they were like, if you're on the no-fly list, you shouldn't be able to get a gun anyway. It's like, well, that you can't base shit like that on an arbitrary list that you can be thrown on as a mistake or for any reason.
Well, the big contradiction is because I understand the emotional response, right? But the big contradiction is we were once applauding Edward Snowden for revealing all of this illegal wiretapping and all these rights that the government was trampling on, and we were condemning the Bush administration for this illegal detention and indefinite detention of just suspected terrorists and not convicted terrorists without due process. So really, it just comes back to how serious are your principles? How are you going to stand by them even in times of inconvenience? Because it was very convenient and easy to be on the popular side of those issues. But on this issue, the question is, if the FBI, who did interview the Orlando guy, I'm not going to say his name, if obviously they suspected him of some shit, but they didn't have anything actionable that could warrant a search and seizure in his home, that could warrant locking him up. And so at what point, at what length do you suspend people's rights just under suspicion? And where is the burden of proof lie? And where does that fall on the due process timeline, right?
I have a personal answer. And by the way, I think you stated that really well. I thank you.
Yeah.
I feel like the process for getting on the no gun list, right? Let's make up a new list. Should be similar to that of getting a warrant. Look, because you have another right. Like they can't do a legal search and seizure, right? I think it's the Fourth Amendment. They can't just go in your house and check it. Everybody wants to take away your gun rights, but I bet that illegal search and seizure stuff protects a lot more criminals than gun rights do, right? There are tons of guys who know, you can't come in here. This is my safe zone, right? Right. That door stays locked until you get some sort of actionable proof that lets you come in my house. But it's possible to do that. You just have to get a warrant. And our judges have proven to be, pretty reasonable, I think, on the warrant thing. They wouldn't get you have to show them something. They're not perfect. I'm sure there'll be flaws and such. But I feel like in general, when cops get warrants, they get them because they had something to go on. They don't just get to raid everybody's house if they want to. So maybe that's the best system we have if we're a gun list. You're look, you want to stop this guy from buying a gun? Show me his terrified girlfriend, who has these threats, who can tell the story of the boyfriend banging on the door and now she's scared for her life. All right.
Any probable cause, right? Really.
Yeah.
And make sure that probable cause is obtained in a way that is legal. So there's also this disconnect between how we collect our information about international terrorists and how we collect information about U.S. citizens. Mm-hmm. And there's a big disparity there. And a lot of what falls under the burden of proof for suspecting you of terrorism is not enough to trigger a warrant or to suspect you of a civil crime as a citizen.
Like visiting a country.
Right. So exactly. So because there's that disconnect. So I really empathized with of course all the victims of the shooting, but I also really empathized with the FBI and a lot of people in the government and the police force who are being crucified basically in the court of public opinion about, you had this guy, how could you let it happen? And it's well, we let it happen because we were doing everything you demanded us to do, which was give people due process and not, wiretap them illegally. So yeah, it was a shitty situation all around. And I actually, so I wouldn't say I'm a Second Amendment guy, but I own guns. I think that it's really counterproductive to make the conversation about Second Amendment and about gun abolishment and prohibition. It's just, I think that there's a lot better uses of our time and effort. I fall on the side of it shouldn't be easier to get guns than it is to get a driver's license. I agree with that. But I don't agree.
You need a driver's license to get a gun.
Not in every state.
Yes, you do.
Well, you don't need a driver's license. You need an ID. You need a government issued ID. So the burden of proof that you are responsible enough to drive a vehicle is higher than the burden of proof that you're responsible enough to own a weapon, a firearm.
Well, and I got a privilege versus a right. That. One is a little legit right that's given to you upon birth to bear arms, and
driving
the other
is a
privilege.
But that's what I'm saying is that I don't think it's productive to debate the rights issue, because it's this really complex system that becomes unraveled and unpacked, and it's way better to look at the other context.
What I heard is
that would lead them to be.
It should be a privilege to bear arms. Hey, let's turn it into the testing thing. We can make bearing arms a privilege too. Is how I unpack that. And you just got
in some states it's kind of like that. If you're in New York or California,
mm-hmm.
they've already done away with the Second Amendment for all intents and purposes by just making it fucking ridiculously hard to enact your right. We had Anthony on the other week. Yeah.
Right, but look, there are reasonable constraints on every right? You have a right to free speech, there are reasonable limits on rights. And yeah, you could, if you wanted nuance.
I feel like if we do, like, all right, so let's apply your reasonable limits that you did for gun ownership and be like, you know what, you need to like pass a certain test and prove that you have a certain mindset before you can have a Twitter account. Because I'm sort of applying the same thing to your free speech right. Like you should have to pass a test and get a government approval before you have a YouTube account, because you know what, like that voice could reach a lot of people, and we can't just have everybody with free speech. No, it's a privilege.
Again, I prefaced all of this with saying I think this is the wrong way to go about the problem, because what's happening is we're digressing into this place that's really counterproductive, because again, now you're talking about private companies with their own terms of service and their own policies for how you can operate on their sites. You can go out and shout anything you want into the street or into a crowded theater. You cannot shout fire in a crowded theater that does not have a fire burning, right? Similarly, I could not go on Twitter and tweet out that there's an active shooter incident on this college campus and to seek shelter and expect my account to not get terminated if that were to blow up and people were to react to that and it were to cause panic or incite fear in people. So it becomes like really, really silly really fast. I think pragmatically you could take a step back though and understand why it's not okay to shout fire in a crowded theater.
Well, yeah, but like no one's arguing for that. All I'm saying is like, hey, if you treat the Second Amendment, the second right, like you do your other rights, then suddenly like putting a lot of tests in front of it, you start to realize like, oh, no, the second right is the second-class citizens. All the other ones, pleading the fifth, right to free speech, right, prevention of illegal search and seizure, women being allowed to vote, those, we don't fuck with those. But the Second Amendment, that's a second-class right, and we mess with it all we want, right? It should be hard to exercise that right.
But the logic goes back to any other right, right? So like your right to liberty and pursuit of happiness and mobility, right? Are you suggesting that the speed limit of 55 miles per hour is infringing on a right, and now it's a privilege to drive 55 miles an hour? Like
well, it is a privilege to drive 55 miles an hour. It's a privilege to drive at all, right? Like when you start saying like you keep going back to the hey, you know what? We should take the way that we treat privileges and treat our rights like that, then you're like, but I find that people are only in favor of that on the Second Amendment.
They're only against it, honestly, in the Second Amendment. They're in favor of that with the First Amendment. People are in favor of it being illegal to shout fire in a crowded theater. People are in favor of that universally. And that's with the First Amendment.
I don't quite understand this equivalency you're drawing between guns and shouting fire in a crowded theater.
I'm talking about reasoned limits on them. So, for example, a limit on owning guns is if you have if you've been convicted of a felony or you've committed a crime with a firearm, right? That's a reasonable restraint. That becomes a privilege to that class of citizen. And so, adding in additional layers like that. Perhaps with mental health checks, perhaps with competency, your ability to operate a firearm, right? There's a lot of accidental deaths, and there's a lot of people who don't understand even how they mechanically operate. So adding in additional layers and checks there, and then mandating them, making it mandatory in every state that you have those checks and those pass those certifications. I classify that under the same category of pragmatic, reasonable limits on what should still remain a right.
I understand that clarified it. So
yeah,
and
I understand where you're coming from. It's just I think what people are more nervous about is already in, like I said, in like New York City or Chicago. Like there's so much bureaucratic red tape to getting guns just for the sake of making it difficult.
But exactly, that's all the bad, wrong type of legislation.
And that's what people are afraid of it devolving into. So when the Second Amendment is under attack, people, they don't want to give up an inch of ground because they can see the writing on the wall of these people don't just want to take away assault rifles. A good percentage of them just want all guns gone.
On both sides of this issue, it's almost like picking sides and taking and rattling pom-poms, like with the Brexit leave versus stay referendum, right? Mm-hmm. There's people who everybody's talking in black and white, no pun intended on race relations, and there's no gray, there's no middle, and not enough people are thinking pragmatically. So you have lobbyists and interests who will take studies that simply prove their confirmation bias on this side, and then on the extreme other side, it's the exact inverse of that equation. And there's not enough people going, yeah, a lot of the gun laws we're passing now or even debating now are fucking stupid. But that's not to say that there aren't good gun laws to think about, and there's not good gun laws to enact.
Yeah, I'm actually more aligned with you
than... That does
than...
not mean prohibition. That does not mean confiscation. Again, that's just one of the extremes.
I'm actually more aligned with you than it might have sounded earlier. You know, because I feel like there might be some reasonable law to pass. It's just that I never hear those. I always hear like, oh look, this gun.
You hear the sensational.
Right, this gun looks like that other
gun
gun that's used in the military. We should get rid of it. Right? People want to get rid of the black guns all the time. You know, because they look like they're tactical and they're scary looking, but it's a dumb way to do it. People want to get rid of fully auto, but it's not even an effective way to like do bad things. They're just fun sometimes. I wonder what Kyle said. Kyle, do you know that you muted?
It broke. I'm assuming he's saying it broke and he can't figure it out.
At first, I thought that he was mouthing words, and now I realize that he can't speak. But he can hear though. So and then but there might be some reasonable thing, like the thing, like, hey, let's restrict gun rights in the same way that, like, you know, we break our Fourth Amendment right by having a judge decide. You know, the judges are good at deciding. That's kind of what they do. Or not something really else reasonable. Well, yeah. Okay. Judges.
I understand. Not always.
I don't know who's better than judges at deciding.
Well, Kyle got disconnected. You guys want to call it a show there? Since Kyle is apparently
I'm
gone.
Back.
There he is. Kyle, did you want to jump in? Did you know that we couldn't hear you at first?
No,
you thought we were being rude.
I was getting madder and madder. And I was about to have to cuss someone out, and it was between Josh and you, and I was just like, why are you ignoring me? Like, at one point, I literally screamed, is my fucking mic not working? What's your problem? And then I realized it wasn't working, because it was like the 5th time I'd been talked over, and I was just like, I fucking know about this. Why aren't they listening to me?
From my perspective,
I was getting so mad.
From my perspective,
how hilarious would this have been if we actually were just talking over you, and right now is our long game trick of like.
I thought your thing of sitting there and mouthing words without actually joining the conversation was a little juvenile. That was in my brain. I was like, you're like.
Like you're passive aggressively like rolling your eyes.
Yeah.
Turns out words like if you mispronounce a name, I'll pronounce it correctly, or whatever. If we get a thing wrong, I'll like say what I think it is, or if I disagree.
I've seen
with
that.
to kind of let the audience know that like there's no reason to stop the flow of the show right here, but I'm not co-signing. I kind of give them a little visual stimuli, but at that, the fucking mic just wasn't working. I'm not sure what happened. I need to look into that.
I don't feel so bad about my cam problems at the beginning of the show.
So what did you want to say something, Kyle? Put a period on the end of the show.
5 different things. I don't even remember back. I think with the gun law thing. I think they're always coming up with this one or that one. But I think what you really look at is what change are you trying to affect with this gun law? Let's start there. What is it that you think is happening right now that is bad because of the laws that are currently on the books, and how will your new law fix that or change that? And that's where you need to be. It doesn't need to be statistics. You don't need to be worrying about if the gun's black, green, or yellow. Just start with what I just said and go from there, because they're going to say, oh, well, it's too easy to acquire these firearms. It's okay. So who's acquiring these firearms, going around through your loophole and then committing crimes? Because I read today that one of the guns used in that Paris shooting was part of the whole Fast and Furious scandal, where Obama had Eric Holder leaking weapons using the ATF into Mexico. I mean, if anyone's like, it seems like the American citizen is kind of taking care of his own guns. Like, Woody's guns are locked up over there. My guns are locked up over here. We acquired our guns the right way, and when they talk about loopholes, God, you can't get too much more into guns than I am. Like, it's hard for me to talk to one of my like associates without it being about guns or about gun rights or something like that. That's what we talk about here, and I'm pretty knowledgeable on it. Yeah. I don't know what these fucking loopholes are. They keep talking about these loopholes, and I'm like, I'd like to get in one of them loopholes. Like I don't want to do any paperwork. If I could just go somewhere and like, yeah, here's $500. Give me that firearm.
I know it.
I don't know where to go. I can go to a gun show and I can look for the guy who's wearing the rifle, But what kind of selection am I really getting there? He's not. Whenever I see that, it's milsurp. It's an AR. Yeah. It's a Mosin Nagant. It's a British 303 Bush gun.
Military surplus.
It's World War II, and this is Pappy's old rifle that he's trying to get rid of. I rarely see a guy with a pickup truck full of ARs in the parking lot slinging them for $3,000 a pop.
Often,
to like.
Have you seen the It's Always Sunny of it, where they try and convince themselves that it's really easy to get guns? Like, I feel like the only people who think it's so fucking easy to get guns have never actually bought a gun. It's not like they go in with like this, here's $1,000 in cash. Give me the
real quick, we are law-abiding citizens who would never do something outrageously stupid to acquire a gun. So for us, it is really, really difficult.
So now you're talking about a felon, right? A felon who is who's trying to acquire a weapon.
Not just a felon, but anybody who's just willing to go outside of the law, which people us in this conversation are not.
That makes them felons.
It's only felons, really, or terrorists, I suppose, who don't necessarily have a criminal record, but people who are up to no good and think they're going to survive the thing they're going to do with the guns. Those are the ones who are trying to get a gun in a nefarious way. And if you're a criminal, then why would a gun stop you?
So ironically, what you were saying is what you're saying is just reinforcing what me and Woody really were agreeing on, which is these are just we're sensationalizing and debating the wrong laws, the wrong issues, but that doesn't mean there's not right laws. But here's the thing: anytime anybody in the middle tries to talk about the right laws, the people on the left or the right just sensationalize it and categorize it as one or the other. And so even the good ideas get put into this box that no one wants to hear about anymore. And
there's a thing. I don't like it when they call it the gun show loophole, and that's all they call it. There is no gun show loophole. It doesn't exist. I swear to you, I bought 3 guns at gun shows, and you fill out the exact same paperwork that you do. Hold on, that you fill out the exact same paperwork that you do in a gun store. There's no gun show loophole. What there is, if you're to be fair about this, is a private seller loophole, right? I can buy from another guy, and it doesn't have to happen at a gun show, right? It can be. I don't know if Craigslist allows you to post there, but I'm sure that it happens.
No,
yeah, they don't. But yeah, you could potentially, I don't know, you go to your off-roading club and some guy's selling a gun there, and there is a private seller loophole, and if you call it that, where you can just buy a gun off another dude, and you don't fill out the same paperwork that you do at a gun show.
And to be clear, that is illegal.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
So
no.
It's absolutely not. So there is a place where a law could be put in place, and it already has been, because if you sell a certain number of firearms per year or a certain gross amount of dollars, then clearly you are in the business of selling firearms. It's at least a substantial part of your income. So you should have to get a federal firearms license.
They have other tests too, like if you have a business card. If you have a business card,
sure, that's good.
So the reason why I don't want to talk about complete gun bans and abolishments is because everybody likes to talk about Australia and how effective it was there. But it's like Australia doesn't have 2 neighboring countries to the north and south of them who, with this massive border, where you think that. You see what our war on drugs has done to the drug import and export business from Mexico, and you have to imagine that same problem is going to happen with firearms if we were to ever consider a real ban in the country.
And real quick, interject the Australia thing. Unless I'm mistaken, when you actually look up the violent crime stats instead of the gun crime stats,
violent crime
pretty similar, and it actually goes up a little bit. It's just because it moved from guns to stabbings, or stabbings to you grab a cudgel and beat someone to death.
A boomerang.
Yeah. We're all really just afraid of the mass shootings, even though if you look at the stats, it's more likely you win a Powerball than being involved in a mass shooting. But it doesn't matter. Everybody's still really, really afraid of that, and that's why we talk about the AR-15, which kills less than 8% or 5%, whatever it is, of the people a year in the country. And it's just
Florida had a SIG.
Yeah, of course, and we are all gun guys, right? We know that you can get a high capacity magazine in your Glock, and you can go out and cause, just as much damage. That a 45 caliber round is going to do just as much to you as a 223 is going to do, right? Or a 5.56. So, but the mainstream doesn't understand that, and where there's too many interests that are just looking to win a vote, and they're not interested in actual progress. And so whenever I talk on the issue, I try to talk about the pragmatic middle, the reasoned solutions and the reasoned steps we can take to solve what is legitimately a problem. There are more people per capita getting hurt and killed by firearms in our country than other countries, and there is a way that we can mitigate that.
More people drown in houses that own swimming pools, I've heard as well.
Oh, that's true, but again, I don't think it's just not pragmatic to talk about that either, because it's like
one issue I have. I don't like that they lump in the
privilege.
I don't like that they lump
Suicides.
in the suicide stats with the other ones.
And the accidental discharges.
Oh, and the other thing that I hate is the one side inflating the mass shooting stats by counting it any time that 2 people or more are involved in the shot. So
no one thinks that means mass shooting.
You could have fired one bullet and got a collateral. Like that's not a mass shooting. Come on.
I saw something.
A murder-suicide is a mass shooting. A gang that just blows by 2 dudes in a car is a mass shooting. And it's like, this is not the same thing though as Orlando. With these statistics and these sensational commercials make it out like an event like Orlando happens every day in our country.
Yeah,
that's not
even close. I saw what was on Twitter after the Orlando shooting, where obviously everybody's got an agenda in the few days following shit like that, and they were saying there have been 990 some odd mass shootings since Sandy Hook, killing a total of 1,079 people, and it's like, wait, hold on, like I'm not saying that that's good or okay in any way, but
it's not as scary as you're making it out to me.
Yeah, somebody is finagling the numbers and really over there crunching the numbers, trying to make it exactly fit their Tetris agenda of like, this is what we need it to be.
Meanwhile, 4,000 people have been sucked into cherry harvesters.
I thought you were going with cloud suck on that.
Problem. Yeah.
All right. Well, I thought this was better than normal gun talk, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yay.
It definitely was. Thank you for coming on, Josh.
Josh, what are you working on lately?
Well, I'm working on a bunch of things. So at 3D Realms, I'm helping build out this interesting indie program that for publishing indie games. Again, we want to become more friends to indie developers. We think that that's where a lot of the innovation is taking place and a lot of the risks are happening. So for just a little incremental help, we can bring a lot more creativity and unlock a tremendous amount of creativity and bring it to more people than ever before. So we'll be talking a little bit more about that later this year. Mm-hmm. We have our own game coming out as well later this year that we'll be talking more about. So keep an eye on at 3D Realms on Twitter or me on Twitter. Mine's JD2020. And then on the side, I'm also doing a bunch of other stuff. I've got a mobile game that I'm working on called Boxy Kingdom. It's a free-to-play game that's like Crossy Roads, but combined with a dungeon crawler. I'm working on a few other mobile titles as well that I can't talk about yet, but I'm just doing a lot of little things, and I'm waiting to see what ticks and what catches. But yeah, I'm far from my days of just being the one-trick pony guy, the Call of Duty guy, right? I still try to be as active in the Call of Duty community as I can. I try to help advise on esports issues and a lot of the strife that the community is feeling right now. I try to be active on Reddit and try to be active on Twitter and social media in informing and engaging those issues. But I don't want to. Call of Duty's always going to have a special place in my heart, so I don't want anybody to feel like I've turned my back on that.
Cool. And hey, before we wrap up the show, and talk about our Patreon. If you guys know, there's a link on the side there, and for $5 a month, you can get access to PKN, the video side of it. And do I have those backwards? No.
$5 to get PKA early. We upload it as soon as we finish wrapping. This show will literally be up within like an hour of me saying this right now, and available for you. Sometimes that means getting it on a Wednesday night or a Tuesday night because we film out of schedule. But most of the time, you're getting it a day or two early because normally it's up on a Saturday afternoon, and we can get it to you on a Thursday night or a Friday morning very early using PKN. That's when you get the PKA, early access for $5. For $10, you get that as well as PKN every week, which is the hour-long additional show that we do. Where I think we have a lot of fun, and it's a little more casual, a little more laid back, and because we're only filling an hour, it's a little more rapid fire. I have fun with those.
Yep. Yeah. Yep. So check out the PKN, the Patreon on the side. Maybe you'll find something you think is cool.
Check out all of JD2020 stuff.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Anything else, Kyle?
Thanks for coming, man.
No, that's all I got. Mail me stuff at my P.O. Box, 102 Carnesville, Georgia 30521.
All right. That was PKA 289. Bye, guys.